Everyone, welcome back to Utility Sports. We're back with some more NBA trade deadline coverage. I'm very excited to be live again on the channel today. We are now just 2 days away and some spare change in terms of hours away from the NBA trade deadline officially coming. Remember that it will be Thursday, February 9th at 3 p.m. Eastern time. So we've got a little bit of build-up yet for the trade deadline. I think today's going to be a really fun live stream. I got some different stuff planned from yesterday that I think is going to be pretty engaging and hopefully you guys enjoy, as well as some more work that went into prepping for today. So I'm very excited for this live stream, and I can tell you guys are as well. You guys were commenting even before I was in here. Venkata says Clippers will get Fred VanVleet. We're definitely going to talk about that today. Ryan Hillier saying we were waiting in the live stream. Awesome to have you guys in here. Crazy that 20 of you were in here by the time I even started the live stream. Absolutely insane. It's your boy JT says you definitely have my sub. Hope everyone is doing well today. Thank you everyone for joining in here. Definitely awesome having all of you awesome people in here watching the live stream today as I fix my hair. A11 Gravy says top of the morning to you. Super excited for today's live stream. Unlimited Range says yo, welcome everybody to the stream. We got 41 of you awesome people. Mary Ortiz quoting King of the Fourth Quarter here saying, and we're back. Banjito says, glad I made it on time this time. Glad to have you in here as well. Remember, we're going to be live streaming all week long. My guess is Wednesday will start around a similar time to this, maybe a little bit earlier. And then Thursday, day of the trade deadline, I'm going to be up very early. My guess is I'll probably be live streaming by, at the latest, 8 a.m. Central Time. But my hope is to be streaming even before that. So very excited about that. Unlimited Range says OG Anunoby will get traded today. I'm going to star that and come back to it later if it does happen. Unlimited Range. Ryan Hillier says, sup, bro? Welcome to the stream, everybody. Troy Dilworth says, let's do this. Makes the workday fly by. I'm sure it does. It definitely a lot better than sitting there at the office not doing anything and not talking about hoops. That's for sure. Jayla says, after big marquee trades like Kyrie, is it better to get things done quickly or wait late? It depends on your situation. If you're a team that you feel like you know exactly what you want and you're willing to go give stuff up to go get it, you can go outbid the market, right, and make something happen. I think Indiana should consider doing that for OG Anunoby, but at the same time, you don't always have to do that, right? So there's levels to these things. There's different ways that some of this stuff will work out. But welcome everyone to the stream. Glad to have you all in here. Unlimited Range wants to know what's the word, y'all. So you guys go ahead, talk to Unlimited Range. I love it when you guys are talking to each other in the comment section. It's pretty fun. Anthony says, I hate to tell you, but none of these Bulls will be traded. Yeah, it's just a thumbnail. So it's, don't take it too serious. I put DeMar DeRozan on it today because it was a cool picture of him. I don't think it's that serious. Joseph says, what do you think's going on today in the NBA? So right now, just with the yesterday being kind of the recovery day after the Kyrie Irving trade, I think today people are probably going to have more conversations. I'm sure we're going to hear way more trade rumors today than we did yesterday, and potentially a deal gets done. Like I said, yesterday is like a 10% chance something happens. Maybe one out of every trade deadline weeks, that 4 days before the deadline, a deal goes down. So I just didn't think it was super likely yesterday for a trade to happen. Today, I'd probably give like a 30 to 40% chance, which is significantly higher. Alex says, what do you think Milwaukee will do? For Milwaukee, I think Jay Crowder is really their main target. We'll present some trade ideas a little bit later on in the stream, so make sure you stick around for that. Thang here says, does the Kyrie trade make the other teams in the West look to improve their teams? Potentially, but I think a lot of teams were already planning on doing that and being aggressive and improving their team. So I wouldn't necessarily worry too much about like, these teams need to go counter the Kyrie trade. I think that teams already had initial plans. Mile High says, do you think the Nuggets could get Alex Caruso? I know there's a lot of speculation about Caruso to the Nuggets. He clearly would be a great fit there. As a team defender, he's extremely smart. He's got quick feet. He knows how to play winning basketball, and I think he'd be a great addition next to Nikola Jokic offensively as well. But at the same time, I just don't know if the Bulls are going to trade him. So I'm a little hesitant on the whole idea that Caruso is going to get moved. So we'll see exactly what goes on there. Ryan Hillier says, what do you think about LeBron James acting disappointed they didn't get Kyrie? Think he's waiting to get him for free? Think maybe he's just being politically correct? So No, I think clearly LeBron wanted him, and I think he's kind of slighting Rob Pelinka by that interview that he did. If I was Rob Pelinka, I would not feel happy about that decision to go to ESPN with some of that information. Deshaun says, should the Thunder go get OG Anunoby or take a chance on Cam or Wiseman? I think that the Thunder should be patient. They are actually a team that is over the luxury tax threshold. So if anything, they're going to make a trade. I would think maybe Darius Bazley goes out in an effort to save some money. That's kind of what I see happening for Oklahoma City. Menacing Gaming YT says, do you feel with Cam Thomas breakout games, do you see them being hesitant to include him in a deal, or does it just boost his value? I think it boosts his value. People act like Cam Thomas hasn't been doing this. Cam Thomas has had multiple, 25, 30-point games already in his career before this last stretch of two. Now these are much higher numbers, right? 41 and 44, or 47 actually last night I was watching that game. The one thing, though, about that is if you watch that game, you know that he kind of choked away the last 2 minutes of it. They were up against the Clippers. He ended up throwing the ball out of bounds when double teamed. He traveled as well. He went into Zubac's chest. Zubac's walled up. Cam Thomas came back to the ground with the basketball. Didn't even get a shot off. And then he also missed 2 jump shots down the stretch of that game. So even with how great he was, I don't think a lot of GMs look at him as a guy who, he's a star or turning into a star. I think teams are going to look at him like a Lou Williams or a Jamal Crawford type where, this guy could be instant offense off the bench, which I think there's value for that for sure. But I think the Cavs are willing to include him, the Nets, are willing to include him in a deal, but only if it actually makes sense for what they're really getting back. Tim Skaggs says, eager to see what my San Antonio Spurs look like after the deadline. We are going to talk about the Spurs quite a bit today, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Deacon says, do you think the Lakers move Russ before the deadline? And if so, who do you think they get back? So we're going to talk about a lot of mock trades a little bit later on. But I right now, I think it's 50-50 on Russ. I think that there's a lot of rumors out there, but there's been rumors surrounding Russ in a trade for basically since the moment they landed him. Just because people who actually knew basketball knew that wouldn't work. I tried telling everybody. I got told in the comments that I was an idiot. And then I ended up being right. And to be honest, I was a little bit higher on the Lakers than where they finished last year and where they've kind of been this year. But I did not like the whole fit of that, trio. But that's kind of my thought. Chronicle says, first time to be early. Glad to have you in here, Chronicle. Awesome having all your guys' support. And Casey Mack wants to know, do you think Durant will actually get moved? And this is one of the most important parts of this trade deadline. You guys got to hear me very clearly right now. Kevin Durant will not be traded this deadline. I see 0.0% chance that will happen. Stephen A. Smith talks to a mirror and then calls it a source. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He did that for ratings. Okay. Jaylen Brown's not going to get traded. Kevin Durant's not going to get traded this year. It's just there's way too many pieces that would have to go on, and the Brooklyn Nets have way too much leverage. He's on their team for another 4 years. They don't need to move him right now. David Crawford says, rumor has it that the Irving trade hasn't been finalized and the Nets are looking for a third team to get more capital. Thoughts? What third team do you see jumping in? So, David, that was true, but actually last night around 5 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, they actually finalized the deal in a trade call with the league. So the deal is actually done. So that's it's one thing to note. Nick says, sup bro, love your content. Also, what team do you think has the best front office? This is a great question, Nick. Thank you for your nice comments as well about the content on the channel. I hope you guys are all enjoying everything we do here at Utility Sports. But for the best front office, I really prefer the Clippers front office. Just because they seem like they're a group of people that know how to maneuver, add good players on cheap, inexpensive trades. I think back to the Norm Powell trade last year. Think about how good Norm Powell's been for them this season. They basically got him for a stick of butter and a bag of chips, right? Like, they've done a good job for sure. Matt David wants to know if I think Kareem gets passed by LeBron today. So the Lakers do play tonight against Oklahoma City. He's, I believe, 36 points away from passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It's going to be close. I saw the price of some of those tickets. hopefully for the people that bought him, LeBron passes Kareem. But if not, it'll be Thursday for sure. Jayla says, people are forgetting Kleba's coming back. He is switchable and can stretch the floor. Dallas can maneuver through the West. Good gamble. Yeah, I mean, if Kleba's healthy, then you're feeling at least a little bit better. But I still think the Mavs have a couple moves to make, which we'll talk about later on too. Mike Howard says, if a tanking team sells too much to improve their draft order, can the NBA block the trade? The NBA legally, yes, they can block a trade. They just don't do that. Of course, people are going to point to, oh, they blocked the Chris Paul to the Lakers trade. That's a completely different situation. David Stern at the time was actually the acting owner of the Hornets back when that move, the New Orleans Hornets, back when that move went down. And the reason for that is because they were in the middle of a sale. They were trying to sell the team. Nobody had bought the team yet. This was before the NBA was viewed as a, $3 billion teams all over the place, right? The Hornets were actually valued fairly cheap compared to today's market for a team. And because of that, Chris Paul being on the team was a huge part of his value. And it was a big drawing factor for any owner. So the Hornets had their trade blocked with the Lakers because David Stern wanted to keep Chris Paul until a sale of the organization was finalized. Banchito says, will the Heat finally get an actual power forward? We're going to talk about the Miami Heat a bit today. I don't have them necessarily getting a power forward in one of the trades, but I do think that they'll look around for some help for sure. Uli says, besides Woj and Shams, which reporters are reliable sources in your opinion? Chris B. Haynes for Bleacher Report's okay. I think that some of his information is not accurate, but some of it is. So I would say he's probably the third best in the game, but I wouldn't rely on him. I think Woj and Shams are just significantly better. Sporting Game says, bro, oh my gosh, Lakers going to trade Westbrook and 2 first-round picks for Conley, Gay, and Beasley. Who wins that trade? I really like it long-term for the Utah Jazz, if that were to happen. Thing says, I don't think Oklahoma City will be trading assets for win now trade. If the Oklahoma City Thunder do any trade, it would be to get more assets. Yeah, and even the other thing I could see is they just dump some money, maybe attach a second-round pick with Darius Bazley just to get off of it and get under the luxury tax. That's very important for them this season. Chronicle says also, what's up with Lonzo? Can the Bulls trade him or just put him to medical retirement to save cap? No, he's so they owe him the money. They can't obviously force him into retirement, but they could trade him, but I don't think any team will trade for him right now just with what's going on. Anthony said, absolutely not. Alex Caruso stays in Chicago. Nuggets cannot get him unless Bones is coming with the first-round pick. That's kind of how I feel, but the Nuggets don't have their first this year. They don't have their first in 2025 because of the Aaron Gordon trade. So it's actually kind of difficult for Denver to make win-now moves at the trade deadline. Jayla says, we offer this much leaks for real or market manipulation and politics? I think a lot of it's politics. Trying to, show what's available, what teams are offering. And sometimes when business doesn't go well, teams kind of light a fire under the other team. So it's very possible that the Nets weren't getting very good offers from the Clippers. And because of that, they said, oh, well, they offered us Terrence Mann and, XYZ, whatever. And if you look at the actual base work of that deal, the money didn't even work on it. So it's either bad reporting, it's bad leaking, or it's just not accurate at all. So it's kind of funny to look at some of that. Kirk says, hoping my Spurs can get a couple of lightly protected first for Jakob, Richardson, or McDermott, but wondering what their market is like. The Spurs cap space hopefully helps by taking on bad contracts. Kirk, you're going to really love the segment here. We're going to talk about a Mavericks Spurs trade that does make some sense for sure. Even Best says, good morning. Do you think Obi gets moved before the deadline? I would be surprised if Obi gets traded just because of, there's just not a lot of noise about him potentially getting traded. The Knicks are playing relatively well. You never rule out anything, right? But the way I think about it, the Knicks are probably going to save their assets like quickly, Obi Toppin and all the picks for a big trade, right? A trade for a star to put next to Randall and Brunson. Ryan Hillier says, like the stream, chat. Yes, please go hit the like button right now on the stream. Let's see how many likes we're at already. I would love to see that number get to 100 today. You guys absolutely killed it yesterday in terms of the likes on the live stream. And I'm refreshing it right now. So let's go ahead and check exactly how many likes we're at. But I would definitely love to see that go up. We're already at 21 likes. Yesterday we had 167 likes though. So we are slacking a little bit. Let's go ahead and get there. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you are new here, welcome to Utility Sports. I really do appreciate each and every one of you guys stopping in today for this NBA trade deadline live stream. I have a lot of fun streaming, and I'm very hyped to be in here. Sean, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here, Sean. I'll be back around here in just a little bit too, so you'll be seeing me around a little bit, Sean, probably. BLR Hoops says, who's getting OG Anunoby? And there's a lot of rumors right now about OG Anunoby. Some of the teams that I think are going to be very aggressive trying to get him include the New Orleans Pelicans, the Memphis Grizzlies, and the Indiana Pacers. Anthony says the Mavericks are in trouble defensively. I think that is a true statement. Roniel says, how about Eric Gordon and Terrence Ross? Do you think they'll get traded by the deadline? Do you think both of them can get you a first-round pick? I don't think either of them get you a first. I think they probably, at best, get you 1 or 2 second-round picks. Joseph says, what do you think about Furkan Korkmaz requesting a trade? It's kind of funny. Of course, people think about requesting a trade like as a thing for stars to do. Basically, he's just asking management, like, hey, you guys aren't really playing me anymore. Is there an opportunity for me somewhere else to maybe get some minutes and try to extend my career? That's really what he's looking to do. Sam says you probably spoke on this yesterday, but do you see my Spurs getting any first-round picks for Pirtle, Josh Richardson, and McDermott? Yes, I think that at least 1 first-round pick likely could come back to San Antonio in a deal like that. Potato Buff says, what are the possible trades for Dallas to improve their defense? Do you think they have a chance to land an OG Anunoby level player or Vanderbilt level, or look for a big man that can defend and rebound? And I think the answer to those questions are yes. I do think that there's some options. We're going to come back to that, and we'll talk about some potential trades that the Mavericks could do for sure with regard to, trades that they could make. We're going to definitely come back to that for sure. Jason says, can Clippers get Van Vliet or D'Lo? Who do you think they trade for? I don't think the Timberwolves are going to trade D'Lo. I think he's played well enough to extend his career there. I think Van Vliet's the guy that lands ultimately in LA. Toku says, would a Terry Rozier trade for the Nets move the needle? He'd help. I don't know if he really moves the needle that much, though, in the postseason. I think that they're looking for a big upgrade, not just a small one. Secret Soul says, how about Siakam and Anunoby to the Nets for Simmons, Harris, Cam Thomas, 4 firsts to the Raptors? Well, the Nets don't have 4 firsts to trade to the Raptors, and Siakam and Anunoby will not be included in the same deal. Jay Anderson says, I forgot it was trade deadline, to be honest. Yes, so trade deadline is in 2 days. Sean, thank you for all your comments as well. Anthony says the Mavericks can get OG if they trade Hardy and Green along with some picks that they don't have. Yeah. Sean's telling me to rip a little Espanol. So for those of you who do not know, I do speak Spanish, but I probably will not be using any Espanol on the stream. I also speak Portuguese. Ryan says, I think you talked a bit about this 2 days ago, but who do you think plays in the finals? As of right now, a lot can change, right? But I would prefer out of the East probably Boston again. And out of the West, I don't know. I know this is going to come off a little controversial, but I still prefer Golden State. I think once you get to the postseason, as long as they make it there, which I guess is a big if right now with the Curry injury, but as long as they get there, I trust their experience. I trust that, when the game slows down, they're the team that can go out and get baskets. They run a very proficient offense with a ton of really good action. I love their post-split set. They've got a whole bunch of different actions outside of that. And they just have so much shooting that they're a threat pretty much anytime they step on the court. So I still like Golden State, but we'll see. R4B says, cheers from the Italian Alps. And as always, give this man a like. Well, I appreciate that. Glad to have you watching the stream today. Crazy that somebody's watching from Italy. That's absolutely nuts. Secret Soul says, how about Siakam and Anunoby? We talked about that already. Jayla says, could you explain how Shams and Woj get so much information at the volume and with some credibility if it's not too complicated? And how do they tweet almost synchronously? Okay, so this is how these things work. All Woj and Shams' jobs is to build good relationships with people who have jobs in the NBA. That's really it. So, for example, Woj probably is good friends with maybe an assistant GM for the Phoenix Suns, or maybe an assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks, or potentially a staffer for the Boston Celtics, or he has relationships with people. He could have a relationship with the actual GMs, which is very likely for the level that he does his reporting at. It's very possible. So So what happens is when these two teams are making trades, they report to Woj because they want to have a good relationship with him, and they want to, help him in his job while he, gives them benefits during his reporting. He'll, think about it. Woj usually never reports anything negatively. He never says, "Oh, this is a bad trade for this team." He doesn't do what I do, right? I analyze stuff. He just drops information. He just releases information. He's not an analyst at all. He just shares what he's hearing and what he knows is going on because people who are making the decisions are telling him what's going on, which is why he gets that information. And similarly, Shams has similar relationships, right? So that's why they both get the information at similar times. Potato Buff says, what are your thoughts on Christian Wood? Do I pal in a second for Batum and Zubats? Do the Clippers agree? Or would THJ for Kennard and Batum? I don't think that the Clippers are going to trade Nicholas Batum. So I wouldn't think about that too much. Don't know. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here again today. It says possibility of the Magic chasing for Hartenstein like they did before prior to Hartenstein going to New York. I think they would love to have him, right? But I don't think the Knicks are going to be willing to give him up this year unless the Magic were to blow them away with an offer, which I just don't think will happen. Anthony says, do you think the Spurs are asking too much for Jakob? I would say no. I would just be patient with it. Deals are going to happen. Deshaun says, got to bounce back to work. Hope you run the stream back later for others who can't watch the whole thing. Yeah, it should stay up on the channel. So if you want to watch it back tonight, definitely go ahead. It should stay there. Sean wants to know, will John Collins ever get moved? And that's I almost included him on the thumbnail today. John Collins has been perpetually on the trade block for what feels like 3 years now, honestly. Maybe a little bit less time than that, but he always has been on the trade block. Of course, it's important to note that there has been management change in Atlanta. Travis Schlenk literally resigned this season. That's a way you could put it. Maybe there was some internal pressure as well from ownership for that change. Then Landry Fields became the new GM. Kyle Korver became an assistant GM there. So you have former players now driving the bus for Atlanta. So we'll see what happens. Rudy says, Pacers trade for OG Anunoby. The answer to that, in my opinion, is yes. I think that the Pacers are going to be the team that ends up with OG Anunoby, but we'll see. A lot can happen. Joe Curry says, do you think Cam Reddish and Evan Fournier or Isaiah Hartenstein will be traded? If so, for whom? Jay Crowder, Dario Saric, Jordan Clarkson, Jakob Poeltl, Doug McDermott, Richardson, Jared Vanderbilt are some of the guys that clearly Knicks fans are interested in. I think Cam Reddish gets traded. I'm not certain on Evan Fournier if teams are willing to take him in yet at this point. It's been kind of quiet on him, but I could see it. Anthony says, I could see Furkan Korkmaz going to Chicago. Maybe, I guess. If you're looking at like a Furkan Korkmaz for Andre Drummond swap, that is kind of something that makes a little bit of sense, I think. If the Bulls get maybe a second-round pick or something. A11 Gravy. He says, if a Westbrook trade happens and they receive a buyout, what teams do you think Westbrook would fit with? Funny enough, the Dallas Mavericks. Him, Kyrie Irving, and Luka. I think that would be a fit. Mavs need another ball handler. I think, if you look at the NBA standings, some of the teams that would probably have some interest, I think Miami, to be honest, would be interested. I know people are going to say, well, what? Russ is way better than Kyle Lowry at this point. There's no question about that. Maybe the Knicks as a backup point guard option. That would be something I wouldn't rule out. I just don't see the Celtics or Bucks getting involved. I don't see the Sixers getting involved, just given Daryl Morey's history with Russ. You look at Phoenix, possibly could be a team. The Clippers, I think, would be a team interested. If they don't get a point guard in the trade market, the Kings, I think, could actually be interested as well. They reached 30 wins, which is the total that they had all of last season. They already have it before the All-Star game this year. So a lot of credit to them. So I think that, that's a realistic landing spot as well, just with how they've played this year. But people are saying, if he gets traded to Utah, that they'll just buy him out. Maybe. I wouldn't be completely shocked if Utah said, hey, look, Russ might be an upgrade for us. Let's let him play. Even Best says, I like Luka's game and I know he needs help, but do Mavericks fans foresee the meltdown that's going to happen that will cause Luka to leave because of Kyrie? No, they don't. They don't see that. I saw it. I know what's going to happen with that, but they don't quite understand. Devontae, thanks for the $2. He says, do you see the Pistons making a trade? The Pistons are a team we are going to talk about quite a bit today as well. Specifically, Saddiq Bey had a pretty nice game yesterday. Although they did lose, it looks like they are showcasing him a little bit. He was one of, I believe, 3 players to play 30-plus minutes last night. So I think that Saddiq Bey and Nerlens Noel are likely the 2 players that they'll look to make a trade of. AI Max says, is Van Vliet totally overrated? He wants $30 million a season. I don't think he's overrated, but I think if he gets $30 million, he's overpaid. I think there's a difference between those two things. Overrated, the way I look at that, is how like fans and people around the league view him. Overpaid is, usually a team has to pay a guy to get him to go there. So if Orlando theoretically were to give him $30 million, I think it's an overpay, but at the same time, he's a good player. I don't think it changes how good of a player he is. It doesn't change my perception of him, but it makes the contract not good. So I think overpaid and overrated are 2 different things. New Yorker wants to know, does Fournier and Cam get moved? I think Cam does for sure. I would be pretty shocked if Cam Reddish does not get traded. As for Evan Fournier, I'm not completely certain at this point whether he does or does not get traded. Thuney says, the Knicks have the Mavs pick this year. Yes, they do. In 2023, they do have that pick. Gold Eagle 99 says, Utility Sports, what's up? Glad to have you in here. Again, Gold Eagle, you've watched, it seems like all of the streams in the last year. So awesome to have you in here. Troy Dilwer says, hit that like button and give a sub to this, man. That would be awesome, guys. I just want to stress, too, we hit 16,000 subs on Sunday when I was reacting to Kyrie Irving being traded. It's absolutely awesome for that. Ryan Hillier says, legend. Well, thank you, Ryan. You're a legend. Ryan, you've donated so many times, and you always make the stream a very fun, enjoyable place, not only for me, but for all the other viewers as well. You're always, commenting to other people, and it makes the stream really fun, I think, for everybody involved. Sean says, any tips for me? I got a championship basketball game next Monday. So I would say just make sure you catch square to the hoop every time. Play off of 2 feet, be strong with the basketball, and get to the rim. That's kind of the best ways to go win. As long as you're playing with the jump stop, you're going to be good, especially at the high school-ish level. Anthony Williams says, do you think the Cavs trade Kevin Love? I think so. That's a great question. Let's look at Kevin Love's last 5 games for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Actually, let's look at his last maybe 7-8 games. Since January 26, here's his minutes played. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. On the season, he's been averaging 20 minutes per game. January 24th, though, he had only played 12 minutes. He took 1 shot. They have just not been playing him. This season, he's shooting 38.9% from the field. Now, he is shooting 35% from 3. I do think he could help a team, but he's got a very big salary number, which could help Cleveland maybe make what I think they should do is trade him for 2 players. And I think Portland is a potential landing spot that makes some sense. If you can attach some stuff, try and get Josh Hart. I think the Blazers could look at Kevin Love as a pretty nice upgrade into their front court as well. Jared says, sup, welcome to the stream again today, Jared. Jonah Ramirez says, top 5 players in 5 years. Luka, Tatum, Giannis, Jokic, Ant. He wants to know if Ant takes that jump into being a top 5 player. I would just say Morant. I think Ja's better than Anthony Edwards. But I don't have an issue with, you including Ant in there. I just think Ja's going to be just a slightly better player. So he already is way better, right? But Ant's definitely improving. So I'm not ruling out Ant completely or anything like that. But I think that there's a little bit of a gap between those 2 guys. DM says, with the Magic only 2.5 games out of the last play-in spot, should they be buyers or should they try to stay around 5th worst record to maximize lottery odds? Yeah, I don't think that buying is sensible. You think about the reason why this team entered a rebuild. They were sick and tired of being the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. With the play-in, do you really want to target yourself to be a 10 seed and limit your future? With Paulo, with Franz, yes, you already have a good infrastructure, but think about what 1 or 2 more good draft picks could do for you. It could turn you into a team that's very, very, very dangerous. Burke says, after a year, I'm here again to watch Best Stream for trade deadline. Well, thank you, Burke. Glad to have you in here again. Last year was so memorable for the trade deadline. It was a crazy, crazy deadline. Porzingis gets traded. James Harden gets traded. Ben Simmons is on the move. Last year was insane. We've already had some good movement this year with a Rui Hachimura and Kyrie Irving trade. Rui Hachimura, former lottery pick, and then Kyrie Irving, former All-NBA guard. So crazy to have players at those, levels get traded, especially multiple days. And for Rui's case, over 2 weeks ahead of the trade deadline. It's kind of crazy. Usually that does not happen. Gold Eagle 99 says the Cavs could use Buddy Hield. What do you think? It would be a fit, but I don't know if the Pacers are willing to give up Buddy Hield, and the Cavs do not have a tradable first-round pick. So they're going to be more focused on making some smaller moves, using Kevin Love to match some money and then attaching second-round picks in the deal to try and get a deal done. Anthony Williams says, and do you think the Cavs trade LeVert? I think the Cavs are primed for a move, even Okoro or Osman. Yeah, I think those are the 4 players the Cavaliers are willing to move off of. Love, LeVert, Okoro, Cedi Osman, and I think that they're looking for players who are going to fit better in the postseason. Anthony says, Woj and Shams get teams in trouble for tampering unless it's the Lakers. Absolutely ridiculous. Well, the Lakers, the reason that they don't get in trouble for tampering is because they haven't been able to sign a star like they always want to. So that's why tampering has not been an issue for them. Timothy wants to know, what do I think about the Timberwolves without Cat? So I know this team very well. I know the Timberwolves very, very well. One thing I'm going to say about them is they might be better without Karl Anthony Towns. I don't want to say that too loud, but Kyle Anderson's been really good in the power forward spot, and they can actually play defense. So, that's what I think there. Gold Eagle says, I know this won't happen, but I'd love to see Jeremy Grant, Josh Hart, Shaedon Sharpe for Kevin Durant. I just think the Nets easily say no to that. They would need way more. AI Max says, I hate Fred VanVleet. Any chance he stays in Toronto? Probably not going to happen. Now, I'm not going to say 0% chance, but I would say probably less than a 20% chance that he stays. Jet says, who do you think the 76ers can trade for? So the 76ers, I think they're going to target big men. I think Nerlens Noel could be an option. I think that another option for them is Andre Drummond. A reunion back in Philly would be what I would guess. Anthony Williams says, Kevin Love, Ricky Rubio to the Lakers for Russ and 2 unprotected firsts. Who says no? I think that the Lakers are not giving up 2 unprotected firsts for Love and Ricky. I think they're looking for something bigger if they make a move. In fact, I think they get worse in that trade. Ron Baker says no one wants Russ and those 2 picks. I want Russ and those 2 picks. Russ is still a good point guard in the NBA, and if you can get 2 first-round picks to take him on an expiring contract, that's good. That's good. People are really undervaluing Russ, especially if you're a bad team looking to get better. Russ would make you a lot better. Cohen says, any Suns deals? Does Crowder get moved? Crowder will get moved for sure, probably to Milwaukee. And I think Phoenix has to make some decisions here on what's going on with Chris Paul. We'll see what's going to happen, and we'll continue to consider that. Mark Fernandez says he wants to know if there's any Lakers updates. So the Lakers right now, again, just like we were just talking about, Russ 2 firsts. That's going to be kind of the package that they have to offer. So we'll see exactly what is going to go on. Alex says, congrats on 16K. I appreciate that, Alex. Glad to have you in here. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. 240 of you awesome people watching. Make sure to hit the like button on the stream right now if you're enjoying this. And don't forget to leave comments. As you can tell, I'm responding to a lot of these, giving my honest thoughts on what's going to happen this trade deadline. A lot of work goes in. And I've got a really exciting announcement for something we're going to do in this actual live stream. I'm going to be presenting a ton of different mock trades as well as making some live with you guys on the channel. So I'm very excited for that. Van Strife here says, someone going to get Buddy, in my opinion. Interesting. I'd be interested to hear exactly what that looks like for you, which is a reminder here as well. As you can see on the ticker at the bottom, send me your mock trades on Twitter at Utility Sports. Please go send me, mention me on there, and I will show that live on the stream. I'll show your tweet at me so everyone can see exactly what's going on. I know Angelo says, you look like Justin Herbert. All respect, bro. Okay. Well, thank you. It's probably the hair, I'm guessing, that is making you say that. Last trade deadline, I did not have hair this long. Since then, I've gone a little hippie and I'm growing it out. So Jayla says, is Is it that Lillard is really loyal, or the wrong teams with the wrong offer have approached Portland? Lillard's loyal. No team's going to trade him away. The Blazers are not going to trade him. Don't know says 30 mil is too much for VanVleet, and if Orlando will get him with that pay, it'll affect their payroll by the time Franz and Paolo will renew their contract. So actually, that's not true. With the way Paolo's rookie contract works, again, it's a 5-year deal. In that third or fourth offseason, he can extend. So theoretically, this offseason, if Orlando were to sign Fred VanVleet for $30 million for 4 years, so basically, 4-year, 120, 134, whatever million dollars that ends up being. The situation with that is by the time that VanVleet's contract expires is the next year is the year that Paolo's Supermax would hit in, or his, rookie max extension would hit in. So it actually does not affect Banchero at all. Now it does overlap by 1 year with Franz, but again, you have bird rights on Franz. So it really doesn't hurt ownership at all. It doesn't hurt fans at all. It doesn't hurt team building at all. It just hurts ownership if they're not willing to pay, which, I mean, they should be. I know it's Orlando and they haven't been, but if you want to be good, you have to pay guys. That's just kind of the way that it is. Jayla wants to know, are you an offensive coach, defensive coach, lean on your star players, or you use a system? So it depends on the year, especially when I'm coaching. Like last year, my team was very different than the team I have this year. And that's kind of the one thing you run into coaching at the high school level. I prefer to have a lot of perimeter style players who can shoot and space the floor and catch and drive. Kind of what Oklahoma City's doing a little bit right now with the be able to catch, and then you're able to dribble, pass, shoot. Those are the three main tenets of good offensive basketball. I lean into that, but I look at defense as a team thing. You need to be able to get down in a stance, and you need to be able to keep guys in front of you. And I'm big on help defense. Help defense is essential. The way that Phoenix does stuff, the way that Monty Williams coaches, I couldn't do that. I don't think the same way as Monty Williams in terms of the defensive style he plays. And it's funny because people on Twitter kind of flame some of the help defense that we've seen from Ayton. And I'm like, guys, that's literally what Monty Williams is coaching him to do. So Ayton will literally be executing the game plan, and people get mad at Ayton. And I'm like, that's a Monty Williams issue, not a DeAndre Ayton issue, which is funny. Brady Thompson says, we all know that Ant will be the best player in 5 years. Brady, I expect nothing less from you. Brady's a good friend of mine, for anyone who's wondering. So he's a big-time Anthony Edwards fan, so it's funny to see that comment. Brian says, I hope you're very wrong on your Kyrie take. Anyways, great work is always, even when I disagree with your takes. Yeah, Brian, I love hearing your thoughts as well. And that's the one thing, too, that I really enjoy is, we can disagree, have different opinions on things. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm right. I've been wrong before, and as a Mavs fan, I hope I'm wrong on Kyrie, right? But, if he leaves in free agency, it's a disaster. So we'll see what happens with Kyrie Irving. But, if they're good enough to maybe make a push to the finals this year, then it's worth it. So there's things that can happen that make me wrong, and I'm hoping to see that. Anthony Williams says Grant and Hart to Cavs, Love and Osman to Portland. Who says no? Probably the Blazers. I don't think that deal would go down. Ryan says, yeah, last year's trade deadline was so funny. Remember the Knicks fan? Yeah, that guy, I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but that guy was hilarious. We had a lot of hype in the chat about that dude. Neil says 2 days in a row, you're spoiling us. This is actually my third straight day. I streamed on Sunday as well for the Kyrie Irving trade, and I'll be live tomorrow, and I'll be live Thursday. So it'll end up being 5 straight days of streaming, probably totaling close to 35, 40 hours of streaming this week. So, I am spoiling you guys a little bit. My voice at the end of the week is going to be shot, but I hope you guys enjoy. Gold Eagle 99 says I would rather trade Kevin Love for an expiring contract. I understand that, but there's elements to the team building that they might want to get a guy into the room that could stick as the starting small forward long term. So we'll see what happens. Kevin Love to Phoenix is not something that's completely out of the realm of possibility either. Brian K says Bulls are now 2.5 games back of 6th seed. Do you think that they make any moves? I don't know. The Chicago's like one of those hard teams to pinpoint because, to be honest, for most of the year, I've kind of preferred them to be sellers, but they haven't like completely bottomed out in a way that they should sell. So it's like, I don't know. They're just kind of in a weird spot right now. So I could see them buying. I could still see them making some small sell moves, like Andre Drummond going out the door. Not that that's like life-changing. It really isn't, obviously, but You can make some moves and either take a step back or take a step forward. Eric, who's a big-time Spurs fan, he says, I don't see Spurs making a move. Talk me down. So for San Antonio, historically, they don't, for the most part. Now, last year was completely different. They made the Derek White trade to Boston. I think they got pretty good value on that. And then this offseason, they traded DeJounte Murray. So they've been operating a little bit differently as of late. But, I think realistically, Spurs do make a move, whether it's a small one just with McDermott or Richardson, or a bigger one with Jakob Poeltl involved. I think at some point they do make some move, though, but it doesn't necessarily have to include Jakob. Even Beth says, am I the only one who thinks Bull's value shot a little higher this season because of his freakishly good play on the court? No, his value's definitely up. It's not as up as a lot of other people seem to think. Oh, and we do have a trade, actually, for the San Antonio Spurs. Wow, okay, so that changes one of my mock trades. So I'm going to have to make some adjustments on that. But let's actually get back to this comment, and let's go over to Twitter right now. Shams Charania reporting a trade that just went down, which is very interesting and not something I was ready for. But we have our first trade today, which I'm very excited about. So let's go ahead and get that on the screen right now for you guys. Shams Charania is reporting a trade between the Miami Heat and the San Antonio Spurs. We will take a look at that trade here, Uli, that you sent in just a minute. Let's go ahead over here to Shams. And as Fitness Freak just followed us, go ahead, go give us a follow on Twitter. Link is in the description for that. Remember, we are on Twitter @_utility sports. But according to Shams Charania here, Miami Heat are trading center Dwayne Dedmon and a second-round pick to the San Antonio Spurs. Not exactly certain on what the compensation is back. Going to Miami, it really could just be cash. That is a possibility. But we do have our first trade of the day. The Miami Heat are trading center Dwayne Dedmon and a second-round pick to the San Antonio Spurs. So I'm very, very excited about that. Definitely something that I did not see coming. I did not see the Spurs being the landing spot for Dwayne Dedmon, but it does make sense just given his the money that he was owed. He was owed $4.7 million each year over the next 2 years. So I had him involved in a different trade. We're going to have to change a mock trade up a little bit, but I think that's still a pretty solid option. So Spurs do make a move here, Eric. Now, it's, again, not a big one like I just referenced, but we do see one. Van Stripe says, trade Karl Anthony Towns and build around Ant. As of right now, they actually cannot trade Cat just because he had just signed his Supermax extension this past offseason, so he's untradeable this season. But once we get into the summer, he is trade eligible. Lonnie Hooper says, Kevin Love trade with Westbrook if salaries match, win-win for both. I'm not sure if that's a big win for Cleveland, to be honest. Don't know says, correct me if I'm wrong, if the draft starts today, Magic will get 2 top 10 picks. One is from Chicago, top 4 protected. Yeah, they would, which is why I think that, buying for the deadline doesn't make sense. I think that they should just, stand pat and say, hey, look, we're probably going to have a pretty decent shot here at 2 top 10 picks. So let's just stay here, build around our young core, and continue to improve. Ryan says, Bull is really not that good. If you ask me, he had a great start to the season, obviously, but he's got several flaws. He's definitely interesting to watch. So I think he's like I don't think he's a good starter. I think he's a good rotation player, though, just because he offers you a lot of length, size. If you look at his shot blocking chart this year, he leads the league in 3-pointers blocked. He's going to be the most consistent shot blocker out on the perimeter other than Victor Wembanyama when he gets to the league. So there's definitely some value on that. Sparky Shine wants to know if there's any news on the Mavericks. As of right now, no, but we will be talking about some mock trades. Sport Court 3, thank you for hitting the follow as well on Twitter. Again, go hit us up with a follow on Twitter. Would really appreciate that. Brian says, just for fun, how many NBA arenas have you watched a game in? Do you plan on watching a game in every arena? As of right now, I've only been to 3 arenas, which I know seems underwhelming. For the most part, when I do my traveling, I travel with my girlfriend, and she already has to deal with so much basketball that I try not to completely bore her. But I do plan on trying to get to a game in a lot of different spots as well. Darshan says, what do you think is the trade value for OG Anunoby? Probably 2 or 3 first-round picks, plus a good young player. Cappers Anon, thank you for following us on Twitter, appreciate you for that. Neil says lots of rumbling about Masai still wanting Ben Simmons. Raps Reddit is melting down, but I don't hate it. Yeah, I think Ben Simmons is not as bad as everyone else says. Now I get it. He's played terribly this season, but he's also freshly removed off of back surgery this past offseason. Give him a little bit of time. Hopefully he'll recover, and we'll see exactly what happens. John wants to know about the Clippers landing Van Vliet. Definitely a real possibility. Crazy, we have 375 people in here. Go ahead, hit the like button, and subscribe to the channel for more content like this. I really appreciate each and every one of you being in here. Alexandru wants to know, is there a possibility that the Mavs get Miles Turner? That would mean championship. I do not think the Pacers are going to trade Miles Turner this year. I agree that it would be a great addition for the Dallas Mavericks, but Miles Turner will ultimately stay in Indy this season. Chronicle says if Russ gets traded and more likely bought out, what team would even sign him? I think there's a variety of teams. Teams looking for one more ball handler, a bench piece. With the way that Russ has played off the bench this year, there's a definitive fit around the league for him. He's going to get signed. Juan 1 says ESPN just posted a message that the Bulls are not trading their core. That's what I would say as well if I had to guess. The thumbnail, it has DeRozan on there. I would say just don't worry too much. It's a thumbnail. It doesn't mean that a guy's get traded for sure. John Suarez signed a 2-year extension. It was not an extension technically. It's a renegotiated contract, but yes, the technicality on that does matter. If it was an extension, he wouldn't be trade eligible. It was a renegotiation, so he is. But yeah, Iverson says, what trade do you see Suns making before Thursday? For the Suns, I think they'll trade Jay Crowder for sure. And I think they'll look around John Collins. That's the other player I think could potentially land there. Jonah wants to know, anyway, can the Mavs get Wendell Carter? I would guess no. Brendan says, I'm up, I'm awake. Welcome to the stream, Brendan. Yesterday was so awesome. You had some awesome trades that you sent, some awesome videos on Twitter, which is a reminder here. If you're following us on Twitter, you can go ahead, like the bottom line saying, and send me your mock trades on Twitter. I will respond to them at some point here. But remember, we do have a trade that just happened. According to Shams Charania, the Miami Heat are trading center Dwayne Dedmon and a second-round pick to the San Antonio Spurs. Again, we do not have the actual confirmation on what is going back to Miami at this point, but we will see. Coach Dreadhead says, what do you think of love to the Lakers for Westbrook in a three-team trade? I think the Lakers wouldn't mind that. I don't know if the Cavs... It's just kind of complicated. You maybe have to get some other stuff going back to Cleveland, but then if you're the Lakers, why would you even want to include Cleveland? I'd rather get like a bevy of decent players than Kevin Love at this point. So Anthony says that's the whole point. Arguing sports is to agree to disagree, no hard feelings. With the little sticker there. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel too. People sometimes get too caught up in, like get to a point where you're butting heads. It's fun to disagree because I feel like that's when you really learn. Because you think about, oh, well, this is why they think this, and this is why that's going to happen. So that's kind of the thought. Inferno says, any trades happened after Kyrie? Yes, the one on the screen right now, the Miami Heat trade. As Iverson says, Miami just traded Dwayne Dedmon to the Spurs. Michael says, I made a 3-team with Toronto, Portland, and Cleveland. Portland gets Gary Trent back. That's not going to happen. I hate to burst your bubble, but Portland already traded Gary Trent Jr. away. So I just don't see this happening. Toronto would get LeVert, Winslow, Keon Johnson. Cleveland would get Hart, Porter Jr., and Eubanks. I just don't think that happens. I think Portland likes Eubanks. I think Portland, after already having traded away Gary Trent, is not going to get him. Anthony wants to know about Michael Porter Jr. I actually got to watch him in person the other day. He's not going anywhere. He is staying with the Denver Nuggets. James says, which Raptor or Raptors will not be a Raptor by the end of the week? My two answers that I feel very confident about, Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr. My third one that I would have to guess would be OG Anunoby. Now, it is important to note Gary Trent Jr. doesn't necessarily have to be traded, but I think he will. Troy Dilworth, thanks for the breaking news. I'm trying to keep up with the comment section. As you guys can tell, I'm a few minutes behind, but we're trying to get through it. Sonny, this is a funny comment. Says, blockbuster trade, talking about Dwayne Dedmon. He's probably going to flip the bird at somebody this year in San Antonio. And Chronicle says, well, Spurs just made a move. And Sonny here says Heat freeing up space for Russ. No, actually, this is something I was going to talk about, which is now I'm guessing changed. Read the bottom line there. teams over the tax. The Miami Heat were, I believe, just about $2 million over the tax. So as long as they did not take back more than $2 million in this deal, they are out of the tax. My guess is if I had to guess, I would guess that they are actually out of the tax now. So I'm going to remove them from that list because I do not think that they'll be in the tax anymore. Just based on that move, if I had to guess, I actually think San Antonio probably got some cash for taking in Dwayne Dedmon. Levi says, thank God Dedmon's gone. Eric Espinosa says Pirtle's finna get traded. It feels possibly could. Derek says, do you think the Rockets will finally trade Eric Gordon? The poor man is suffering. Yeah, he's been kind of stuck there. I hope so. Ryan, I think that the return is probably just going to be cash. Actually, not even cash. I think that maybe cash, or it's going to be draft rights to a player that's not coming over, if I had to guess, because I just think here for Miami, all they're trying to do is get out of the luxury tax. It's not Pirtle. It's not Pirtle. Don't worry about that. It's definitely not Jakob Pirtle. Rudy the Boxer says, which Pacers center will get traded by the deadline? Goga Batadze should get traded. I'm not sure if they're going to trade Isaiah Jackson yet. I don't think that they should trade Isaiah Jackson. I like him quite a bit. Michael says that sounds like a cap move for a bigger deal for Miami. I've been thinking Buddy Hield and Aaron Nesmith for Oladipo, Duncan, and a pick. It's possible. I think the Heat, there's one, with how close they are to the luxury tax threshold, they want to stay under the tax, not above the tax, which is part of the reason for that deal. Hidden Complexity says, made it seem like it was a crazy trade. I know, yeah, it's I'm trying to bring a little bit of hype here. You know, I'm going to be streaming today for 4 hours, and it would be really, really not fun if I just sat here and acted super bored anytime something happens. So I'm going to bring a little bit of excitement and energy, even for a deal like that, because there's things that I enjoy about this, like the fact that the Miami Heat just made a trade to save a little bit of money is kind of fun to me, like the way that the CBA is written, which, by the way, that's a really important discussion that we should have after the trade deadline, because that's what the NBA seems to think is a good idea. It's not. They should have had this done by now, but that's a different discussion. 313 says there needs to be some Raptors trades. I think there will be at some point. Carl says, I agree the Raptors have to make a trade, but it will never be for Ben Simmons. We'll see. I'm not going to rule it out completely. Sport and Game says, if you're the Mavs front office, will you shop Tim Hardaway Jr. and Wood or trade them separately? I think I would try to trade them separately. And 313 Lock says the Mavs should go after OG Anunoby. Yeah, I think that's a potential option for sure. Michael Bruin says, just hit you with a follow from my gambling Twitter. Appreciate that, Michael. Thanks for the follow on Twitter. Tim Skaggs says, Dedmon is a cap space trade. Dedmon is former Spurs and has badmouthed Spurs. They already have Collins and Charles Bassey have looked really good as an end of the bench depth piece. Yeah, exactly. This is just money purposes for Miami, like I've said. Kevonte Jennings says, who should the Grizzlies trade? I think the Grizzlies, I don't think that there's a guy they should trade. I think that there's, guys that would have to get traded in a move for potentially OG Anunoby. So I think that, should trade's a little bit of a different way of saying things. Michael wants to know, do I think Van Vliet gets moved? Yes, possibly. Nick says, road to 1,000 viewers. Yeah, it was crazy. On Sunday, we had about 3,000 people in here live, which was just absolutely insane. The comment section was flowing. But even this year, today, it's been crazy. 440-something people in here right now. You guys have been absolutely awesome with some of these questions. I hope you're enjoying the show as well. Hopefully, we get some more hype trades in here, right? Dwayne Dedmon in a second-round pick is not the most exciting thing in the world, but it's still something, right? Anthony says, I could still see Miles Turner getting traded for DeAndre Ayton. Remember, the Pacers wanted to sign him. Yeah, I wouldn't completely rule that out, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Michael says, Jay Carter to the Bucks. That's what I would guess as well. Anthony says, the Bulls not trading Levine, which likely lead to LeBron reaching out to Bradley Beal about requesting a trade. The Wizards will not trade Bradley Beal this season. It's just not going to happen. Lonnie Hooper says, Victor Wembanyama to the Spurs bucket. The league is so very easy to read. Great job again on day 3, sir. Just remember, I told it in here first. My Pistons won't get him. To be honest, I kind of have that same feeling. I think the draft runs through Texas this year, but that's my thought. Inferno Monferno says, what do you speculate is going to Miami? I just think it's probably draft rights to a player that will never come overseas, or cash, something little like that. Because the Heat technically have to receive something. I think the minimum is $12,000 cash, and I think that you have to attach at least draft rights to somebody or something like that. So that's kind of the thought I have there. Jalen wants to know, do I consider Chet Holmgren's Oklahoma City's de facto Wembanyama for next season? Yeah, but Wemby's way better than Chet. And if you don't believe me, go back to the FIBA U19 game between USA and France, and Chet Holmgren got his lunch money taken by Victor Wembanyama. And I'm a big Chet fan. I love Chet. But, man, Victor Wembanyama is different. Don't know says Orlando will not let go of Wendell. He's doing well at a budget price. Completely agree. Like I said, I just would be surprised if something ever came about there. Eric says, do you think the Mavs will trade Wood to the Clippers to receive Zubats? No. I don't think the Mavericks are interested in Zubats. 313 Lock says Victor is going to the Pistons with Cade, Ivy, and Duran. We'll see. It'd be fun. Brian Singleton says, Holiday Bros, Justin and Aaron for DeLon Wright. Wizards get out of Wright's deal. Hawks get a backup point guard. Not the worst thing in the world, but I don't love it either. When we look at some of those teams in the attacks as well, you look at Eastern Conference teams. That's like a big part of these trades is you want to make sure a team doesn't get into the cap, which is or into the tax, which is very, very important. Nick says some of y'all's takes are so bad. I'm not sure if he's talking about the comment section or me. Hopefully he's not talking about me, but we'll see. Nola versus the World says, who should the Pelicans trade for? OG Anunoby is the guy at the top of their list. If they don't get him, I don't really know if they're going to be super active, to be honest. Jen says, do you think the Suns should trade for Kevin Durant? Yeah, I think they should. It's a little bit harder to do that than to say it, though. So I ultimately don't think anything happened. Coach Shredhead says, do you think Blazers will make a splash before Thursday? What do you think about Nasir Little and Josh Hart to Wolves for McDaniels' second-round pick? McDaniels is way better than both of those players. If anything, if the Wolves were getting rid of Jaden McDaniels to the Blazers would have to give up at least one, maybe two first-round picks. Jaden McDaniels should be an all-defensive team member this season with the way he's played. Big Bep wants to know about the Sacramento Kings. They've been really good this season. I think the lead candidate for them is probably Matisse Thybulle. Harrison says, are the Mavs going for another move, and who? I think that they are going for another move. I had some potential trades that I wanted to share. Let's go ahead and look at some of the trades you guys have sent in, though, here now. Instead, we'll go to those first. Thank you, Fitness Freak and Sport Court and Real Sheesh as well for the follows. And here, let's get into some of these deals that you guys have sent. Here's one between the Miami Heat, Utah Jazz, and it looks like Dallas Mavericks are involved in this. A 3-team deal. Of course, Dwayne Dedmon's already been dealt now, but with the way that the money works in this, they can probably get away with still making this deal. Mavericks would receive Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt, Duncan Robinson. The Jazz would get Davis Bertans, Frank Ntilikina, a 2027 first from the Heat, and a 2025 second from Dallas. And the Heat get JaVale McGee, Tim Hardaway Jr. The one thing about this deal, Uli, is I think this is too much value for Dallas. I just don't think the Mavericks are giving up enough. I agree that these players would help them, and I understand the idea about Duncan Robinson's contract, but if the Jazz are giving up Beasley and Vanderbilt, they need to get some better value than just one first-round pick. I think they'd have to get quite a bit more in there yet as well. But I think it's a decent framework, right? I don't think it's completely far off. I just think that they have to get a little bit more. Now looking at this breaking trade between the Kings and the Mavs, Sacramento Kings, are they getting utility sports? Are you trying to get me on the Kings bandwagon here for KZ Okpala? Whoa. That's actually quite hilarious. It looks like I've been traded, boys. I'm packing my bags. I'm heading to Sacramento. That's pretty funny. I'm going to retweet that. I'm going to undo my retweet. I'm going to quote tweet that. That's pretty funny. Looks like I've been traded. Better pack my bags. That's pretty funny. I got dealt from Dallas to Sacramento, so now I guess I'm a de facto Kings fan, which is pretty funny. Brendan, thank you for that. I hope you guys enjoy some of the jokes about that on the Twitter. But in all reality here, like I've been saying, please go on Twitter and send me some of your mock trades at _utility sports. I'd love to see what you guys are all thinking. Zach wants to know what the Spurs are giving the Heat. My guess is cash. That's what I would have to guess is going out in that deal. Nothing's been reported yet. but that's what I think could be a potential option. Cooper here says Beal ain't going anywhere. That's what I think as well. Spaz wants to know what Miami receives. I believe it's going to be cash or maybe draft rights to a prospect that's never coming back over. And we've been live for 1 hour on the channel. We have almost 500 people in here watching now, and we're not even a day away from the trade deadline yet, which is absolutely crazy. Just a reminder, we're going to be live all week long here at Utility Sports. I'm very excited to spend my week with you guys here on the channel. So please, please, please consider subscribing. It's completely free to you. It costs literally $0, 0 cents. Just hit the subscribe button. It really helps me out here. Love seeing that number grow. We hit 16,000 subs just a couple days ago, and now we're on the road to 17,000. Let's see how close we can get. Even by the end of today, I would love to be very close to 17,000 if we possibly could. Takes all of you guys just taking 1 second of your time and hit that subscribe button. JY says, will the Kings make a move before the trade deadline? My answer to that is yes. Other than trading for Utility Sports, as indicated here, what I think will ultimately happen, my salary's at $20. I'm getting paid $20 an hour, I guess, by the Kings as well, which is a little funny component that I didn't notice at first. I think that they're going to add Matisse Thybulle. I think Thybulle's going to end up being a Sacramento King if I had to guess. Who do you think is the best defensive guard, wing, and big in the league? This is a great question. I still think the best defensive big in the league is Rudy Gobert. I know some people are going to disagree with that. I just think the Timberwolves were using him wrong to start the season. If you look at his numbers the last month and a half or so, he's been back to dominant. His net rating in the month of January, I believe, was a plus 7.5 per 100 possessions, which is insane. So, you know, I think that there's a lot with Rudy Gobert that he does that people don't like fully value and understand completely. As for best defensive guard, I think it's Drew Holiday. He's the prototype for defensive guard. He's strong, physical. He's got good hands in terms of, warding off guys in the post, but also being able to use them to strip the ball out on the ball. He does a good job. Think back to his, double team on Devin Booker in the finals where he strips the ball away. There's only, a couple players in the league that can make that play, and Drew Holiday's one of them. And then the best defensive wing this year, Jaden McDaniels has been that this season. He actually really has been. His defensive metrics are all off the chart. But if you're asking me, like in the playoffs, I need one stop, I need to put a wing on a guy, I'm still doing Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard, I think when he's engaged, need him for possession or a quarter to defend the best player. I still think he's the best option in the NBA. So those are my answers. That's a really good question, Jonah. I really enjoy answering that one. Kevin says, is Ben Simmons actually going to get traded? I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think it's completely likely either. Sport and Game says Vanderbilt is Mavs, not Blazers. If they trade Wood, bro, trust me, source unknown. My favorite is when the source is trust me, bro. That's the best source in the world. There's memes about that all over the internet. Michael says, I think a low-key deal could be the Warriors parting ways with one of the young guys for Alec Burks. Not a terrible option. We do have another trade here as well to talk about, and I think we actually have a direct message as well. Let me go ahead and get this first one pulled up on the stream from Twitter. Here we go. Let's look at this one from Stewart. He says another option for the Suns to trade Crowder. Dylan Windler and Isaac Okoro go to Cleveland for Jay Crowder. And I think this is not a terrible framework for the Suns' perspective. I think that they would prefer getting a more NBA-ready player, a guy who's going to contribute a little bit more in the postseason. But when you do look at it, the Cavs are not in the luxury tax yet. So the fact that they're giving up more money here keeps them out of the luxury tax and actually gives them a little bit of wiggle room in a potential Kevin Love trade to take in a little bit more salary. So I think this is actually not a terrible framework to a deal. And it's very possible we could see Windler and Okoro get routed somewhere else in a deal as well. So yeah, it's kind of definitely a possibility for sure. And I don't hate it. I actually think it's pretty decent framework. Jack says, no way Ben gets traded, his value $0. Yeah, but the Nets might just be banking on the idea of, like, this is our time to use his salary to match something. And the Raptors are a smart team. And they might actually look at it and say, hey, look, we could get a player who's been an all-star before while his value is literally at 0, and then go get him. Here I have a trade. Mike, I believe, sent me a trade on Twitter. I'm not able to pull it up on stream for some reason, but I'm going to read it out loud here. It's a trade between the Lakers and 76ers. Furkan Korkmaz and Matisse Thybulle go to the Los Angeles Lakers for Thomas Bryant, Lonnie Walker, and a 2023 second-round pick. I think, if anything, the Sixers would be the team needing to give up a draft pick in this. I know, Matisse Thybulle is probably the biggest name in the deal, but Thomas Bryant's been playing really well this year, and Lonnie Walker's been pretty solid as well for LA. So I think that, I just would be surprised if a trade like that came together, honestly. And we do have 4 requests as well. So let's go ahead and get these up on the channel. So let's go ahead and go over to the DMs here, and let's get these up on the channel as well, just so we can take a good look at all your guys' trade ideas. Mike, thank you for sending that in. Or even best, let's go ahead and view this trade here. It's funny because my Twitter is for some reason it blocks your guys' messages sometimes, so I have to be I have to work around it. But even best here says, check out this trade scenario I made on Fanspo. New York Knicks get OG Anunoby, Raptors get Evan Fournier to make the money work, and 2 first-round picks. I think it would take a little bit more even. So I think this is a pretty good framework. As I can tell, you're a Knicks fan. Not that this trade's not fair, but I think that OG Anunoby's value is a little bit higher on the open market. So I think maybe a couple extra picks in there, and it's probably something that we're going to be able to work on. Cappers and On says, we have been working on a trade deadline piece focused on trades teams should be trying to get done that are mutually beneficial. Let us know what you think. Let's take a look at this. I can't exactly see what's going on. Bulls acquire Anthony Davis, Dennis Schroeder. Lakers acquire Levine, White, Dalen Terry, first-round pick. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I just don't see that being very likely, honestly. So if I had to guess, I would just see that as not something very likely to actually happen. Amaz, thanks for following now on Twitter. Aaron wants to know, did Chicago do anything? Not yet. Chicago has not made any moves quite yet. Six Canada says, did Raptors make a trade yet? Nothing yet. So you haven't missed out on anything. We've got 500 people in here, which is absolutely crazy. Go ahead, hit the like button. I'm going to check right now how many likes the stream is at. And I would love to see that stream get up to 300, 400 likes if we possibly can. Plus, everybody hit that subscribe button. Within the next 10 minutes, I'm going to switch over to subscriber-only mode for messages. And it's completely free to you to do, right? You just have to hit the subscribe button. It takes 1 second of your time. And then that way you can continue to comment. But I want to make sure that the subscribers are getting some of that priority in terms of messages getting read. Woody says, are the Bucks getting Crowder? If I had to guess, yes. That's the most likely landing spot in my eyes. Shaw says, what do the 76ers need in your opinion? They need a backup big. I think Montrezl Harrell is fine for the regular season. Come playoff time, though, he's unplayable at this point of his career. I know Sixers fans are all about the Paul Reed propaganda. Paul Reed's, again, another fine player for the regular season. He's not a postseason performer, though. They need a big who can play in the playoffs. I think Nerlens Noel could be an option for them, or Andre Drummond. I think those two guys could be very, very helpful. Justin says Jaden McDaniels is untouchable. Wolves didn't include him in the Gobert trade, which is why they give up so many picks. Exactly. I love Jaden McDaniels. McDaniels is, I'm all about the McDaniels propaganda. He's fantastic. Boston says Ben Simmons' game disappeared. That's because a lot of it was built on athleticism, and he's recovering from a surgery. It's very, very tough. Zach says, props to you, man. You do an amazing job of answering so many questions on all the different teams. I appreciate that. A lot of work goes into being able to stream for hours and hours and hours on end, answering your guys' questions about your favorite teams. I'm a fan of the Dallas Mavericks. That's the team I know the best. But as you guys can tell, I know what's going on with all 30 NBA teams because I work very, very hard. On NBA League Pass, I watch 2 or 3 games a night typically, so that I know what's going on with teams. So yeah, I work very hard, so I appreciate it when you guys notice that. Because obviously it's just hard. You can't just hop into a live stream and just say, I'm going to talk for 5 hours about the NBA, and not really know what you're talking about. And if you don't know what you're talking about, it becomes very obvious to people watching. So Tyler Carver says, what do you think is a realistic number of trades to expect over the next few days? I would say, that's a good question. So we've already had 2 in the last couple of days. I'm going to say about 15 to maybe 20. 20 is like really high end, but it's tough because with the way the Kyrie trade happened, I think Dallas has opened themselves up to making at least 1 or 2 more themselves, which is why I think 20, which is a pretty high number, is still, plausible. And I think the Nets are probably still in a position to make another trade as well. So there's 3 trades just from those 2 teams that I could still foresee happening. And then Toronto's probably got 2, maybe 3 moves to make. So you're up to 6. That's why I think 15 to 20, which is it's a lot of trades. It's a lot of content to cover on the channel. That's why I think it's a potential option for sure. I had a friend just send me a message about the stream, so that's hilarious. Aaron, welcome to the stream. I know you're watching, so that's actually hilarious. Gregory says Simmons lost a year of his development. Yes, he did. But it's not like he was going to develop that much anyway. He came into the league as a good player. He's not really progressed from being a good player, but he's a good player. Biggie says, Washington Wizards, your thoughts? Do we buy or sell, and can we get a true point guard? And what about the KD sweepstakes are we in? So Tommy Shepard is, in my opinion, now famous for doing the things that I would not do. For the most part, the only thing I really liked that he did was when he traded Russell Westbrook away. I like that move for him, getting Kuzma and KCP and a pick. I thought that was a really smart move for that team at the time. But for the most part, he, I don't know. Tommy Shepard does stuff that I wouldn't do, like drafting Johnny Davis in the top 10. I think it's a prime example of that. So my group chat's going crazy right now, which is hilarious. But no, I think the Wizards, they shouldn't buy. I think they should sell. But man, the I think that the Wizards are not in the KD sweepstakes. Sorry, there's a lot going on in my head right now that I'm trying to process as I talk here, that's one of the biggest challenges here. I've been talking for an hour and 12 minutes straight. So I'm gonna occasionally have moments like that where I'm trying to process what everything going on, think about trade options and stuff like that. But when it comes to selling, I think they should sell, but ultimately Shepard's not going to do that because he doesn't do the right things. So they'll end up making small moves that amount to nothing, but that's just what they do. So that's what I have to guess. Let's go ahead, look at some more trades. We got some more trades coming in from Twitter as well. So let's go ahead and share some of those. Thank you guys too. Some of you I see are sharing the stream with some of the people that follow you on Twitter. I really do appreciate that. That's very nice of you guys to do. Of course, I never expect that, but it's fun seeing that. Real Sheesh says here, this image is not loading for me for some reason. Real Sheesh, you might have to resend that in. Just for some reason it is not sending at all. I do like your Luka Doncic profile picture. That's hilarious. Next one now, though, from Cryptic Drake. He says, Raps trade with Pelicans. Helps Pelicans with a run to the chip this year and next. Raptors hit the reset button, win-win for both teams. So in this deal, the Pelicans get Thaddeus Young and OG Anunoby, it looks like, plus Malachi Flynn. And the Raptors receive Devontae Graham, who's kind of on a bad contract, in my opinion. Jackson Hayes, solid young big man who's switchable. Herb Jones is kind of the sweet spot in this deal, him and Dyson Daniels. Those are the 2 main players that the Raptors would like to get. And then a 2023 first from the Lakers. To be honest, this is a pretty solid framework, Cryptic. I think that this is a pretty good deal, to be honest. Now, I think in terms of draft assets, that Lakers pick is so much more valuable than a lot of the other picks that are going to maybe be available. You think about what Indiana's probably going to offer for Toronto. They'll probably include that Cavs first and the Celtics first this year, which are significantly less valuable than the Lakers selection in my eyes. And then you also get 2 good young players in Herb Jones, Dyson Daniels. You get a third upside young player in Jackson Hayes, who I think probably would be a starting center on day 1 for the Raptors. This is actually probably a win for the Raptors, in my opinion. I love OG Anunoby, but to be honest, Herb Jones is going to give you defensively 100% of what OG Anunoby gives you. Then offensively, he's going to give you about 45, 50% of it. Maybe that's a little much, Herb's not a good offensive player, but he's an okay enough offensive player. He stands still in space. So definitely not bad at all. And then Real Sheesh here. There we go. I think we got it in now. Dallas will also send first and second round picks to Utah. So Mavs receive Conley, Vanderbilt, Udoka Azubuike for Christian Wood and Dwight Powell. I hope the Mavericks do not do this. The Mavericks, in my eyes, here get worse making this trade. I understand Vanderbilt's a better defensive player than Christian Wood. They need that. Azubuike is unplayable in the postseason. He's barely playable in the regular season even. He's a big negative on this deal. I know he's young. Former Kansas big man. I've watched him play a ton of college basketball. He actually played last night as well against Dallas. I don't like Azubuike at all. I think Vanderbilt's good. Conley's good, but I just would not give up a first or second round pick in a deal where I'm also sending out Christian Wood. Thank you for sharing that as well. Love to have everyone in here. Hit that like button. 483 people watching as of right now, which is absolutely crazy. That number just keeps going up too. So absolutely crazy. Anthony says Portland might have to lift the protections on the Chicago first round pick. They traded in that 3-way trade for Laurie. Legend if they want to make a good trade. Yeah, they're going to have to open up some of their pathways, which is it's tough to do. Sometimes they don't do that. Johnny Hayes says, what do you think the Nuggets are going to do with Bones Highland? Let's talk about Bones Highland. I'm actually going to make a trade right now, and then I'm going to share it on the screen. So let's go ahead and talk about Bones Highland and why I think that it's very likely he gets traded because he's been a DNP-CD his last 4 games now. So it's almost a no-brainer that he ultimately gets dealt. And I think one of those landing spots is in Utah. So I'm going to put together a trade right now. And you guys are going to see exactly what I'm thinking as a possibility. And you guys are going to tell me if you think it's something that could actually happen or not this year. Let's go ahead and attach this guy into this deal. And then we'll throw maybe this and this into this trade as well. Let's go ahead and make this trade. And I'm going to send this. I'm going to put this on the screen here in just a second. With the way that the website works with the stream, it ends up lagging the stream really hard. So I'm actually doing it from a secondary source, and I'm going to send it from the source to my computer almost as an image. So it's a bit more long process. If I do it quick enough, it's not too bad, especially since I'm narrating kind of what I'm doing. So should be sending here now. Let's accept that. Save to downloads. I think it should be in here now. So let's go ahead, pull this up on the screen. I'm going to hit share and let's get it up here now so you guys can look at what this trade would potentially look like for Bones Highland. I think that it's a pretty good one, to be honest, and one that I would really like to see happen. So let's go ahead with this window here. Share this. All right, so what do you guys think about this deal here? This is a deal that I could see getting done between the Denver Nuggets and the Utah Jazz. So as you can see here, the Nuggets received Jared Vanderbilt. He is a very valuable player, this trade deadline, in my opinion. So the Heat had to receive back either a player draft pick, draft rights to a player with a minimum cash requirement. What happened was the Miami Heat received cash, which is exactly what I thought was going to happen. And it's interesting to note now, too, that the Miami Heat do have 2 open roster spots. But as for this deal with Bones Highland, I see Vanderbilt going to Denver, gives him another big defensive wing who can cut. He played very well last year off of Karl Anthony Towns as a cutter, so he'll even be better at it with Nikola Jokic, clearly. And the Jazz received Devon Reed, who's one of the worst players in the league. Devon Reed is terrible. This guy is not good at basketball. I can tell you that. He plays zero importance here in this deal. But Bones Highland's really the guy that they want, right? Bones Highland's the guy that has some value here. And they also give up 2 second-round picks in a deal. Again, with what Utah's looking to get for Vanderbilt, I think this kind of matches up fairly well in regard with what that deal could end up looking like. Well, let me know what you guys think about this trade. What would you grade this trade? Let me know in the comment section. Give me a grade for both teams, the Nuggets and the Jazz. I do think that this is a pretty decent framework, though, for a potential deal that could get done if something were to actually happen. John says, I discovered your channel this past weekend with the Kyrie trade. I'm enjoying your content. Bring big props because what you do isn't easy. I really appreciate that, John. It's been awesome having you in here the last few days. And, streaming is always fun to end up finding some, more people that haven't seen the channel and you guys get introduced to it. And I hope you guys stick around for a lot of the content, especially some of the NBA draft content. We got some fun videos coming out after the trade deadline as well in terms of draft picks, players that I'm evaluating as prospects. So I'm probably going to start with Grady Dick just because every time I say his name, it makes me laugh. DM says 100 likes. Nice. Let's go ahead and update this. I want to see how many likes we're at now. That was a few minutes ago. I would love for the stream to hit over 200, 300 likes if we possibly could. The record for likes on a stream is way, way higher than that. But I'd love to see what we're at. We're at 147. That's pretty darn good. For example, last year, my stream for the NBA trade deadline hit 937 likes. So let's see if we can even get close to that. I know there's not 930 of you in here right now, but let's see how close we can get. Jay Carry-On says, let's go Heat. I'm going to jump down to some of the comments here about this mock trade that I made. Eddie says, Sheldon, your shows on draft and trades and free agency are always fire. Appreciate that, Eddie. Glad to have you in here. Looks like, it's a lot of fun having you guys in here. I really appreciate the energy you guys all bring to the stream. It makes it a lot of fun. Luke Davis says, feel like I'm going crazy seeing everyone drop trades that undervalue Wood. As a starter, he was 20, 10, 4, and 2 with awesome efficiency, spaces the floor, and can move his feet well. I pray we keep him. I agree. I want to keep him unless we get like another really good offer that either gives us first-round pick compensation to go out and make another move, or if we're just able to, move him for an upgrade, someone who's, a better big man, which I see kind of being a difficulty this year. Solid Jakin says Kings need to set Holmes free and find defensive versatility. What I think ultimately happens is Kings trade away Rashawn Holmes somewhere, not exactly certain yet, and they add in Matisse Thybulle this trade deadline as well. So, Jakin, you're always on Twitter. I know you're a big time Kings fan, so I'm praying for your Kings that they do some nice trades this deadline. Colin says you do a great job on this channel. You put in the work. Appreciate it, Colin. Cesar Ramirez wants to know, what do you think about Denny Avdia for Isaiah Stewart swap? Just with how young both of those guys are, I think the Pistons really like Stu, and I think the Wizards like Denny. So I just don't think either of them ultimately get traded. But in terms of value, I don't think it's far off for sure. Capo says, salute next game. Please offload Cam already. Yeah, I think that'll ultimately happen for sure. John says, Wiz not trading Denny. They just traded Rui Hachimura to give him more playtime. Plus, he's 21. That's how I feel as well. I like Rui or Denny Avdia a lot, not Rui. I do not like Rui Hachimura a lot, to be honest. Chronicle says, so done with Michael Malone. So many wasted potential with his DNP CD to players. Bull and now Bones. That is true. Good point there, Chronicle, on who you're pointing out. A11 Gravy says, when LeBron James makes the pit stop with your favorite franchise, he'll ensure there are no draft picks left when he leaves. That's kind of how it works. But you have to understand, everywhere he's played, he's won a championship. He won one in Miami, won one in Cleveland, and he's won one in LA. So would you rather have draft picks or championships? Every team has picks. Not every team has championships. So Atlanta Analyst says, my Hawks should get Bones. I think a lot of teams should be interested in Bones. Ty's Thoughts says, love the channel, been up for a minute. As a fellow Mavs fan, I'm stoked for Kyrie, but would you rather us make a trade for another defensive wing to replace Doe, or finally grab a big man? They need both. If they want to win in the playoffs this year, they need both. So we'll see what they can get done. Braden says these live streams are awesome. Also, do you think the Warriors make any trades before the deadline? Braden, thank you for your comments. As for the Warriors, typically they never do, but this year's just different because of the Curry injury now, and you also think about where they're at in the standings. They just haven't been great this year, so I think there's more pressure on them to try and maybe make a move. I'm not going to discount it, but I'm also not saying it's the most likely thing either. Colin says the Hawks don't want Bones. You can't play him at all with Trey. Both are terrible defenders. I think that there's a little bit of pressure on Atlanta to try and win more right now, just with where they're at. So I think Bones would be an awesome addition for a lot of teams, but I think that it's just not as realistic for Atlanta, kind of like what Colin's saying here. SSJJ says, what don't you like about Rui? His play style. Guys who are not the most, if you're not the most skilled player on your team, I'm just not really down for you shooting a bunch of 16-foot mid-range contested jump shots. That's reserved for the DeMar DeRozans, the Luka Doncic's of the world, the Chris Pauls, the Devin Bookers. You have to be an incredibly talented player. If you're like the fifth best player on a team, should you take 4 15-foot jump shots a game? I just don't love it. I don't know. I think he's an okay player. It's not that he's bad, but it's just, is he a guy that you're like, oh my gosh, we got Rui Hachimura, we're set now? No, like, that's what I'm saying. I just think the Wizards, do the Wizards miss Rui Hachimura at all? No. You could argue Kendrick Nunn's been just as valuable for them, honestly. Deacon said, thoughts on Christian Wood as a Rockets fan, loved him with Harden, but after that he stopped trying on defense and just focused on his own numbers. He's looked a little better in Dallas. Extend or trade him. I'd like to keep him, but that's, I think ultimately they will possibly trade him this deadline too, because what the Mavericks do is trade all of my favorite players, and at some point they'll ultimately have to trade Luka Doncic, probably. Michael says, what type of market do you think PJ Washington commands? I think he's a super interesting piece. I think so too. I think he's better than Rui Hachimura, kind of plays in a similar way. Again, I'm not the biggest PJ Washington guy either. I think he's okay. I think he is more valuable, like I said, than Rui. I think he probably draws a market where it takes maybe a protected first-round pick to get him, or 4 or 5 second-round picks maybe. We'll see what happens. I think Charlotte's a wild card this year because I don't really know how teams are going to value some of their guys. But Pega Jones says, what do you think is the value of Sadiq Bey or Killian Hayes? Killian Hayes is not valuable. Sadiq Bey is probably worth a first-round pick, I would say. Michael says Trae Young's going to be moved in the summer. From what I hear, teams seem to be siding with Murray's leadership and voice in the locker room. Yeah, I know there was a report on how Murray's fit there, and he's fit very well from what I've heard. Trae Young will not be traded, though, unless he demands a trade. The Hawks are just not going to trade him, but they'll trade him if he demands out. Luke Davis says, what do you think Tim Hardaway Jr.'s value is? He's always been a streaky shooter, but this year's been especially rough. What teams do you think would value him? I think Miami would if they can get off of Duncan Robinson. That's one of the only teams I really see potentially expressing interest in him as a player. Capo says, next trade guy coming or nah. I'll try to get to it. It's been very frantic and hectic. This past weekend I had planned on recording a bunch of trade guides. I needed to get to a Blazers one. I needed to get to a Knicks one. Those were two of the teams I for sure planned on doing, because I ended up recording a ton, right? I have a ton of trade guides up on the channel. I was very ambitious trying to get to 30. I haven't been able to, just with kind of the stuff. And then I thought, okay, this weekend's going to be a big weekend for me. I'm going to record a ton. And then Kyrie Irving gets dealt after requesting a trade. So instead of 2 days of just recording for, 4 or 5 hours a day, I ended up having to stream for, 4 or 5 hours a day. So it kind of, completely changed the complexion of my weekend. But obviously it was worth talking about. That was the important news to discuss at the time. So I'm glad I did that. But that's kind of how it is for me, in my opinion. Nick says, as a Nuggets fan, Bones isn't very efficient. They won't get much for him. The Nuggets probably will only look to get rid of Bones and run with their current roster. That's what I think as well. I do like this trade that I have on the screen of Reed, Highland, and 2 second-rounders for Jared Vanderbilt. I think Vanderbilt kind of fits what they need. Alvaro wants to know, are the Bulls sellers or buyers? I think that they're going to be small sellers. I think they'll trade like Andre Drummond away, some guys who don't fit their long-term plans, and then keep most of their guys. Vucevic, I mean, I just don't think they'll trade Vuce, but if they traded anybody, I think maybe Vuce is the guy to go. Jim says, what do you think about the Kings holding on to the 3 spot? It's possible, but I'm not going to say I 100% know they'll finish 3rd. They could drop in the standings a little bit, but the nice thing is with how well they've played this season, they've built themselves a little bit of room. So if they, go on a 2 or 3 or 4 game losing streak in the second half, it's not a huge deal because they've built up some comfort room for them to kind of be okay. Jakin says, so after the Kings lost by 30 to the Pelicans, backups without Fox, is Fox an all-star yet? He'll be the injury replacement, I think, for Curry. So I think he'll be in, and he deserves to be. Philly says, Raptors, buyers or sellers? Raptors are going to be sellers, I think. John says, I wish the Wiz could get DeAndre Hunter. He could help us a lot, but Atlanta never will trade him. The Wizards, the last thing the Wizards need is DeAndre Hunter, in my opinion. I know DeAndre Hunter is a pretty good player, but again, it's just like, another forward who's going to shoot mid-range jump shots and some threes and not be super great at them. I mean, I don't know. Brendan says, less than half the people in here have liked the video. Super easy and helps out our boy. Let's go, everyone. Let's trade good content for likes. Yes, go ahead and hit the like button. I would really greatly appreciate that if you guys could. Hit the like button. I would really, really greatly appreciate that. It would be very, very awesome to have your guys' support on the channel. And also don't forget to tweet at us if you have any trades or trade ideas. I'm going to be sharing one again here. I obviously shared my own, but let's go ahead and present another one on the channel here now from some of the viewers. Let's go over to the tab and Twitter. Here we go. Migs, let's see if we can get this image to pull up. I've been having issues with this for some reason. Here we go. 3-team deal. Okay, I like this. I like where we're at here. A lot of stuff going on. Probably not enough value for Toronto. But Van Vliet goes to Orlando. Cole Anthony goes to Denver. The Raptors get Terrence Ross again, Mo Bamba, Bones Highland, and a 2024 second-round pick. I like this. You get some young guys in there. Bones Highland's probably my favorite player that they're receiving. Mo Bamba is just like kind of not very good, in my opinion. I think the Raptors still need to get a first-round pick in a deal for Van Vliet for them to deal him. I think the Clippers are going to have a better offer than this. But I do appreciate you sending this in. I think it's a solid option for sure, and one that I enjoyed looking at. So thank you for sending that in, Migs. And remember, you guys, go ahead, send in your own trades as well. I'd love to see what's going on. Billy says, your opinion on Nikola Mirotic signing a 3-year, $70 million deal with the Spurs. Mirotic is not going to sign for that much, and he's playing overseas. I don't even think he's going to come back to the NBA ultimately. So we'll see what happens with that. But I don't think he'll be playing in the NBA again. Biggie Steve says, not sure if you got the super chat, but if Wall gets bought out by LA, do the Wizards pull the trigger and bring him back? I would like that for Washington. That's at least a feel-good story, something I would like to see. I'm not sure if John Wall will get bought out, though. I just don't think there's a lot of benefit to that from the Clippers, ultimately. Connor says, who do you think the Bucks will get if they can get Jay Crowder? I like Jalen Noel for them from the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think he could be a solid option. I also have highlighted Jordan Clarkson, who's having a really, really nice year this season. So I think either of those are potential avenues. Michael says, yeah, I'm saying he's rumored to be wanting out due to the fact he's losing keys to the team. I've seen a possible Magic trade that actually made more sense than I expected. Yeah, I think you're talking about Van Vliet here, I'm guessing. Van Vliet to the Magic does make some sense in my eyes. I think he'd be an upgrade at point guard for them. Fink says, if you're the Dallas GM, what would be the next move to shore up the defense? See, it's tough. It's not just easy to go out and find good defensive players. There's a reason that usually they're not available. To be honest, Matisse Thybulle would maybe be what I'd target. I don't love it, but it's probably what I would target. At least I would try, I guess. So that's kind of my thought. John Piner says Wall would get us to the playoffs. We could make some noise. Wall is not the same player anymore. He's he's fun. It'd be awesome to see him back in Washington, but he's not the same guy. SSJJ says, how do you think Bucks can overcome Boston? Just Jay or what's more? I think just Middleton being healthy. If you look at Middleton in the postseason against Boston, he usually dominates the Celtics. He's had some of his best games. You think about that, like 33-foot bank three-pointer he hit the one game in the postseason. There's options. Ninja Style says, I have arrived. Welcome to the stream, Ninja Style. Glad to have you back in here. He's been watching the last couple days, and I'm glad to see him back in the stream today. Not sponsored, by the way. SJ wants to know, is Cam Reddish any good or nah? No, he's not any good at all. But I think he'll end up being a Maverick, but he's not good. I consider the Raptors as a retooling team. They aren't going to be selling off guys without getting at least equal, if not more value in return. Yeah, I agree. Like that's what I mean by selling is like their players are available, but it's not like it's a fire sale, right? You're not just, all things must go. It's okay, we're gonna sell these guys, but we're selling them at market price, right? Just like, think about going to the store and buying an Xbox. The store's not selling the Xbox for $100. They're selling it for $400, right? Ryan says, is John Wall completely chalked at this point, in your opinion? Yeah, unfortunately, I do. And it's sad because I really like John Wall. I kind of grew up. I was a little bit older when he really got like famous at Kentucky and everything going on with him. But, like Do the John Wall by Troop 43, like was one of my favorite songs when I was like a preteen. So it's kind of sad for me to watch him kind of be at the end of his career here. Because I've really enjoyed watching him the last better part of a decade, right? Mark Friedman says, would you trade Duncan Robinson, Oladipo, and 2 first-round picks for Cat? Cat's not actually trade eligible, so that deal cannot happen. But I would do it if I was Miami, yes. But that's Minnesota would not do that. PJ Cruz says, Detroit basketball most important offseason moves for the Pistons would be hiring Mark Jackson as the next head coach. I agree. Mark Jackson would be so much better. Johnny says, subscribed and liked. Really appreciate that, Johnny. I'm going to update the channel right now. I want to see how many subs we're at. And I also want to see how many likes we have on the stream. So I'm updating it right now. Please consider hitting that subscribe button if you haven't already. It would really make my day to see that number grow. Lets me know I'm doing a good job here. We're up to 185 likes on the stream, which is absolutely fantastic. Appreciate you guys for that. And as for subscribers, today we are up about 70 subscribers already, which is awesome, but we have about 500 of you guys in here, and I know I'm seeing a lot of names that I've not seen before. So if you're new here, I would really greatly appreciate if you do hit that subscribe button. And just to incentivize you guys a little bit here, I am going to change the stream real quick into a subscriber only mode for who can actually send messages. Now for that, anybody can send messages as long as you hit the subscribe button. So you just have to hit the button, and then as soon as you're subscribed, you're able to send a message right away. I don't even have a timer on it. I could set the timer for 5-10 minutes if I wanted to. I'm not doing that. I just want you guys to hit the subscribe button. It's completely free to you, and I still want to hear your guys' thoughts and opinions. So just please go ahead, hit the subscribe button. Mark Jackson, I don't really think he's a good coach. I mean, he had a lot of success with a really young Warriors team. I know, they broke onto the scene, especially once Kerr got there, but, you look back at his success with the Warriors, and he took them to where, they were not going to before. So that's my thoughts on that. Connor says, you think Grant Williams will be traded? No. I know that there's been some rumors and reports about that, whatever. I would be shocked, really shocked if he ends up getting traded, to be honest. AI Max says, please, Clippers, don't trade for Fred VanVleet, waste of salary. Clippers getting VanVleet makes them a lot better of a team. So I think salary is not an issue for Steve Ballmer. They are $41 million over the tax right now, and they are looking to spend more. So Colin says, didn't Portis almost kill Mirotic? Yeah, he broke his jaw and then was suspended 9 games. Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole and got suspended no games, which is kind of funny. Similar situation. Mo wants to know about the Lakers. Russell Westbrook and 2 first-round picks. They're going to shop that around and see what they can get. There's some potential options for sure. Continue to send me trades on Twitter. Remember, I am pulling them up all stream long. So please send me your mock trades on Twitter, as the ticker says, @_utility sports. I would love to show your guys' trade ideas in today's live stream. It'd be a lot of fun. Sweaty Bloke says, is it safe to say Hugo Bassan and Yannick Nozoa are busts? No, Hugo Bassan's been playing actually fairly well this year overseas. He's a draft and stash guy. I think he's going to end up being a nice role player for the Milwaukee Bucks. I would say he's not a bust. As for Yannick, that's a little bit of a different story. But with where they drafted him, it's not like he's a bust, right? Dank says, you as a Mavs fan, please stay away from Cam. Yeah, I don't want Cam at all. Reddish would be terrible, but I think that's what's going to happen. John says, who is a possible 3-and-D player my Sixers could possibly trade for that won't cost much contract-wise, but can get for a matching contract and a second-round pick? Maybe Crowder. Jay Crowder does make some sense. To CL Oracle, a big-time Suns fan, says, Daddy Ishbia. I was not expecting to say that today. May have to fire James Jones. We'll see. I don't think anything like that's going to happen this season, at least. James says, I'm interested into the Hornets. Literally half their roster has been involved in talks. Yeah, the Hornets are kind of a big wild card to me. I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen with them. SJ says, and Bucks get Gary Trent by giving up Grayson, Hill, Nwora, Ibaka, and 3 second-round picks. No, the Bucks can't get Trent for that. You're going to have to give up a first-rounder to get Gary Trent, I think. HBR says, Mavericks trading Tim Hardaway Jr. and Christian Wood, definitely a possibility. I think it could happen. Colin says, Raps say no on that Trent deal. That's exactly what I believe too, Colin. For the most part, I feel like me and Colin are kind of on the same page with a lot of this stuff. Ninja Style says a lot of rumors here in Sacramento that Vanderbilt might be on his way to the Kings. Thoughts? I like that as well. His money works really well. If you're looking at like Terrence Davis or Alex Len as matching contracts and then giving up a pick. The tough thing is the Kings don't have a tradable first until I believe 2029 or maybe 2028. Let me do the math. 24, 25, 26. So they can't trade. 28 is their first tradable first round pick. Since they made the move with the Hawks on Kevin Huerter. So they'd have to figure something out there. Justin says, how do you see the West playing out with so many teams still fighting for playoff and playing spots? To be honest with you, this is a great question, Justin. My answer is I don't know, which is what makes it so exciting, right? It's impossible to know what's going to happen. Teams, everything is so close together. So, it's absolutely insane. Goran M says, I love utility sports at this time of the year. Thank you for that, Goran. I really appreciate that. It's the best time of the year, honestly. Trade deadline is crazy. We're getting to the part of the year where we kind of know which teams are going to be picking in the lottery. We know which teams are probably going to be playoff teams for the most part. And it makes it really fun to talk about the NBA draft as well. So this time of year is always super great to talk about. PJ Cruz says, Miles Bridges to the Heat. I'm not sure that's the type of Heat culture we're talking about most of the time. So, no, I don't think that happens. Bedonde Tomas says Jonathan Isaac to the Mavs possible. No, probably not going to happen if I had to guess. Alan Nelson says, what should the Pistons do? I think the Pistons are going to explore Sadiq Bey trades and Nerlens Noel trades. If you can get a couple second-round picks for Noel, I think it's a really big win. Warner Cash says, where's Eric Gordon going? The Lakers are an option for sure. I think that the other teams around the league, I think the Bucks could be an option for him as well. The 76ers are an option, just given his history with Daryl Morey, James Harden. I wouldn't completely rule that out either. And I think those are kind of the destinations. I don't see Boston really looking at that. I think maybe a team like Sacramento, but I don't really love that for them. Those are kind of my options there for Eric Gordon. Goran says, what Raptors starters get traded in your opinion? I think Trent Jr., I know sometimes he doesn't start, but he's one of their 5 best players. I think he gets traded. I think Van Vliet gets traded. And I think it's very possible that Anunoby gets dealt as well. Luke Davis says, just subscribed. It's great how many comments you're managing to respond to. I feel like most of the time when I tune into live streams like this, my comment never gets acknowledged. Yeah, it's I think that's one of the best parts about what we do here at Utility Sports is, it's not a coincidence that Utility Sports, the initials of that spell out US for us. I think that, a lot of people when they're live, they're, more focused on presenting their own ideas. And, I do some of that. I share my own trade ideas. I talk about my thoughts on players, but I acknowledge your guys' comments. I acknowledge your guys' thoughts because I think that there's things, I'm not omnipotent. I'm not omniscient. I don't know every single thing. And I don't know, I feel like I know a lot. I feel like I work really hard to know a lot, but I do, think that you guys know your favorite teams really, really well. And I think that you guys are sharing your insight, your thoughts. And the other thing too, is sometimes you guys have sources. You see, certain things on Twitter that I don't see, or you see different ideas that I've just never even considered. So I appreciate your thoughts here, Luke. I'm glad that you feel heard and acknowledged. I think that's one of the most important parts of these live streams. So I really, really enjoyed doing that. David says, who trades for Pirtle? And now I think it's a good time to share one of those trades that I came up with before the live stream here today. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up on the stream now. I think this is the one. Let me close this guy. Let's get this up on the stream now. So here's a mock trade that I have for the Mavericks and the Spurs. Let me know what you guys think about this. I'm very interested in hearing your guys' thoughts. Let's zoom this in just a little bit. So here I have the Mavericks trading for Josh Richardson again. Don't love it. Jakob Poeltl and Keita Bates-Diop kind of as a defensive wing. They get in this deal for Tim Hardaway Jr., Frank Ntilikina, and an unprotected 2027 first-round pick. This is the way that I think the Spurs could potentially get a first. Now, I think it's a little bit rich getting a first-round pick for that trio. But I think that's one of those options that could definitely work out. Also, Big J became a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Big J. I really appreciate that. Very, very awesome having you join the elites with us here as a member at Utility Sports. Really, really do appreciate that. Here, No Limit J wants to know, what do you think my Pelicans can do? That's a great question. I think that they'll be interested in OG Anunoby. But let me know in the comment section what you guys think about my Mavs Spurs trade here. What do we think about that in a deal? Brendan Sutherland says, barring major injuries, I think the West will be crowded pretty close to the end of the season. Yeah, I think so too, honestly. Cesar Ramirez says, with so many teams looking for wings, I'm surprised Najee Marshall hasn't been involved in rumors. That's because a lot of people don't know who Najee Marshall is. Even people in the mainstream media, think about some of the high level analysts for ESPN or, whatever other companies. Najee Marshall flies under the radar. He is a fantastic player. He's a fantastic wing. He was having a great month of January as well. He's been playing really, really good basketball. It's awesome. So I really like Najee Marshall. He'd be great for the Mavericks if they found a way to get their hands on him, but I ultimately don't think they will. R4BE says, I try to ask a stupid question. Is there a universe where Banchero and Durant will ever play on the same team? And again, cheers from the Alps. Give this man a like. I can't predict the future. I can't. If you would have asked me a year ago if Kyrie Irving and Luka would have ever been teammates, I would have said no. So I'm going to say no to this. I don't think Banchero and Durant will ever be teammates, but do I fully know? No, I don't. Gremlin says, oh, snap, they've been taking Spurs to the championship this season. We go undefeated after the All-Star break now. Gremlin, that's an all-time great comment. I'm going to end up liking that one, and I'm going to leave that. Maybe I'll pull that up on stream later. That's Gremlin's a big-time Spurs fan. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure I am from last trade deadline. He was here last trade deadline talking about, Derek White. Really gave some good insight to that deal from San Antonio's perspective. So I'm glad to have you in here again, Gremlin, and I like your reaction to the Dwayne Dedmon deal. Luke Davis says, low-key bones in a second to the Hornets for Plumlee would be so good. Plumlee is basically dollar store Jokic and helps the second unit. The Hornets get a young guard to pair with Melo. Don't forget that Plumlee used to play in Denver. So, they decided to not keep him around there. But it could be a reunion that does make some sense. Rob wants to know, what should the Suns do in your opinion? So what I think the Suns should do is different than what I think they'll ultimately do. I would like to see them get involved with OG Anunoby. They have all their picks to trade. They've got guys like Jay Crowder. They've got Dario Saric to make the money work. They've got a shooter in Landry Shamet that I think the Raptors would value because they have literally no shooting on the roster right now. So if they're looking to build long-term, a shooter like Shamet would be very valuable for them. I think they should push for Anunoby because I think if your window's now with Chris Paul. So if you can have Chris Paul, you can have Devin Booker, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, and DeAndre Ayton. If that's your top six, you have a shot to win. You really do. So that's what I like, but I don't know. It's a tough challenge because if things don't go well, you still have a young core though with OG and Cam and Mikal and Devin Booker and Ayton. So it's like even once Chris Paul is done, you still have a really good combo across those five. Oracle says, I feel like in Phoenix we're going to keep teasing our fan base with Kevin Durant and end up snagging on Fred VanVleet or Vanderbilt instead of landing a big fish. That's okay. Adding a Vanderbilt or adding a VanVleet is still beneficial, for sure. Welcome everyone to the stream, especially if you're new here. I just ask you, hit that subscribe button. That way you can send messages in the chat. I'm going to put them up on the screen and respond to any questions you have about the NBA trade deadline or any thoughts. And just a reminder too, send me your mock trades on Twitter. I would love to see them at Utility Sports. I really enjoy talking about the NBA trade deadline with you guys, and I know you guys all have a lot of really good ideas as well. I think let's review quick two teams over the tax. The Celtics, Bucks, 76ers, Nets, Nuggets, Clippers, Suns, Mavs, Warriors, Thunder, and the Lakers as well, which is very important to note that the Thunder are on there, which means that there's likely a trade that they will make to get out of the tax today at some point. Tad wants to know about the Phoenix Suns. What do they grab? I think the most likely move for them, to be honest, would maybe be a VanVleet Chris Paul swap, but I'm not sure if I really fully love that for them. I don't know if they really get better this season. Now, I think a year or two from now, if they keep VanVleet, they're better off, but I don't know if they get better this individual season that way. Jim says, I've heard Noel to the Kings possible. Is he still a good rebounder, shot blocker? He's not a good one, but he's able to do it. Which I think when you consider centers, especially backup centers, this is one of the trickiest positions in the NBA to figure out. You look at the movement in the NBA for backup bigs; it's really hard to find a good, reliable backup center at a good price point. Nerlens Noel, comparatively to other backup bigs, is fine. And that's really all you're hunting for. You're looking for somebody who can survive for 10 minutes a game in the postseason. All the spam accounts on Twitter right now are going crazy too with posts and stuff that isn't happening. Michael says, post in the last minutes, teams officially in the OG sweepstakes are the Lakers, Nets, Suns, Blazers, Pacers, Knicks, Grizzlies. I think that's good insight. I think all of those teams do make some sense. I think the team that ultimately lands him, I think, is the Indiana Pacers. Let's talk about what Indiana could potentially offer here for OG Anunoby, because I think let's actually just talk OG Anunoby trades in general. I'm gonna put together a whole bunch of them. Let's start with the Raptors. I'm gonna talk my way through this here so you guys can all hear what's going on. Let's get the I do have a trade on the stream as well. Let's go ahead over to the profile. That way we can look at some of the stuff. If my Twitter will ever work here. Denver Nuggets. Okay. I have some trades in here for OG Anunoby that do make some sense. So let's get down to this. This was one of my favorite tweets I ever had. Look at this tweet real quick. NBA fans' expectations after tagging GMs on Twitter telling them to trade for a certain player. I thought it was hilarious. It got 4 likes. I was kind of hoping that would get more. This one was I was in a trolly mood one night, clearly, because I made fun of Andre Roberson. I said, notice the language behind him. I was in a trolly mood for sure. But it's been kind of funny. Here's a trade that I had mocked earlier. Let's look at the trade here that I kind of thought could potentially happen. A lot of tweets on the Twitter. Go follow us on there for sure, because there's a lot to like. No, I'm not able to find that right now for some reason. Let's talk through some potential Raptors trades. There's Bones Highland not playing. Let's see if this is going to pull up or not. I know that this is having some issues as of right now anyway. So anyway, let's just keep talking through the Raptors here. Let's talk about one of those teams. Specifically, let's start with the Memphis Grizzlies. I think that they're an interesting team to talk about in this. If they were to make a deal for OG Anunoby, who only makes $17 million this season, Danny Green's the money, right? $10 million. And then probably could see, maybe a David Roddy goes out, potentially a Jake LaRavia. And then you probably look at, Santi Aldama could possibly be in that deal, but I think if they're giving up both Roddy and LaRavia, who are first-round picks, they probably don't want to do that. So let's put Xavier Tillman in there. That money's going to work. That actually almost fits perfectly to the dollar. 2023 first, and we'll do the 2024 Golden State first-round pick. Let's try this trade, and let's show this on the stream now. So let me go ahead and send this in so that you guys can see exactly what I'm thinking as a potential trade for the Memphis Grizzlies and Toronto Raptors. I think this is actually a pretty decent framework, honestly. So airdrop us over to there. But let's go ahead and get this on the stream now. Here we go. Let's share it. Welcome everyone to the stream as well. Glad to have you guys all in here. It's crazy. 500 people watching right now as we currently speak. Here is the trade. Raptors receive Danny Green. They also receive Xavier Tillman, Jake LaRavia, and a 2023 first-round pick this season from the Grizzlies and a 2024 first from Golden State. This comes from the Andre Iguodala salary dump what feels like 4 or 5 years ago now. And the Memphis Grizzlies get OG Anunoby. Let me know what you think about this trade. Right now, let me know in the comment section what you think about this one. For the Toronto Raptors, the Memphis Grizzlies, is there something there that you think could happen? Eddie wants to know Sheldon thoughts on whether Fournier moves. Maybe you said already. Fournier is kind of tough for me right now. It doesn't sound like any team's really willing to take in his contract, but that could change as we get really close to the deadline. If some teams are, trying to make other moves and then something doesn't come together for them, I could see them saying like, okay, if we can get at least incentivized here, move off of a certain player for Fournier, that's what would make sense. And if we're talking about the Raptors trading away Gary Trent, Fournier is the guy that would likely be involved in that. So let's talk about that from a Knicks perspective, right? So we have the Raptors. Let's talk about the Knicks in here as well. What this looks like: OG Anunoby goes to the Knicks. This one I'm not going to put up on the stream. Evan Fournier goes back to Toronto. Now, since his contract's bad, the Knicks are going to have to help out here. So they trade their own first. They trade Dallas's first this year. They trade a 2025 first from Milwaukee. And they trade a they trade 3 second rounders as well. So in this deal, what is happening here? Let me see if I can show this one on stream in a different way. Let's go ahead and take this off. Let's just show this way. Let's see how this looks. So here's the deal. Does that look good at all? No, that looks pretty terrible, to be honest. Okay, we're not doing that. I thought that was going to look better. Did not look good at all, in fact. But I'll just hear me out, okay? Raptors receive Evan Fournier, 2023 first-round pick from the Knicks, 2023 first-round pick via Dallas, 2025 first-round pick via Milwaukee, 2024 second-rounders from Detroit, Utah, and Miami. Those are the assets that Toronto would get for OG Anunoby. So 3 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, and a really bad contract in Evan Fournier. Not bad, in my opinion. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, should the Pacers pursue OG Anunoby? And if so, how much would you be willing to give up if you were the Pacers? I would say yes, and I'd be willing to give up 3 firsts as long as 2 of them are this year's Cavs and Celtics first. That's what I'd be willing to give up for that. Michael Bowen says, that was literally tweeted by an insider in the last 5 minutes, not my own work. Okay, well, thank you, though, for sharing that, though. I'm glad that you said that in here, because sometimes it's tough to keep everything all straight when I'm streaming and trying to answer comments too. Eric Pacina says, you said too rich for Mavs. We have to deal with I-35 rival for who again? That's funny there about the I-35, obviously road. Nick says, what are your thoughts on Ismail Kamagate? Decent athletic big who can probably protect the rim a little bit at the NBA level once he gets in there. Iceberg says, I like that deal for both sides. Just want the Spurs to play the young guys like Wesley more. Talking about the Mavs, I think that's the deal with the Mavs that makes some sense. John says, how worried should my Sixers be about George Niang breaking down? He looked awful against the Knicks and played terrible in the postseason last year. If he isn't making shots, he's a major liability. I think they should be worried about him. The nice thing is this year you have PJ Tucker to rely on a little bit more. So Niang's going to just naturally have less minutes that way. But I don't know. I still think that they need to add a little bit into their front court for Philly. I'm not the biggest Niang guy, to be honest. Michael Bruin says the best shot for Paulo and KD unite is if Seattle ends up getting a team and KD wants to end where it started and Paulo is on his hometown team. Definitely a possibility. Mickey here is saying to send some stickers into the chat. If you guys want to send some stickers, that'd be awesome. Let's see if I can find. I don't know why I'm having so many difficulties finding the trade that I wanted to share. I don't know. It's just not popping up for what I wanted to talk about. So that's okay though. Let's go back to notifications. Let's see if anyone else has tagged me on Twitter at all. We do have one here from Samaj. So let's go ahead and pull this up and get this up on the channel now, so everybody can see a potential trade here from one of the viewers. Samaj here sends us, Charlotte receives Cam Reddish, Dario Saric first-round pick from Phoenix. The Suns receive Terry Rozier and Isaiah Hartenstein. New York receives Jay Crowder, Mason Plumlee, Torrey Craig. To be honest, this is not a bad framework. If I'm New York, I don't want to give up Hartenstein for Plumlee, to be honest. I really like Hartenstein. I think he's the perfect backup big for the Knicks. So maybe if you can amend some of that, Plumlee maybe doesn't get involved, Hartenstein doesn't get involved. But I think this is a pretty good framework. Charlotte gets a younger guy in Cam Reddish and a first. Phoenix gets a good upgrade into their backcourt off the bench in Terry Rozier. So those are definitely some options that I think make some sense there for sure. Shout out to everyone who has hit the follow button today as well on Twitter. And just a reminder, hit that subscribe button. Let's check how many likes we're up to on the stream. Having a lot of fun today with the whole streaming setup that we got going on here now. Kai says, for Mavs Spurs trade, I need a little bit more for the Spurs. Losing a starter and key rotation player for an inconsistent shooter and one first isn't enough for me. I understand, that does make some sense, but with where the Spurs are at, I'm not sure, how they're feeling about McDermott. Like, what are you getting from McDermott? Maybe a couple second rounders could be thrown in, Kai. I do understand kind of the perspective you're taking on that there. So definitely a possibility for sure. Let's go back to messages quick. I do know that Mike sent in another message here. Brendan, I will respond to that as well after the stream, just when we're off the stream. So here's another option for the 76ers. Vanderbilt and Rudy Gay for Korkmaz, Thibault, Springer. It's funny, Jaden Springer has not been playing a ton, which Fanspo labels him as a low-minute player. That's kind of rude, Fanspo. And a 2023 second-round pick. Not brutal. I don't know. I think that this probably needs a third team. I think like Kings probably try and get Thibault. Extra assets go to Utah. I could also just see the Kings try and get Vanderbilt too. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. I think I looked at all of these, right? Yeah, I got all of these. So those are all through. I just need to remember that. Okay, let's go ahead and keep talking here now. Brad Allen says, liked your trade, gets Hardaway out, opens it up a little for Green and Hardy, adds defensive anchor and a wing. I think it's worth a first. I do too. It's like, is that really the move? Is that the one that's going to help in the postseason a ton? Maybe. Johnny says, I'm excited about Kamagate. Won't be until next year, though. Right. A little bit of a draft and stash. We'll see what he ends up giving to a team. Treneur says, how much do you think Fred and Gary are worth? I don't think the Lakers 2027, 2029 is enough for both. Yeah, it's not enough for both, but I think one of those could maybe get you one of them if you're doing it right, or if you throw in some second rounders with it. Corey says, what trades would you make to the Chicago Bulls? Bulls are the hardest team to project right now. I think Drummond could get moved, maybe for Matisse Thybulle. It's an option. Brendan says, I know GMs say they're untouchables, but there's always a price. You see a team out there blowing the Jazz away for Markkanen. This is a very smart comment, Brendan, because you're right. There is always a price. The only guys who in the NBA who don't have a price right now would be like Luka, Giannis, Tatum, Jokic. Those are like the four guys that I don't see a team ever even considering trading away. Maybe Joel Embiid as well, just given the age and the play of those guys. Those guys, there's no price unless those players demand trades. But for Markkanen, it's going to take at least 3 firsts. Just with the way that he's played this season, I know the Utah Jazz really, really like him. It will take at least 3 firsts to get him. Maxi Kleber is going to be ready to play after the All-Star break. So definitely a much-needed boost to Dallas's defense there. Alex says, is Portland really considering trading their first-round pick, Shadon Sharpe? No, I don't think that's true. Views says, Eric Gordon and the Rockets, he needs to leave, man. Yeah, I think a trade second-round pick, comes back, maybe for something on Phoenix. I think Phoenix could be a landing spot for Eric Gordon. Trinidad says, any Celtics moves you predict? I think they'll look around a backup center. Maybe Jakob Poeltl, could be a Kelly Olynyk type, could be a Mason Plumlee. I think they're just looking for a little bit more size. Michael says, I don't know how Bismack Biyombo isn't more desired. It's because his whole career right now hinges on the play of Chris Paul. If Chris Paul plays well and hits him on the roll, Biyombo plays well. If Chris Paul's not playing well, Biyombo does not play well. Dinwiddie pops off on us. I hope he's not playing in Brooklyn tonight. Yeah, Dinwiddie tends to have some good games against Phoenix. Sorry about last year. Seattle Oracle. Maurice Calhoun says, how can the Milwaukee Bucks get better? I like Jordan Clarkson, OG, and shooting bigs like Frank Kaminsky. What are your thoughts? I think Jay Crowder is the headliner. for Milwaukee. I think, and this is the thing, in the East right now, you need big physical defensive wings. You need them. That's why Brooklyn getting Dorian Finney-Smith was genius. This is why Milwaukee needs to go get Jay Crowder. You need to have guys to throw at Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You need to have somebody to throw at Giannis Antetokounmpo, obviously, if you're the Nets or the Celtics. Now, Bucks obviously don't need a guy to throw at Giannis, but they need, guys to throw at Evan Mobley, Jarrett Allen. They need bodies in the building that can battle with some of those other big players. Darren says, what are your go-to sites / Twitter people to follow for trade rumors? I like Woj and Shams. I don't trust anybody else. A lot of the stuff, I don't report stuff. I speculate. And a lot of my speculation has good rationale and reasoning and is very well thought out. But I don't ever report saying, oh, this team's discussing this with this team. I'm telling you right now, a lot of the stuff you read on Twitter is fake. It's just the way it is. If it's not coming from Shams or Woj, maybe Chris Haynes. Chris Haynes does an okay job. If it's not coming from those guys, it's not something I'm going to trust. Lakers, Wolves, both linked to Fred VanVleet. He's the player on the Raptors most likely to be traded at the deadline. Yob here says, how about Jahlil Okafor? Will he make a good backup center? No, he won't. I thought Jahlil Okafor was going to be a pretty good player in the NBA. I'm just kind of bummed that he hasn't been. Post-game kind of changed all around him as he came into the league. AI Max says, would Vanderbilt and Olynyk be good on the Clippers? Olynyk would be. I just don't think Vanderbilt's what the Clippers need. With the way that they play, I just don't think Vando's really the fit, honestly. And I love Vando. I'm a big Vando fan, but I don't think he's a Clipper this season. Mickey Turner says, I recommend sending JaVale McGee, Davis Bertans, and Markieff Morris, plus Dallas 2025 first and second rounder to Spurs for Jakob, Richardson, Keldon. Works on trade machine and gets Spurs. I get it, but the Spurs are not giving up Keldon Johnson in a deal. Corey wants to know, if you were the GM of the Bulls, would you keep with the team, retool, or blow it up and start the development process? I wouldn't blow it up. I would trade LaVine for the Lakers picks and Russell Westbrook. I would keep Russell Westbrook because I think he's good. I think Billy Donovan knows how to coach him. Now, I don't think Russell Westbrook's great. Don't get me wrong here. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. But I think Russell Westbrook is a starting level point guard in the NBA. No question about that. I would trade Nikola Vucevic for anything I could get, and I would build around DeRozan, Russ for at least a year or two. The thing is, if I take over for it, it's already a crappy situation that I don't like. I wouldn't have done the whole Vucevic trade. That was a mistake. I wouldn't have given LaVine $50 million a year. That was a mistake, but it is what it is. If I had to take over right now, I'd have to live with those decisions by other GMs and executives. So, Karnisovas would have put me in a tough spot. Iceberg says, also, any thoughts on the Jaylen Brown for Kevin Durant rumors? Let's see. Do I have something I can grab? Oh, this is a cap, right? That's not happening. Stephen A. Smith is making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's saying. Treneur says, Lakers don't have enough for OG. That's how I feel as well. That's why I'm not really considering them a landing spot. Ball is Life Jr. thinks they do. No, they don't. Not relative to other teams. Michael Bruin says, Xavier Tillman has been eating for my FanDuel teams last 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, Xavier Tillman's good, and he's like the 12th player on the Grizzlies team. So it's just like, yeah. Jason says, what are the draft picks value against a player contract in a trade? I'm not sure if I completely understand your question, Jason. So if you could say that in a way that maybe I could, I just don't understand exactly what you mean here. And I don't want to, answer your question in a way that isn't really answering what you're talking about. Ryan Hillier says, yikes, I sure hope not. I think he's talking about the Lakers and OG Anunoby. I don't think that'll happen. Luke Davis says, I don't see the direction the Raptors would be trying to go in with that trade. Yeah, I don't think the Raptors are going to trade with the Lakers. Kevonte Jennings says, no, sir, don't want to give up a first-round pick for next year. Come on. Venkat says, can you give a quick just tuned in at utility? Well, Venkat, welcome. I'm not sure what TLDR is, but if you're just talking about trade deadline ideas for the Bucks, I think that the most realistic one is Jay Crowder. I think two other good ones are Jordan Clarkson, Jalen Noel. Those are two players that I like it. Oh, and Luke, yeah, okay. So for the first round pick, yeah, it's I know the comments, it's hard. I can't like really move the stuff around as much as I would like. I don't, with the software that I use, it is what it is. I tried my best to make it look good, but this is about as best as I can get it to do with it like animating the way that it does and everything. So Miles says, would the Grizz have a ton of draft capital left even if they did your proposed trade? Yeah, they'd have a pretty good amount, to be honest. So it would work pretty well. And Miles says I would do that if I was the Raptors. Right. I think that's a really good haul for OG. The Grizzlies trade was. Let's say that out loud again. What did I say for them again? It was let's get that back on the stream here actually, because I want to talk about that a little bit more. I think that was a pretty good offer. The OG Anunoby Grizzlies one, which is why the Grizzlies make some sense. Danny Green for money purposes, Xavier Tillman, Jake LaRavia, David Roddy. So two guys who were first round picks this past draft, plus Xavier Tillman, who's been playing pretty well as of late, plus 2024 Golden State Warriors first round pick and a 2023 first this year. For OG Anunoby, you get a collection of 3 young players, and you get 2 first round picks, which I think is pretty strong, honestly. Which, to be honest, now since we're talking about that, I want to do another Raptors trade, and this time I want to do it with the Pelicans, because I think the Pelicans and the Grizzlies are the 2 most likely teams to make a trade for OG Anunoby, honestly, at this point. So let's talk about that. What could that look like? And we're going to compare the 2, because I think it's very important to actually compare the 2, because these are the offers that I really think the Raptors are going to have to consider for OG Anunoby, which is why I think he's going to get traded, because I think there's enough push right now to get a deal done. Devontae Graham's going to be the player going out in this one with Dyson Daniels. And I don't think Herb Jones gets traded in this. I think Najee Marshall ends up being the guy. And the Pelicans also give up the Lakers' first-round pick. So let's try this trade. I'm going to get this pulled up on stream as well, because I think it's important to compare these 2 offers and look at what's really going on between these teams right now and why the Raptors might hold up the market a little bit, because they've got a lot of offers through. I think the player who's going to be the value that they're trading in OG Anunoby. So because of that, there's going to be a lot of interested teams, like we saw reported earlier. Officially in an OG Anunoby are the Lakers, Nets, Suns, Blazers, Pacers, Knicks, Grizzlies. I think the Blazers don't have enough, to be honest, to get a deal done. Little Tree wants to know, do I think that Mo Bamba gets flipped? I don't think so. Let's get this this other trade up now. I want to pull this up so that everybody can see it. And let's go ahead and share that on the screen now. So here we go. Let's get this up and running now. Is that the Pelicans one? I can't really tell what's going on here. Share this. Oh, that's the Raptors one again. Sorry. I will let me get that on there. I just have a little bit of technical difficulties here for a second. Welcome everyone to the stream as well. Glad to have you guys in here. A lot of fun talking about the NBA. And here's the offer now for the Pelicans from the Raptors. Devontae Graham, Najee Marshall, Dyson Daniels, who is the 8th overall pick, plus the Lakers' first-round pick this year. Again, in comparison, when you look at that compared to what we saw in the other deal of Green, Tillman, LaRavia, Roddy, and 2 firsts, you're not getting quite the same in terms of how many young players and how many draft picks, but you could argue you're getting a higher value in terms of Dyson Daniels. You could also argue you're getting a better draft pick. I don't even think that's an argument. I think everybody knows that's a better draft pick. So that's kind of the way to look at it. If you're Toronto here, which offer would you guys take? Let me know in the comment section. Ryan says, yep, I'll take that trade all day. I think that's a pretty strong trade for the Raptors to look at. Unspoken wants to know, can I make a trade for the Pacers and what they would give up for OG Anunoby? Yes, we will do that next. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says also, do you think it's a guarantee that OG gets traded? To be honest, I don't think it's a guarantee, but I think it becomes more and more likely the longer this goes on, because there's going to be a lot of teams interested in Anunoby, and it kind of naturally drives up the price for him. Colin says, really like to get Daniels if we trade OG. I think that's definitely something that would be important in the deal. Sir Cat says OG is Scotty's boy. OG not getting traded. That's a way to look at it. For what it's worth, though, Luka Doncic's favorite teammate was Dorian Finney-Smith, and now he's a Brooklyn Net. So, that's kind of how it goes. Yeah, Cam says that's too much. I understand that, but you have to understand teams are bidding on OG Anunoby. So if you want him, you have to outbid other teams. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, who do you think gets traded first, OG or Van Vliet? I think Van Vliet gets dealt first, honestly, which gives us a good idea on what would happen. John says, who wins the East? How about the West NBA champ? I think winning the East is probably the Bucks or Celtics at this point. The 76ers can still make some noise. And I think whoever wins the East will win the NBA Finals is what I think. Alex Chacon says, prediction for the Utah Jazz. I think that they're going to sell. Colin says he prefers the Pelicans trade. Braden says he would take that trade with Dyson Daniels, Najee Marshall, Devontae Graham, and 2023 first from the Lakers. Treneur says, as a Raps fan, as much as I like Dyson, I think the Grizz trade is better. I understand that because you're getting more young pieces. You're getting more players who are going to be under contract. Jacob Parsons says, Batum, do I foul swap both teams fill needs? No, the Clippers will not do that. Make an OG Rockets trade. Chris, the Rockets are not going to get involved with OG Anunoby. Brendan says, just remember when you mock your trades to send green, doesn't mean good. It just means financially and works within the rules. Oh, yeah, obviously. But to be honest, I think this is like kind of what the deal is going to end up looking like. The green's important because the money has to work. That's like literally a rule. But there's no rule on what should get traded, right? We've seen some bad trades. We've seen some trades go that is incredibly different than what you would want to see. So now I think let's talk about Indiana, because there's the famous clip of OG Anunoby talking to Tyrese Halliburton, and it looks like he says, "Come get me." Wants to potentially be traded from the Toronto Raptors, kind of like what is being said here by Colin about OG being unhappy. So let's talk about a trade here. OG Anunoby to the Pacers. And now to make this work. Now this is interesting because this doesn't necessarily have to be a sell move for Toronto completely. The way that they could look at this here is they could look at, I'm going to mock it and I'm going to put it on the screen. Let's do those. Let's do this. And let's also send. I thought about Delano Banton for a second. I said, no, I don't want all the Raptors fans to be mad at me. Let's put Juancho here. Do I like this? I don't know if I like this. Actually, no, I changed my mind. We're not going to do that. I was going to trade Buddy. I was going to trade Buddy in it to give the Raptors some shooting. I'm changing my mind. We're gonna match the salary this way instead, which is different, but probably not as preferred, honestly, either. But let's do this. Let's trade the Pacers are going all in on the Miles Turner boat, which they already seemingly have a little bit. So let's go ahead and put that in there now. I'm going to get this on the screen here in just a second. Thank you guys for bearing with. The trade is going to be interesting, and I'm very interested to see what the Raptors fans have to say about this. But like I said, Rockets are not going to get involved on OG Anunoby. Derek says, hi and good morning. What trade ideas do you see for the Houston Rockets for draft picks or what we can do in our rebuild? Love your content and work. Keep it up. Thank you so much for the kind words there. I really appreciate that. And I would say for the Rockets, I think the biggest thing really is, does Martin get traded and what he get traded for? And then the second question I have is, if he gets traded, what does that mean? Does that mean does that mean they're also trading Eric Gordon? Does that mean they're getting draft picks for him? Those are kind of the questions I think that you should ask if something like that were to happen. But let's get this Pacers trade up on the screen now. I think it's very fun to talk about some of these mock trades. So let me know what you think about this one here right now. So what we have is the Raptors get Daniel Tice for money purposes, Goga Bitadze, Isaiah Jackson. Isaiah Jackson's kind of the sweetener young player in this deal. You also get 3 first-round picks. So definitely strong draft pick compensation. This is the most draft picks that we've had attached in a deal. With the reports that there have been offers of 3 first-round picks for OG Anunoby, I think the Pacers are the team probably offering it. They have the Cavs first. They have the Celtics first this year. Those are the 2 2023 first that I have attached. And then also their own 2024 first-round pick, plus the money matchers to make this work. Let me know what you guys think about this trade. Do you like this one more as a Raptors fan than you would for, say, a deal from the Pelicans or the Grizzlies? What are your guys' thoughts? Here, Pelicans are giving up bricks. TC says OG to the Kings for sure. That's still not a terrible option either. Batum is the second most versatile defender in the league. He really does guard like 2 through 5 a lot of the time. So, yeah. Brennan Sutherland says, I don't know. I thought the utility sports trade was pretty good. Summer Low says Raptors should just trade everyone. It's an option for sure. Although I don't think that Siakam gets traded, but with some of the Nets rumors, I mean, it's not impossible. Itzoko says, which possible trades can happen for or with Pirtle? We talked about one earlier to the Mavs, where the Mavs would get him and Josh Richardson for the 2027 first, essentially. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, earlier you said you thought the Pacers would be the team to ultimately trade for OG. Do you still think that? Yes, because I think that the Pacers, it's kind of a clearer fit of, okay, Halliburton, Mathurin, OG, Miles Turner. That's your core 4, right? Whereas like for New Orleans and Memphis, they might feel like they're already good enough to be like great. Do they need OG Anunoby? That might be the one thing that they think to themselves. Ryan Hillier says summer trade everyone, but Scotty and Pascal. That's probably a potential option, but they do have to trade for sure, probably Fred VanVleet right now, just because of the rumors that the Magic could look to sign him in free agency. Deverick says, hit that like and subscribe button. Definitely do that. It would be awesome to have you guys hit that subscribe button. Let's check how many subs we are at right now. I'd love to see exactly what we got going on in terms of subscriber count. Let's see how many we are up to now. Almost 16,400. Let's see if we can get there, guys. I know we're getting really, really close. And I would really love to get to that number today if possible. And let's keep working towards 17K. Colin says OG to the Pacers could work. He wants more ball and could get it there, especially playing next to Tyrese Halliburton. An interesting note on Halliburton, over 51% of his drive this have resulted in pass, which goes to show why he's such a good passer and why he averages so many assists. He drives with the understanding that basketball is all about creating advantages. You get downhill, you draw a second defender, that means somebody's open. And Tyrese Halliburton is one of the best in the league at that. Now, would you like to see maybe finish some of those plays a little bit more too? Yeah, and I think that's where some of that growth will come for him. But like you said, if OG's going to get more touches, Indiana's the spot because of the way that Tyrese Halliburton plays. Benedict Mathurin, on the other hand, he's actually bottom 5 in the NBA. When Mathurin drives the ball, he only passes, I think, like 12% of the time, which is one of the lowest numbers in the NBA for guys who have enough qualifying drives to qualify for the list. So it's funny because there's, complete opposites. Halliburton's one of the most frequent passers on drives. Mathurin's one of the least frequent passers on drives. But I think Anunoby fits in really well as kind of a middleman between those two guys. Deshaun says that's a great trade offer, to be honest. But if I'm the Raptors, I'm begging for Trey Murphy. I love Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy is really, really good. Ryan Hillier responding to a comment earlier saying you want to trade Scotty and Pascal. Yeah, I when I read everyone, I just kind of assumed he didn't mean Scotty. I think Pascal's a possibility, but I don't know. We'll see. Then Kat said somebody was telling me cash considerations can be used to salary match as a tax-paying team. I thought that was Kat, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, cash considerations do not help with matching money. That's not how it works at all. Michael says it seems like Siakam has been told he will be dealt according to Raptors beat writer. Again, be careful about where you're getting some of your news. That guy, here's the thing. Some of those beat writers, guys who, write on Twitter, that kind of stuff, they get paid by people clicking in articles and clicking on their tweets. That's how it works. So, if I were to magically go out there and say, Raptors report Pascal Siakam to be traded within the next 2 days, or else he's going to go to, whatever. Like, I'm sure more people would click that than me just, being honest and saying what's actually going to happen. People like the headliners. So I would just be careful about that. Potato Buff says 3-team trade. Jazz get LeVert, Wood, and a first. Cavs get Hardaway and Morris. Mavs get Conley, Vando, and Lamar Stevens. Worked on trade machine. Not a brutal deal. I don't know. Giving up Wood to only get Conley and Vando and Stevens, though, is not something I really love. Alex Chacon wants to know, can you put together a realistic Jazz trade you'd like to see? Let's go ahead and do that. Let's get that up on the stream. Let's talk about the Utah Jazz for just a little bit, because the Utah Jazz, I think, are one of the most important teams this trade deadline. As we could have predicted, right? They've got a collection of solid role players. Let's go through their team real quick and talk about guys who could help other teams. Mike Conley, good point guard, doesn't turn the ball over, smart, can play on and off the basketball. Colin Sexton, young scoring guard off the bench. He's averaging about 14 points a game this year off the bench. He's been very productive in that role for them. On a decent deal, too. Not very much higher than the mid-level exception. Lauri Markkanen, he's awesome. He's not going to get traded. Malik Beasley, $15.5 million this year, about $16 million next year. 16.5, I believe, actually, and it's a team option for next season. He leads all bench scorers in three-point total shots made this year. So he's been fantastic. Jordan Clarkson, he's been a bucket this year in the starting lineup, averaging 21 points a game and 4 assists. He's taken a massive step forward as a playmaker this year as well. Kelly Olynyk, another good player. Talen Horton-Tucker's been getting do-not plays in the last 4 or 5 games for Utah, which is something to watch. Jared Vanderbilt, a good player who I think would be available at the right price. So there's a lot of stuff the Utah Jazz would be willing to give up. Let's talk about a trade with the Lakers. I don't like to talk about the Lakers a ton, but I think this is something that's very likely to possibly happen. Russell Westbrook to the Lakers for Mike Conley. They also would get Malik Beasley. And then in terms of making money work, you could see someone like Kelly Olynyk. That could work. You could also see somebody like Talen Horton-Tucker going back to the Lakers in terms of the money. Now, I don't think that would actually happen. So let's put Vanderbilt there instead. Let's go ahead now from the Lakers' perspective. You trade that 2027 first, you trade the 2029 first, and you throw in a second-round pick or 2 to try and get the deal done. This is something I could see theoretically happening. This helps the Jazz potentially lose some games down the stretch of the season as well. So let's go ahead and get this on the screen now for you guys, so you can see exactly what is a possible trade that I could see for the Utah Jazz. This is a framework that is relatively possible, right? Relatively could see that happen. So let's get that on the screen now, and then we're going to go ahead and talk about it in this this live for a little bit. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Again, if you are, please leave a like on the stream and also subscribe to the channel for more. A lot of different content coming out. Van Strife here says, gaming and watching these streams makes for such a chill day. LOL. Appreciate you, man. That's awesome. I wish I was gaming a little bit. I am planning on doing a couple 2K videos in terms of maybe some like rebuild stuff. Kind of what King of the Fourth Quarter does. I'm not trying to cramp his style too much. He's very good at that. I'm not trying to be him. But I think it's fun to, talk about what I would like to talk about in some videos. And, even though someone else does some similar content, I'm kind of stealing his idea, but, a lot of people do it. So it's not like he doesn't have it copyrighted or anything, right? So, and go check him out. You guys all know who King of the Fourth Quarter is. I'm a way smaller YouTuber than him. He doesn't need clout from me. That's to be completely honest. Utah Jazz received Russell Westbrook, 2024 second round pick, 2027 second round pick, and 2 unprotected firsts in 27 and 29 from the Los Angeles Lakers. And in return, the Lakers received Mike Conley, Malik Beasley, Jared Vanderbilt. Not a bad offer, right? The Lakers get, I think, quite a bit better here in terms of their overall depth. They're able to replace guys out of their lineup. You think about Rui Hachimura being there as well. They went from a team that's pretty small, doesn't really have a lot to throw at teams defensively, to all of a sudden having a decent collection of size now with Vanderbilt and Hachimura. Here we also have a trade to talk about, but let me know in the comment section what you think about this one. I think it's not a bad offer at all. So hopefully, Alex, you appreciated looking at this realistic Jazz trade that I just threw together here now on the stream. Robert says Dallas Mavericks all the way. The other teams are not allowed to win. I like that, Robert. Michael says, Amico Hoops just posted that Josh Richardson price tag is an expiring contract, second-round pick. That is very nice value for a playoff team. Yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of what I was expecting for him. Interesting here. Venkat says Fanspo has Josh Richardson at $12.1 million and ESPN has him at $11.6. Which one is correct? So let's address this right now. There's a couple things that go into that in terms of their projected cap hit. Josh Richardson is 12.1. That's what his number is. So ESPN actually has it wrong. And to be honest with you, if you guys want to know my thoughts on this, if there's a discrepancy between Fanspo and ESPN, usually trust Fanspo. They're better than ESPN at the whole trade machine component. ESPN, you can't even include draft picks. It doesn't make any sense. Paul B says, as a Raptors fan, heck no, Nembhard has to return back to Canada at least. I get what you're saying there with Nembhard. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, instead of Isaiah Jackson, what about Chris Duarte? I think the Raptors would want Jackson. I think his rim protection would be valuable for them, and they would probably like his length and athleticism. Trenner says, Pacers trade I like the least as a Raps fan compared to the other two, and I understand that you're getting less proven players. Now, I'm very high on Isaiah Jackson. I really like Isaiah Jackson. I think he could be good in the NBA for sure. Mr. Levi wants to know about Blazers deadline ideas. The Blazers, with where they currently sit, they're kind of a tough team because, and there's a few reasons why. And one of them is something that does not get talked about enough, but is, I think, honestly, one of the most important things when you're making trades at this time of season. This is what every GM is aware of. The Blazers are $256,000 under the tax. Basically, if they were to go out and buy a new house, they would go over the tax. So because of that, they're not going to take in salary. They're just not going to. So any move that they make has to be a negative salary move, which means Josh Hart could potentially go. He's at about $13 million. So anyone making less than 13, I could see as an option for them there. I could see Nasir Little be involved in a deal, although I don't think they would love to do that. Josh Hart will get traded. I'm just not sure for what yet, honestly. Aaron Beast Mode says, what moves do you think the Wolves will make before the deadline? To be honest, I think the Wolves are going to be mostly quiet. I think they'll explore Bones Highland a little bit because Tim Connolly is the one who drafted him in Denver. But at the end of the day, I don't know if anything really gets done completely. John Piner says, still like Pell's deal for OG, but if you're rebuilding, Pacers deal is very good. Yeah, I think both are strong. They both have pretty decent outcomes. And like Van Stripe said, would be an Indiana reunion for OG. It would be, which is part of why I think OG potentially saying, come get me to Tyrese Halliburton makes even more sense than what some people are talking about in the mainstream media. The finisher says Pacers would have to send Duarte 2, not 3 centers. Yeah, I get that. The way I was looking at it for including Goga was he's an expiring contract that they would renounce. They wouldn't keep Goga Bitadze there. It was about money more than anything is why. But I understand your thoughts on Duarte. Michael says Halliburton is the best point guard in the East. I have always been higher on him than both Ball and Edwards long term. Game is less dependent on athleticism. Edwards and Ball are both very good. But Halliburton, I loved Halliburton, dude. I couldn't believe he fell as far as he did in that draft. I had Halliburton as a top 5 player in that class. I was one of the few people in the draft community actually saying that at the time. More people were focused on how funky his jump shot looked rather than the fact that he was making like 45% of them for Iowa State, which never made any sense. Hoop Heat here says, I'm calling a 3-team trade. Clippers, Porzingis, Wizards, Collins, Atlanta, Morris, and a first. So it's funny because a few months ago, I actually floated the idea of Porzingis to LA, and I thought that it would make a little bit of sense, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure. Washington's kind of hard to have a read on right now. Uli wants to know why nobody signed Hassan Whiteside yet. It's because the guy doesn't try. Hassan Whiteside's like the king of being awesome when he tries, and then when he doesn't try, he just is like, oh, you were 2 steps away from rotating over to challenge a shot at the rim, and you just stood there. He does that all the time, and it's just terrible to watch. Blue Week says draft picks are overrated. Give me players ready now. That's how you end up like the 2013 Nets. Paul B says Pascal has to go. He clashes with Scotty. Everyone has to go except Scotty, Precious, and Koloko. Interesting. Toronto Raptors fans, I feel like there's a big divide right now in the fan base, honestly. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you are new here, please leave a like, subscribe to the channel as well. Been live for 2.5 hours and it feels like it's been like 20 minutes. I'm having so much fun with you guys. I hope you're having fun with me as well. I mean, this is like a dream, right? I just go live on YouTube and talk to like 400 people for hours and hours about basketball. It's just like, I love that. Aaron Beast Mode said, what moves do you think the Wolves might make before the deadline? Also love the stream so far. Appreciate that. Like I said about the Wolves, I think they'll be relatively quiet, to be honest. I thought that they were going to have a more important deadline, but then D'Angelo Russell's been playing really well as of late. Michael Bruin says, nah, I know this guy to be legit. He's one of the guys who travels with the team. Yeah, I get that. I get it. But, like, just because he's, seeing something or reporting something doesn't mean it's fully accurate either. Like I get you, and I know that you have sources that you fully trust, and, like, but there's a difference between reporting on a game, during a game, or after a game with what a guy said in a press conference compared to, oh, this is the internal plans of an organization to make a trade. And that's where you have to be careful. Even smart people, even people who know they have intel, they leak stuff that probably isn't accurate. So that's just my thoughts on that. Unspoken Hoop Knowledge says, besides OG, if there's another big name, who should the Pacers go all in for? I don't think that they should go all in for anybody else. I think OG is really the guy that makes sense. And the nice thing is about the trade with the Indiana Pacers, since they've accrued assets making moves, this isn't even all in for OG Anunoby, which is why I really like it. Alex says, why does everyone think that OG is worth that much? I don't see him as a star and a reason to give 3 first-rounders. It's because he's a fit player, Alex. And this is one of those things that when you watch the game, you have to really think about fit. And that's why some people like, and ESPN is notorious for not doing this, right? Which is why ESPN thought the Lakers were set with Russell Westbrook and LeBron and Anthony Davis. They're like, oh my gosh, 3 stars, right? And that's all they think about is, oh, what's the name on the back of the jersey, not how do the players play together. OG Anunoby is one of the players in the NBA, one of like probably 10 or 15 that isn't a star, not one of the best players in the world, but you put him on any team and the team gets better because he's flexible. He can play off the ball, but he's able to drive the basketball with it in his hands. He can knock down some jump shots as well. I know this year the Raptors haven't shot super well, but OG Anunoby himself, I mean, for his career, he's been a fairly reliable shooter from three-point land. You look at what's been going on with him for his career, he hovers around 37% for his career. So that's good, right? And he can drive, he's physical, he can defend. That's why he fits everywhere, which is why teams would be willing to add him into their cores. You think about the teams that we're, highlighting as trade destinations, they're already teams that have their pieces, right? Look at New Orleans. They have Zion, Brandon Ingram, CJ McCollum. You'd look at the Grizzlies. They have Ja, Jaren, Bane. You'd look at the Pacers. They have the young makeup of Halliburton and Mathurin and Miles Turner. All these teams are already set. If the Mavericks were to get involved, you would look at Kyrie and Doncic as the core, right? Now that's a little bit more volatile because you don't know what's going to happen with Kyrie, and Doncic could ask out because of that in a couple of years. But the teams that are interested have pieces already set in place. So that's why you have to think about that a little bit. Colin says OG is basically the best defender in the league. He's averaging 18 a game and can shoot the 3. I wouldn't say he's the best defender in the league. I think he's a good defender. I think there's definitely defenders who are better than him. I prefer Jaden McDaniels to him with the way McDaniels played this year. He's taken a massive step forward. I think Kawhi, when he's engaged, is still better, obviously. But, that's not as often. OG Anunoby is pretty much always engaged, which is what you're kind of saying here. I disagree with basically the best defender, but I think he's a very great defender. To start the year, he was leading the league in steals. That number's cooled off a little bit, but he's very good. He's valuable. Abel wants to know, can Mavs get a center? They'll try to. We'll see what happens. I don't love the center pool right now for what's available, let's go to another trade about the Mavs, because this is one that I looked at as a potential option for them. Here it is. I don't love this for Dallas, but I think it's a potential option. And Paul B says he is the best wing defender. Legit guards 1 through 5. Young, shoots 40%. OG's amazing. Just never gets the praise. I do think he's amazing. I do not think he gets enough praise. for his play, but that's a different discussion. As for Abel here, let's go back to this and let's get this up on the screen now for you, talking about a potential Mavericks deal. And this is the one that I could see maybe going down to get a center. The Mavericks get Yusuf Nurkic and Josh Hart for JaVale McGee, Tim Hardaway Jr., and a 2027 first, 2025 second rounder. I don't love this trade. I don't. They get off of JaVale McGee's contract, though, which is what makes it worth it. That's why they also have to attach a second-round pick into this. This is a deal that I could see potentially going down. Now, again, do I love it? I don't. I really don't, but it's something that I see as a potential outcome. Jason says, when do you see the trade market really picking up? I think tomorrow is going to be like the big day of, hey, we start to see some real moves that could really make some stuff happen. The finisher says McDaniels on the Wolves is a great defender. He is. I love Jade McDaniels. Ryan says OG top 5 wing defenders for sure, but having more value than Siakam is a hot take. I don't think he's got more value than Siakam. I think he's a better fit around places than Siakam, if that makes sense. Paul B says I'd keep OG, but if it meant several assets back, so be it. Paul B here also says Raptors give up like 7 to 9 points more when OG isn't playing. Yeah, I mean that's don't get OG is great. I'm not trying to discredit OG and Anunoby defensively. I just my hang up was like the best wing defender. I think he's a great wing. I think he's one of the best. I don't know if he's the best. That's the only hang up I had on that. Austin here says any Orlando Magic trades. I think realistically they might look to trade Terrence Ross or Mo Bamba. I don't have any great options for that right now. So if you want to tweet at me, that would be really awesome. Just remember, send me your mock trades on Twitter @_utility sports. And I will show them here live on the channel for sure. 9 Extreme says, I don't think they'll give up the second round picks on top of the first. Rob won't do it. I don't trust Rob Pelinka. He gave up 4 or 5 good role players for Russell Westbrook. So I don't trust him. Aaron says, what moves do you think the Wolves will make before the deadline? Like I've said, I know I'm a few minutes behind, so just don't spam because I'm going to get through it, okay? Fuzzy Simpleton says, any opinions on why the Blazers are so inconsistent? Coach or need players? Can the new GM help the team? It's because they don't have good center play, which is why I don't want the Mavericks to make the trade I have on the screen right now. Yusuf Nurkic is not that good, and I had a real issue with the contract he signed. I knew it was an overpay, just not great. Alex says, love the Jazz trade. Keep raking in the picks and really jumpstart the rebuild. I love it too. And the nice thing is about, if Utah at some point, if they have all these picks and they draft players that help them start winning right away, then all of a sudden you're in a spot where you have extra picks to trade to add to your core. And that's really where it gets fun for Utah. Kian says, do Nets get a deal agreed with the Toronto Raptors for Siakam? Let's talk about that, okay? Let's go ahead and try to throw together a Siakam trade with the Brooklyn Nets. Now, Raptors fans, you might want to cover your ears because I am going to include Ben Simmons. I know you guys don't want to hear that. I get it. But to make the money work, it's going to have to probably be Simmons. So Siakam for Simmons, they're on very similar contracts. And now what really happens here to make the money? What happens to make this work, right? That's kind of the question. I think that there's moving pieces in this for sure. I think Joe Harris could potentially go out in this deal as well, which complicates some things. Let's just not include Joe Harris in this right now. This is kind of the framework for a deal that I think could potentially go down. So we got that going out the door. We have that. And we also have this. Let's go ahead and show this on the screen. This is the type of offer that I would think maybe becomes the framework for a deal. Now, it's possible as well. I didn't include any of that in here, but it's possible that some young could also be attached into that, right? Some guys, the Nets wouldn't love to give up, but maybe the Raptors say, look, if we're going to do this, we need it. Kind of like what they did with Precious in the Kyle Lowry debacle. But that's kind of what I'm thinking here for a potential deal. Let's get it up on the screen so you guys can see exactly what that would look like. And then we will get into some more Raptors trades regarding a different player, because I think the Raptors are one of the most important teams to talk about. But here is that trade now on the screen. Nets land Pascal Siakam, and the Toronto Raptors get Ben Simmons and 3 unprotected first-round picks. One comes from Philadelphia from the trade last year. One comes this year, and one comes unprotected in 2029. They also theoretically have the Mavs first-round pick as well that they could throw into this deal. I did not include that one, but I think that could potentially be an option in this trade as well. Pathora says, sorry for being late on Pacers. Feel like Pacers could go for Van Vliet over OG. They went down the 2 without Halliburton, and they can play together. They could. I understand, but if you're building your team around Halliburton, like I know that you want to be like, oh well, we're gonna be fine if Halliburton gets hurt. But realistically, like when you're building a team, you just have to say, okay, this is the best we're gonna be when our guys are healthy. You can't really build your team with the idea of, oh well, when a guy sits or when he's out. Think about when the 76ers tried doing that with Al Horford around Joel Embiid. It just did not work. You just can't do that. I don't think that Van Vliet fits into Indiana at all. Michael says Blazers also have their picks in limbo because of the protection with Chicago. Blazers have a trade exception from Covington still available for $6 million. They do, but it's going to be a little bit tough for me to see the Blazers work in $6 million of money, just given the fact that they're super close to the luxury tax. And this is one of the highest tax bills in NBA history. You want to be a team outside of the tax so you get some of the financial benefits of that. But I'm interested to see what you guys have in terms of thoughts on this deal. AI Max says, is Bones Highland a starter? No, he's not. Demi says Bones Highland for OG seems sick. No, Bones Highland's not a starting level player. So at least at this point. Ghostly Jurassic says, do you think Pascal Siakam will get traded? Ultimately, I don't. But I think this is one of the situations that they would consider. Ryan Hillier says, in fact, Russ is still easily the best player in that trade. About how can the Jazz get all that for 2 decent players and a bench score when OG trades are less return? People who think Russ is washed are tripping. I think the situation with Russ is just a lot of teams that are winners aren't going to add Russ. And that's the difference there in that deal. Jim Thurkill wants to know if I can get a trade for OG to the Kings. Yes, let's do that next. And we actually have a couple tweets here on Twitter as well to go over. So I would love to get those on the screen. Hopefully you guys do enjoy this. We will get to this as well, Jim, about a trade to the Kings. Michael says, I take the Twitter page with the source about the Pascal news. Okay, thank you, Michael. Let's go ahead over to the to Twitter now that we covered that trade. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this live stream today. I'm having a ton of fun covering the trade rumors today. Let's get to this trade here from a viewer. Bulls receive Ish Smith, 2023 first via Milwaukee through the Houston Rockets, and a 2029 first lottery protected from Denver. Nuggets receive Alex Caruso. Rockets receive Bones Highland, 2024 second. It's not terrible, to be honest. It's actually a pretty solid move. I kind of like this from Maki here. You turn Bones and a pick into Caruso. It's not bad. It's actually a pretty good offer. Let me zoom in so you guys can see this a little bit better. So here's what the Bulls receive. Ish, 2 firsts. Nuggets get Caruso. Rockets get to experiment with Bones and a 2024 second. Now, I don't think that Bones is ultimately the player that the Rockets need. I think they need someone who brings a little bit of structure and stability. But we could see it, any variety of teams kind of fill in that Rockets role here where you get Bones and a second rounder. So it's not absolutely crazy. Eddie says, Sheldon, there's 400 people here who love to join you. Great work. Yeah, I know. It's awesome. It's crazy. 400 people just been hanging out all day long with me. I really, really appreciate each and every one of you guys. I'm refreshing the stream right now. Let's see how many likes we're at on the stream. And let's see how many subscribers we're up to as well on the channel. I'd love to see that number continue to grow. It's been absolutely insane the last couple of days. Let's see where we're at now. We're 15 away from 16,400. And we're up to 254 likes on the stream, which is big time, guys. That's a ton of likes. Let's go ahead and keep that number going. Let's get some more likes on the stream for sure. if you guys are having a good time. It's funny. He says for hearts. That's funny. Let's go ahead, keep going through here now. John Suarez says, I will not be shocked if Ainge makes a great deal. He's an astute talent evaluator. He can use the expiring contract of Russ. He could, and I wouldn't even be surprised if the Jazz let Russ play for them and he plays well, and then maybe they keep him. Cappers Anon says, here's the source for the Pascal news, according to Michael Grange. So let's go ahead and get this on here now. I never know what's happening. Even when you guys ask me all these questions, I don't know what's going on. I'm focused on the game, and that's pretty much it. At the end of the day, we know what it is. What's the point of us coming here and talking every deadline? I'm going to skip over that word. We know that's going to happen. It is what it is, and whatever happens, I'm at a point in my career where it really doesn't matter unless I feel like there's some things going on. Now that we're in a league where if I'm unhappy, there's things that can happen, but other than that, I'm doing my job every single day. I'm blessed to be able to live my dream and play the game that I love and getting compensated for it. At the end of the day, I understand being here. Year 7 for me, it's a business, and I get it. I've seen people go. I've seen people get here, so nothing surprises me. I don't look for anything until my phone actually rings. Talking about Pascal Siakam. According to Michael Grange, supposedly Ujiri notioned for Siakam to join him in his office. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's getting traded, though. But thank you for tagging me in that. That way I at least can see everything you're seeing. And Troy Dilworth says, I don't necessarily think the Rockets do this as the window for Paul doesn't make a lot of sense, and I'm sure he wants to compete for a title, but he would set a great example and hold players accountable. Interesting, at least. Credit to Nathan Fogg for the idea. So shout out to Nathan Fogg. Raptors would get Crowder, Boban, 2 first-round picks, one from Milwaukee, one from Phoenix this year. Rockets get Chris Paul. And the Suns would get Eric Gordon, Fred VanVleet. I get it. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know if I love this either. But I see at least the framework of why it maybe makes a little bit of sense. But ultimately, I'd be kind of surprised if that 3-team deal went down. Like Tim Skaggs here pointing out what I was saying. They only look at the name on the back of the jersey and not how well they play together. Nick says, yo, you still streaming? I am. I'm going to be streaming here for at least a couple more hours. I do coach a game tonight, a high school game. So I do coach basketball. So, and I love it. To be honest, this is my most favorite thing I do, coaching basketball and streaming and doing the YouTube stuff. That's like literally like my favorite part of doing stuff on the planet. I love coaching. I love streaming. I love talking to you guys. So I have a lot of fun. AI Max says, can't Herb Jones do what OG does for far cheaper? No. Herb Jones will never average 18 points a game in the NBA. Defensively, yes. But when it comes to the postseason, our team's going to leave Herb Jones relatively open. Yes. You can't do that against OG Anunoby. So that's why it's a massive upgrade. I think a great example of this, and people want to know, like, is it worth upgrading if it's going to cost you a lot to upgrade just a bit? And I think the perfect example of this is I think the perfect example of this is Kawhi for DeRozan. Kawhi was obviously the better player than DeRozan. Always has been, always will be. But remember, DeRozan made multiple All-NBAs for the Raptors. And again, he made another All-NBA last year for the Bulls. DeRozan's been a top 15, top 20 player for many years of his career, as indicated by accolades, as indicated by his performance, as indicated by winning 60 games in the regular season, as indicated by being a consistent 25-point per game scorer, 7 assists a game, and yet the Raptors made that move. They traded for a upgrade. It wasn't the biggest upgrade, but it was an upgrade big enough to win an NBA championship. And that's kind of what, Herb Jones for OG Anunoby might not be the biggest upgrade that you think of, but it's a very big upgrade. Meep says, sends in a sticker there. That's obviously the text doesn't quite show what the sticker is, but let's get some Meep hype in the chat down below. Everyone comment Meep. I'm going to throw one in there as well. Let's get some Meep hype in the chat as well. David here says, Mavs need to go all in on this season to be the winner of the Kyrie trade. I don't see them making long-term commitment with Kyrie Irving. That's what I think as well, honestly. 214A says, what can they get for Christian Wood? That's kind of the big question, right? I don't have firm reporting on what they're going to get for him yet, and even if they're going to trade him. Ryan says, shaking my head, Ben Simmons. I knew you wouldn't love it. But Jack says Okoro isn't getting traded. He's been on fire. Well, he should be on fire. No team guards him, which is, again, coming in the playoffs. Yeah. Trenner says, stop. Ben's a huge negative to have. I understand, but you guys know I love Nick Nurse. You don't think Nick Nurse could make Ben Simmons look pretty good? I think he can. A Hem Runner says, Bojan would be a good role player for Mavs, would add a few points to offensive rating, probably drop some on defensive, but that would be a plus. I agree. I just don't think the Pistons are willing to trade him. Michael Orlando says, bless anyone trying to trade Ben Simmons. I understand. But Masai Ujiri's smart. This is the funny thing, right? You guys all acknowledge that it doesn't make sense for the Nets to try and trade Ben Simmons because his value's at 0. Everybody acknowledges that. Then why wouldn't it make sense to try and trade for him if his value's at 0? I'm telling you right now, if I'm running a team that's really bad, like the Rockets or the Spurs, why? If I could get Ben Simmons for pennies on the dollar, why would I not do it? Former first overall pick, multiple-time All-Star. He's had seasons in his career where he averages 18, 7, and 7. Those things don't grow on trees. Is he playing that way this year? No. He's also 8 months removed from back surgery, or maybe it might be 12 months at this point, removed from back surgery. Please just be patient with him. Right now is the time to buy. If his value's at 0, right now is the time to get him. DTP says Pacers don't want more guards. Well, OG Anunoby's like a 6'8" wing, so that's not really a problem. John says OG to the Kings is also a possibility. Yes, it is. Let's talk about that now too, because we did have a question, or let me go back to the comments here. I had one starred about that. Let's go ahead to Jim's question here. Demi, we are going to get to this one as well, the Fred VanVleet trade ideas, but I do want to talk about OG Anunoby here first, just because we've already covered OG a bit. So I want to get through OG Anunoby with the final team that I think is a realistic option, and that's Sacramento. Now for Sacramento, you make this move, and it's a pretty good one if you're able to pull this off, to be honest. We're going to put that in. We're going to throw this guy in, and we're also going to attach Trey Lyles. I know you don't want to do that, but you're going to have to. Now, the really tough thing here is they can't really trade these first rounders that are in here. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second because of some stupidity from Monty McNair. But it's okay. We're just going to fill this out. We're going to make this trade, and we're going to send this in. Let's get this on screen for you guys. It'll be on there in just a second. So this is a trade between the Toronto Raptors and the Sacramento Kings that I do think makes some sense, especially from Sacramento's perspective. Now, do they have enough to give up in this? I don't know. It becomes a little bit more tough to see this completely playing out the way that they want. Scotto here says Serge should stay in the kitchen, obviously referencing his little podcast that he does. That's actually a really funny comment, and I'm glad that you put that on there. That made me laugh. You guys say a lot of funny stuff during the streams, in a good way, that I'm just that's hilarious that someone thought of saying that. Serge is not a good player at this point of his career. But this is kind of the trade that I think is the framework for a piece. Kings get OG Anunoby, Raptors receiver Sean Holmes, Trey Lyles, Davion Mitchell, first rounders in 2029, 2027, and 3 second-round picks. And now I know Raptors fans are going to say that's not enough. Here's the thing. The Kings can't even technically trade that 2027 first. They'd have to go amend a deal that they've already made with the Atlanta Hawks to get that done. So that's – okay, DTP. I see what you're saying now too. Sorry about that. It's hard to keep track of what's going all on. So thanks for understanding about that. My fault. But back to this Kings trade, though, the Kings would have to amend this because they already owe backup protections on the Herter trade, where they trade their 2024 first, and then it backs up all the way through 2026. So because of the Stepien rule, they legally cannot trade 2027 right now. So they're kind of stuck. This is kind of the best offer they can make if they amend that deal, which is difficult. So we'll see. Brian Hillier says, man, wouldn't it be funny if I laughed at you for Kyrie for days now and then my team ends up getting Ben Simmons? Ryan, that would be, I might even, I'm going to take a picture of this just in case. I'm taking a picture of this comment on my phone right now because this is one of the funniest things I've seen. If that happens, dude, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, that'd be hilarious. Philly says Lakers and Clippers in talks for Fred VanVleet. We're going to talk about that for a while. Philip says, I hope Lakers get Fred VanVleet, as does AI Mac. Save Clippers from themselves. That's funny, Mac. Wow Factor says, Devin Booker back from injury tonight, and Suns now have the new owner confirmed. Will there be a surprise trade before Thursday? I'm not sure about a surprise trade, but there will definitely be a trade. They'll trade Jay Crowder, maybe Dario Saric with him, and then anyone else like Campaign, Shaman is possible movement guys too that could be on the move. Wilmer says, what trades do you see the Miami Heat doing? They already made one today, Dwayne Dedman and a second round pick to San Antonio for cash to get under the luxury tax. My guess is Miami is going to be relatively quiet. I think they'll see what they can do with their first rounder this year and Robinson and Lowry, but ultimately I don't think anything quite happens. Amit the Goat says, yo, welcome to the stream, Amit. Glad to have you in here again today. John says, Holmes at the 5, Davion at the 1, Lyles at the 4 plus draft picks for OG is not as good as the Pels and Grizz package, in my opinion. That's how I feel too. That's why I think ultimately Raptors fans are going to love this pick, or this trade, but I think that it would be, that's kind of the best that they can do. John says, definitely Kings need to include Murray in an OG trade. They're not willing to do that. Keegan Murray's been awesome this year. The Kings are not going to trade Keegan Murray for OG Anunoby. Just given team control, youth, they're just not going to do that. Like Ryan saying, they would just not trade Keegan Murray. Kyler says, just wondering if you see OKC doing anything or just standing pat. Kyler, they will make a trade. I promise you, Oklahoma City will make a trade. And if you read the bottom line, teams over the tax, the Thunder are over the tax by a very narrow amount, less than $3 million over. So because of that, they're going to trade Darius Bazley. That's what I see happening, probably to San Antonio for cash. That's what I would see going on. Andrew Ford says, who do you think Miles Plumlee, Mason Plumlee, not Miles. Miles, Miles not going anywhere. Mason Plumlee, I mean, maybe Denver. I don't really know. I don't love it. Brennan said he literally has a custom chant when he scores. Keegan Murray isn't going anywhere. Yeah, no, they're keeping Keegan for sure. Ryan says don't sleep on Trey Lyles. He's been playing really well for them this year. It's interesting. Ryan prefers this Kings trade over the Pelicans trade. I think I prefer the Pelicans trade just because I'm getting that Lakers pick. But Kat says Keegan, sure. They're not gonna get Keegan in that deal. Vu Andrew says KD, Joe Harris, Royce O'Neal, and a second round pick for PG and Kawhi. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. PJ says thinks Serge will be out of Milwaukee. Where do you think he'll be going? I'm talking. Sorry, I was reading another comment. I think he could go to Philly. That maybe is an option. Ryan says giving up Siakam isn't pennies on the dollar. But you're getting 3 firsts with him. Like basically the deal. Simmons is only there to match money, right? You're getting your 3 first-round picks for Pascal Siakam. That's why, like, I'm not factoring Simmons into value. That it's not. Oh, we're getting 3 firsts and Simmons is. Oh, we're getting 3 firsts plus Simmons is there to match the money. Like, which is why that's pennies on the dollar for Simmons, in my opinion. Because you think about it, 2 years ago, people would have had discussions 2 years ago about if Siakam for Simmons was a fair straight-up swap. Noah wants to know, did the Raptors trade for Ben Simmons? No, they did not. Don't worry yet. That's not nothing's finalized yet. Steve says Caruso, Vooch, Javonte Green to the Warriors for Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, Baldwin Jr. in 2024 first. So actually the Warriors don't have their 2024 first. The Grizzlies own that. So that's not possible. And I don't think the Warriors would do that anyway. We're getting some meat pipe in here. Luke Davis, he doesn't quite know about meat yet, but, you're learning, Luke. It's just kind of part of the culture here. I love seeing the meat pipe in here. We're getting some big-time meeps in the chat. That's awesome, Ryan. Thank you for that as well. Treneur says, and that's why Messiah and Bobby are so good. The Raptors do a great job of team building. They really do. Chris Haynes says Suns are going in heavy on Kevin Durant after losing out on Kyrie. Crowder is, and Ayton on offer plus picks, maybe even Cam Johnson, but they're fighting for him against Boston. Boston's not in on Kevin Durant. That's not happening. KD's not getting traded this year. Michael says, let's not act like DeMar wasn't having a stretch last year where he was in the MVP combo for a 10 to 15 game stretch, had 2 straight games with buzzer beaters in Chicago. Yeah, I love DeRozan. DeRozan's a great player. They really are. Keep dreaming. Like, I know the Raptors don't necessarily want Simmons, but like hypothetically, let's say like a team comes in and offers 3 firsts for Siakam. Is that in the ballpark of what his value is if the Raptors decide to trade him? Yes, especially if they're all unprotected. Like, yes. Michael Bruin says Gary Trent Jr. to the Nuggets is super interesting to me. I just don't see that happening with their money. John Suarez says this is fun exchange of input from fans. Great live stream. Thank you, John. Glad you guys are all enjoying it. You guys have a lot of fun takes in here too, and I feel like there's a good mix of some of my ideas, some of your guys' ideas, and I think it makes it a really fun environment. Zodiac GM says Bucks, one more compatible team in the NBA, and their record shows. They're definitely dominant. Zodiac GM, secret of successful NBA team is Zodiac chemistry. One of the most compatible teams. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Interesting. Dylan Rodemaker wants to know, where do I think Gary Trent Jr. ends up? It's a great question. For Trent Jr., he's kind of been the mystery guy. I don't think the Mavericks are out of that. I think the Mavericks could definitely consider. John Hamilton says, great live stream. Thanks. Glad you are enjoying it. I made all the Raptors fans mad, which is why there's less viewers in here now. Sorry, Raptors fans. I'm sorry. He says, heck no to Ben Simmons to Toronto. Him and Scotty, no thanks. You know, I get it. OG to Kings is also a possibility. Yep, we talked about that a little bit. Do I think KD move is possible? No. Kevin Durant is not getting traded. I promise you. Low IQ director says, as a Raptors fan, I would do that trade in a second. The one with the Kings, I'm guessing you're asking. Interesting. I'm not sure. Amit the Goat says, as a Raptors fan, I do not know what direction the Raptors are taking. They are trying to win. The roster is strong enough, but it just isn't working. Also, I love the trade on screen. Okay, so you like the Kings trade. I think it's pretty solid. Again, some work would have to go into getting that done, though. Jai Deep says, if we trade Siakam for Ben Simmons, I might have to riot. No way we trade our all-NBA player for Ben Simmons. It happened last year. The Brooklyn Nets traded an all-NBA level player for Ben Simmons, and they got draft picks with him. It can happen. It can happen. Wow Factor says, I missed your prediction before, but did you say Suns are trading for Raptors players or KD? I don't think they're getting Kevin Durant. I think they're getting, I think they would be more interested in landing OG Anunoby. Or not more interested, but more likely. Sorry. Cesar Ramirez says, since they asked about Plumlee, we can't leave out Marshall. Where is he going? Yeah, where are the Plumlee boys going? Besides Duke, right? Like, oh man, I haven't thought about Miles and Marshall Plumlee in a while. So this stream brings up a little bit of fun here. Vivek Sharm says, what about Russell Westbrook? I talked about a trade where he would go to Utah, plus those 2 first-round picks in 27 and 29 for Malik Beasley, Mike Conley, and Jared Vanderbilt, which I think would be an okay way for their team to improve. Brendan Sutherland says, Meep, get some Meep hype in there. And Joe Castiglione wants to know what my favorite Mavs merchandise that I own is. I'm going to go grab it right now. It's sitting right over there. I believe. Let me go ahead and grab it. I'm going to put a little 30-second timer on so that I can have time to go get it, and I'll be right back. All right, so here we are. Let me get this off the screen so you guys can see. This is my favorite piece of merchandise. It is a official Mavericks championship hat. I was 11 years old when the Dallas Mavericks won their NBA championship. At that time, I'd already been a Mavs fan for about 6-7 years. I became a Mavs fan when I was either like 4 or 5, and I've stuck with them the entire time. So for my favorite Mavs merchandise, it is this right here. My mom purchased me the hat the night basically the Mavs won the NBA title over the Miami Heat. Most memorable playoff series of my life. One I'll never forget. Mike Breen's famous lefty layup call when Dirk Nowitzki kind of put the dagger in, and Dirk Nowitzki babied Chris Bosh that entire series. So a lot of fun with that. Chris Bosh, one of my favorite players because of that, because he could not guard Dirk Nowitzki. Neither could Joel Anthony. Nobody on that Heat team could. So this is definitely my favorite piece of merchandise from the Dallas Mavericks. Ahmad says, do you think Keon and 2 unprotected picks is good for Vanderbilt? That's too much for Vanderbilt. That's a way to guarantee you get him. Amit the GOAT says second-round picks are so underrated still. We've seen guys like Jokic and others. We need to act like second-rounders aren't bad and that they could be as good, if not better than first. At times, they are better than first, especially if your team knows how to draft. People always kind of scoff at the idea, like when I say, like 2 or 3 second-rounders, like, okay, what does that do for you? It gives you 2 or 3 chances to find a good player. That's what it does, and that's very valuable. It really is. Oracle says, God bless each and every one of you in the stream, especially Suns fans. I like the especially Suns fans in there. That's a good one, Oracle. Aiden says, could you see the Hornets trading for anyone? I think I could see them trading away guys. Talking about Gordon Hayward, Terry Rozier. Those are the 2 most likely options. Max says Gary Trent Jr. to the Nets, 1 first and Harris. Not a terrible fit. Could see that being a potential option. Don't hate it. Meta says, as a 76ers fan, getting to see Ben Simmons as someone else's problem brings a sigh of relief. I get it. The one thing is, so I watched Ben Simmons play live in Milwaukee one time against Giannis, and you watch him live. It gives you a different perspective on what type of player he is when he's healthy. He is athletically a dominant force. Now, I know this year he doesn't quite look that way, partially because I still think he's recovering from that back surgery. I think it's going to take him a little bit of time. I know he's been scratched a ton this year before the start of games, but I don't know. I think to be honest with you guys, I think that the comment section right now is a little too low on Ben Simmons. Now, I'm not saying trade value for him. I'm not saying, bank on him being a star again. I'm just saying I think he can be a good player in the right situation. I do. And it probably not this year, but 2 years from now, can I see Ben Simmons being a productive, good NBA player with the right players around him? Yes. You think about where he's played. I mean, is Joel Embiid, like, we always look at Ben Simmons as like, he was the problem teammate for Embiid. Is Embiid really the perfect teammate for Simmons? Like, Embiid does a lot of work out of the high post. He, hovers around the lane as he should. But like, what about if we put him next to a Kelly Olynyk as the big man? Like, is that a problem? Is that actually that bad? I don't think so, especially when he's healthy. Now, this year it wouldn't be good, but I'm saying, like, when he's healthy, when he actually looks like himself a little bit again, he could be good. Just Brian now says, I would take Simmons to Toronto if we also got rid of Van Vliet and Gary Trent Jr. for Jonathan Isaac. Also, Herb Jones and Dyson Daniels for OG. So you want to build an all-defense lineup of Simmons, Daniels, Herb, and Jonathan Isaac. That would be kind of scary, to be honest. Michael Bruin said, I never thought a guy with anxiety issues would be able to return to form in the media capital of the world. Small market city would be best for him to work towards his former self. Talking about Simmons. I agree. I think like Utah, where he could go there and nobody's going to talk about him for a while, that'd be perfect. He's been on a dysfunctional Nets team, and he's been on a high-pressure Sixers team for his career. Amit the GOAT hits up a Meep as well. Glad to see that. Jaideep says, I'm scared Masai told Siakam to come in the office with him. I think this means Siakam's gone. I don't think it is. Probably could even tell him that, hey, look, dude, we're not trading you, so don't worry. So that's how those conversations go half the time. So I wouldn't worry. Chaz Berry says, Raps doing a deal with Nola. Is it Van Vliet or OG that goes there? Daniels, Murphy, the third, and Herb. I think, if anything, it would be OG going to the Pelicans, not Fred Van Vliet. I'd be kind of surprised if Van Vliet is ever a New Orleans Pelican. OG is more likely to New Orleans, like I said. Philly said, Can you simulate Van Vliet to the Lakers or Clippers? Yes, I can. I know you guys have been waiting for that. Let's get to some Fred Van Vliet trades, like Demi said here. So let's go ahead and get to some of those now. So I'm working on the iPad here. Let's look at some of the deals. First one that I could see. Okay, let's get the Raptors pulled up. We got them. Let's go to the Clippers. I think the Clippers are the favorite to land Fred Van Vliet. Makes $21.2 million this year. Makes it very easy to match his money. And I think to do it, Covington, John Wall, this player, and this pick, top 3 protected. Let's go ahead, send this in. This is a potential trade that I could see here. From the Raptors perspective, I still think that they want to get good value for Van Vliet. I know he's expiring. I know like that they're so for sure that they're going to just trade him to trade him, right? They're going to get good value. Zodiac GM says Dinwiddie perfect fit for Kevin Durant. With the way that the NBA is right now, with how much everyone cares about analytics, I'm kind of surprised that they don't have Zodiac departments. To be honest, I wouldn't completely rule that out from happening at some point, just with the way that the NBA is. So you never really know. Ryan Hillier says Fred's looking for 30. Yeah, he is looking for 30, but the Clippers, they don't have any shortage of money. They'd be willing to do it. Here's the trade. Clippers receive Fred Van Vliet. The Raptors receive John Wall's contract, Robert Covington's contract. Terrence Mann, he's the main player in the deal. He's the main player in this trade, and a 2029 first that is top 3 protected. If it did not convey, it would turn into a 2029 second-round pick. This is a potential Fred Van Vliet trade. Mason wants to know, does anyone see the Hornets making any moves? Could see Rozier or Plumlee going to a contender, maybe even Washington. Washington would be the team that would be dumb enough to buy at this part of the season just because they do random stuff. AI Max says, please send Van Vliet to the Lakers or Suns or anywhere but the Clippers. I hate the player. Sorry, AI, but I think you're the I think you guys are the favorite right now. No one chucks it like Fred. That is literally true. Fred Van Vliet leads the league in shooting like 28-foot jump shots, thinking he's Damian Lillard and then missing them. That is kind of Fred Van Vliet's game a little bit. John Blue says Jakob Poeltl, Doug McDermott, and Josh Richardson for Ben Simmons. Day'Ron Sharp in a first. Cheapest way to get rid of Simmons and completely fixes the Nets cap. Interesting to me. Like, if I'm the Spurs, I would love that. I would love that. Ryan Hillier says, why do you hate us? I don't hate you guys. This is good. This is good. Terrence Mann is one of the best players you can get for Fred Van Vliet. Plus, you're getting a basically unprotected first in this deal. Basically. Like, for a guy who's an expiring contract and wants a huge payday that I just don't think he's worth. Like, you think about it. If you execute this trade and you execute one of those other trades, you could have Terrence Mann, Dyson Daniels, the Lakers pick, basically an unprotected Clippers pick in 2029 when Kawhi Leonard and Paul George are in rocking chairs in the nursing home. Like, I think this is pretty good. John Hamilton says, yes for Mann, no to Wall. Like, Wall just has to be in here to make the money work. So it's, that's kind of how it is. Scotto, I know the Clippers love Mann, but if you're going to actually make a sizable upgrade this year to try and win, you have to give him up. He's like their most valuable trade asset. Michael Bruin says, interesting stat I heard about Van Vliet is he's never had a 2-point field goal percentage over 42% in his career. Yeah, it's because he's not a good inside the arc scorer. He just isn't. He's little, plays little, but he's not a bad player. CL Oracle says, bro, you're so lucky that you've got a chip. What are all your favorite sports teams? I'm an all-around Arizona fan for your sport. Last time we won a chip, I was 1 year old. So I'm a New York Jets fan, so I can't say I'm too lucky. I wasn't alive in 1969 when I wasn't alive when the Jets won a championship with Joe Namath, and I'll probably never in my lifetime see a New York Jets championship run. I'm a Tampa Bay Rays fan, so you can't really say I'm lucky there either. Anytime they get a good player, they trade him within 3 years. So, I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are much better. Now, you guys have some young players for the Diamondbacks that I think are going to be pretty good. We're not going to talk about them too much here, but, I don't think I'm too lucky. I think that the Mavs run was lucky and something I'm very happy that I have because it's like my favorite sports memory ever. Nick says Raps should sell. Ryan says 2 complete washes and man with a pick for Freddie. Yeah, I like the washes are just to make the money work. Terrence Mann, like think about it. If Terrence Mann's on a $15 million a year deal, which is probably what he's going to end up signing, like you probably wouldn't have to include a Wall or a Covington, but it doesn't even matter anyway, right? Like it is what it is, right? Those players are just in there for money. They're not value. Jaideep says thoughts on OG, Thad Young for Trey Murphy, Larry Nance, Dyson Daniels, and 3 first-round picks. If you're getting Dyson Daniels and 3 firsts, one of those firsts probably isn't the Lakers first. If you're getting the Lakers first, I just don't think you get 3 firsts and Dyson. Here, AI Max praying for the Raptors to keep Fred VanVleet. Scotto saying man's a really good player. I agree. Ghost says trade Fred at all costs. He's a cancer and doesn't fit the vision. Scotty hates him. Yeah, I think that there's a little bit of drama between those two guys, to be honest. Doja says, I happen to like Ben Simmons. I hope my Spurs go and trade for him. We can use him with his young talent that we're growing over here. Yeah, I agree. I think he would be a really nice addition for San Antonio, to be honest. DTP says you have a unique mix of teams. How did you pick them? So the Mavericks, first ever NBA game I watched was a Mavericks versus Milwaukee Bucks game. So it was kind of a 50-50 shot on whether I liked the Bucks or the Mavericks. Very happy with how that ended up. The Mavericks are a lot more fun in my eyes than Milwaukee, although I do look at Milwaukee and I'm very close to the Milwaukee Bucks actually. But I land on the Mavericks that way. For the Tampa Bay Rays, they used to be the Devil Rays, so I just really like their logo and their colors, to be honest. When I was a kid, so that's how I landed on them. And then for New York, when they traded for Brett Favre was kind of the same time that I started following football a little bit. So I was a little bit older than when I started following. I was about 8 years old when I started following football. Closer, I was about 4 or 5 when I started liking basketball. So when it came to the whole situation with the Jets, it's they traded for Brett Favre, and it kind of drew my interest in it, and I stuck with them from there. John saying, "Go Birds, Eagles." That's who I think is going to win the Super Bowl. And it's funny, before the year, I actually picked them to win the Super Bowl. I was one of the few people who, outside of Philly fans, who thought that they had a shot at it. So, and now they're 1 game away. Yeah, Max says, I would assume new for the Clippers, not Fred VanVleet. Bulls, you can have a first deal. Trust me, if you're the Clippers, VanVleet's much better than Desumnu for this year. Scotto says, Terrence Mann is my favorite role player in the league, and I wish he was on my Knicks. He would help the Knicks a lot, to be honest, and I think the Raptors would get a good player here. Wow Factor says, Toronto has become a team to do business with, all these teams going after players. Mike Howard wants to know, you think the Sixers can trade Trez for another big? They probably can't trade Trez unless they were to give up like second rounders with him, but Thibel's the guy I think that you should watch for a trade. Adrian Moreno says, is there a way Kelly Oubre and Plumlee go to the Kings? I just don't really see that, to be honest. I'd be surprised by it. Ryan Hillier saying, Lamel, that was Ben Simmons' burner phone talking about my Spurs. Would love him. That's funny, Ryan. I like that. Oracle says, I'm dying for my team to make a trade already, man. I need some excitement in my life lately. LOL. Just school and work nonstop. Well, Oracle, hopefully the live stream's at least bringing you a little bit of joy. I feel that same way about, school and work. Not as much school for me, but, work, coaching. Obviously doing YouTube like pretty much every single day. So a lot of crazy stuff going on. Mesher says, I'm curious, why does it say LeBron in every trade simulator I've seen the past couple days? The reason why LeBron, when it's on all caps, it's an acronym. It's an advanced stat that helps you track like how positive a player is to winning games. It's a way for people who have calculators in their pants to talk about sports. Just don't even look at those things. Looking at the LeBron here on this one. Let's zoom in on it. So they're like, oh, Robert Covington's a positive 0.1 LeBron. He's not bad. Like based on this advanced data, it suggests that he's better than Terrence Mann. Like anyone who watches the game knows that's not true. That's not true. But it's so people who, instead of understanding the game, understanding the nuances of the game, it's so that they can put some numbers into a chart and have it tell them if a guy's good or not. It's just, I don't like it. I hate it, to be honest. Michael Orlando says, Sean, can you give us some trades that would send Mo, RJ, Chuma, and Ross out from Orlando. They need some play time. Yeah, we'll talk about the Magic here in just a little bit, Michael. We'll get to them. I want to make sure we go through some more Fred VanVleet trades first, though. Doja said we can trade Jakob Poeltl to the Brooklyn Nets for Ben Simmons, a number one player, number one and player or two. Yeah, there's like some pathways to getting that to work. Nick says Simmons can perform under the radar without media attention in San Antonio. That would work. I think he needs some under the radar time, to be honest. Yeah, Max says, can you discuss Terry Rozier game? Is he a starting caliber point guard? No, I think he's like a very high end combo guard off the bench. Like if you have him coming off the bench, you have probably arguably the best guard coming off the bench in the NBA, or one of the best guards in the bench coming off the NBA. Like I hope what I'm saying is clear. Not one of the best guards in general, but one of the best off the bench guards. And the point of that would be he's a pretty solid defender. Even though he's a little bit limited in size, he's quick enough. He stays in front of guys fairly well. He challenges shots decently well. He's lengthy for a guy as small as him, and he's athletic. So that's the positive. And then offensively, he can create his own shot. He's not a great playmaker, but he's an okay one. That's kind of where we're at. Mesha says, can you do Miami Heat trade possibilities later on? For sure. We'll get to the Miami Heat later on for sure. Ryan Hillier says, Sheldon and Utility Sports are actually goated like the stream. Then, y'all, the knowledge this guy has is on a whole nother level. Well, thank you so much for that, Ryan. Really appreciate the kind words. You guys have been awesome. I mean, I feel like the knowledge you guys have too has been great. I feel like you guys keep pitching great ideas, asking about, hey, where is this guy going? Is he going here? What's going on with that? And then Nick here says, Ryan, Simmons only has 2 years left on his contract after this year. It's not like the Spurs will compete again within the next 2 years. And that's why I think it's smart for a team like San Antonio or Houston. Like, are those teams going to be good in the next 2 years? Probably not. So why not? Why not go get him? You own his bird rights. Then if things turn around, he'll probably be happy that this was the spot he turned his career around. It would be great. We're up to 283 likes. We need 17 more likes to get to 300 likes. Come on, guys. Go smash the like button right now. And then also for the subscriber count, we are at 16,401. You guys are the absolute best. Over that 16,400 mark, we're climbing to 17,000. Let's try and get there ASAP. Let's see if we can do it. Jonah Ramirez says, who's a dark horse for the championship this year? I think the Mavericks now, to be honest. If everything sits right with Kyrie and Luka, if they're good enough together and they make one or two more moves to get some rim protection and a little bit more point of attack defense, they could be the surprise team. They could be. And that's the whole point of the move, is if you can win a championship this year, you're vindicated, you're fine, everything works, right? Kat says, who has more value, RJ or OG? I think OG has more value because he fits other teams better. I think there's an argument to be had that RJ is a more talented scorer, but I'm not even like searching on that, to be honest. Oracle says, excited to see how Kyrie performs and meshes with your team in Dallas. Were you excited or concerned with that move? Oh, I was very concerned. Oracle, I really recommend on the channel. Let me share it actually. This will you'll get a kick out of this. Let me go ahead and get this up on the screen now. So right here, under the lives, this guy, don't know. Oh, I have to clear that. Whoops. On the lives, this one right here. Oh my. This should still be up on the channel. 30,000 views on it. A lot of likes, 338 likes to be exact. Please go watch that one. Watch like the first 5-10 minutes. I think you'll get a big kick out of it. After this stream, go check that one out, Oracle. You're going to laugh a lot, I think. I was pretty harsh about the Mavericks because I don't like the long-term upside of it at all. But I do think that it's not – I mean, if they win this year, they could at least vindicate themselves a bit. Deacon says, what do you think about Lowry, Yurtseven, and a first for Conley and Vanderbilt? It's not bad, actually. I don't know. Is Conley – I don't know. It's not terrible. Hoodie Mello says, go sports. That's an all-time great comment. Go sports. Let's get some go sports hype in the chat right now. Everyone go comment go sports. Ryan Hillier says, it's like an introverted version of Kyrie, sensitive as my girlfriend. That's hilarious, Ryan. Ryan says, the reason why is because he's clearly an issue in the locker room. Just takes one to ruin everything, even if you plan on moving on from the problem in the near future. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I'm scared about Kyrie Irving ruining the locker room. John says, awesome job, Sheldon. Will the Mavs beat Celtics or Bucks in a 7-game series? Probably not. Like, I'm going to be honest. I'm a Mavs fan. You'd think, oh, well, this guy's going to say, oh, yeah, they have a shot. To be honest, no, not really. I really don't think we have a shot. But we have a better shot now, probably with Kyrie Irving, at least for this season. But I don't know. That's why I don't love to trade for them, because I still don't think they win the finals. Ryan says, I watched it like that video. LOL. I love that one. Yeah, Ryan. I knew you were gonna enjoy that one while I was streaming that, because I knew that was a problem. Jim says, what's so bad about Christian Wood? I would trade Holmes in 2 seconds for him. I don't think the Mavs would do that. I'd be surprised if the Mavs did that, to be honest. But I think for the Kings, that'd be awesome. John Suarez hits a Go Sport. Michael with the yes, Go Sports. We're getting some Go Sports hype in here. Mary Ortiz, thank you. Partea Bay, that's awesome as well. The Zodiac GM says, Irving, this is gonna be a great. Everyone, listen up. This is a great comment. I'm guessing. I don't really know. I don't know what any of this means. I'm just going along with the vibes here. Zodiac GM, this guy's onto something. Okay, Irving is an Aries. Doncic is a Pisces. Will not work. Been calling duos via trades for 10 years. I like it. Thank you, Zodiac GM. I appreciate that. As soon as you said Irving, I probably could have told you it wouldn't have worked, but yeah, that's funny. Bronco says Go Sports. Nick says Kyrie against the Celtics or Nets in the finals would be the dream. Could you imagine the narratives, the story? That would have been absolutely insane. Zodiac GM says Eric Gordon would be a great fit for Doncic. Seawood, not a good fit with Doncic. That's I think he's looked pretty good with Doncic this year, to be honest. And then CL Oracle hits a Go Sports Meep. Oh my gosh, let's get some more Meep hype in the chat. Let's see how many Meeps we can get right now. Everyone throw a Meep in there. My girlfriend always likes watching the Meep hype come in whenever it comes in. So spam that Meep hype. Ryan Hillier says, wow, Zodiac GM is on the absolute nothing there. Aha, respect though. Maybe Zodiac GM, we just need him to get a shot, right? Let's get him a chance out here. Maybe he could build a contending team within weeks, just on the trade deadline. Goes out and trades for Reggie Bullock to be his lead point guard, because he's like, dude, look, it doesn't matter if he can dribble and pass. All it matters was he was born in this month of the year. I love the Meep hype. And we got a Go Meep Sports from Nick as well. Look at that. We're blending them all together, getting some of that Meep hype in here. That's awesome, guys. Really, really appreciate all of the awesome comments. I mean, today's been so fun. I hope you guys have been enjoying this as much as I have been. We've been live for 3.5 hours, and it feels like it's flown by. But let's get back onto the topic now. We were talking about this for a little bit, but let's go ahead and continue to go through this here now with some more Fred VanVleet trade ideas. Hopefully, Demi is still in here. Nick C says, any advice for people who don't have a girlfriend but want to get one? Act like you don't want one. That's the best way to do it. They tend to like that. John with a little bit of Meep in here too. OM Reiji says, glad I get to watch your streams during work. Nice, Ryan. I like that. Absolute 6 says, go Sports, go Fergie. Let's play some basketball. We're playing basketball. A little 2K12 intro action there. Probably the worst thing you guys have heard maybe ever. But we will go get to some of those VanVleet trades. Itzoko says, watching this live stream for 2 hours now. Love your work. Cheers from Germany. It's crazy how many people from Germany end up tuning in for the streams. I love it. Dirk Nowitzki is my favorite player of all time, as I can tell, likely with you too. So it's just awesome, kind of, even the connection that I feel like you and I have just through watching Dirk Nowitzki and being a fan. Michael Orlando from the top rope says, if you want a girlfriend, do not be a Knicks fan. Michael Orlando always brings the bangers against the New York Knicks. That's a good one there. I'm gonna favor that one. That one's coming out at the end. Pascal to the Mavs for Christian Wood and Tim Hardaway. It's going to take a lot of draft picks to get that done. I don't see any way that the Mavs are able to facilitate that. Ryan said, man, all jokes aside, you're so good at this and your knowledge is awesome. You're getting more comfy, I can tell, because you're quicker with joke replies and you won't hesitate to roast someone. I'm at a point now where I'm just like, I've been doing this long enough. I'm going to be myself. So it's just kind of fun. I get to kind of show my personality a little bit more. I'm still not showing all my craziness, but a little bit of it. Zoko says he's a legend here in Germany. Could you run for president and could run for president and would win. I believe it, to be honest. I want to go to Germany at some point just so I can. I want to go to Wurzburg, to be honest. I want to see what that's like and be in the town that Dirk Nowitzki grew up in. I think that would be a really sweet situation. Nick says you should work in an NBA front office for real. At some point I kind of hope that happens. But we'll see. I really like doing what I'm doing now. So if that never materializes, it doesn't materialize. But I'd want to do it in the right situation if that's possible. Jayla, who's been in here for a long time, Jayla, shout out to you, says, why are the Mavericks releasing all their bigs? They're not releasing anybody. But they could look to trade them just to move some stuff around and reshuffle the deck around Kyrie and Doncic. John says, what do you think about Mavs getting Vanderbilt? I think he's a winning player. Help get a lot of boards and defense. So one thing about Vanderbilt, he's not a very good defensive rebounder, actually. He jumps a ton. He puts himself out of position, but he would help on the offensive glass a ton, which is where I think there's value. Vando would be helpful for the Mavs. I just don't know how consistent he would be in the postseason for us. Jacob says potential offseason trade of Fultz to Washington for Avdia. Yeah, if the Magic want to fleece the Wizards, Denny Avdia is better than him. Jayla says I look like a mix of Brock Purdy and Justin Herbert. I don't know if I should be offended or not by that. I can tell you I'm not as talented throwing a football as either of those guys, that's for sure. Charles Barkley is my favorite player of all time. I have a wife. They're over it. I started reading that comment without reading the whole thing first, and I got to the end and I couldn't believe it. Oh my gosh, John. This comment section is undefeated. Honestly, this needs to be in the comment section right now. Let's get some W comment section in the chat for sure, because you guys are a big W when it comes to how the comment section is looking. You guys are the best, honestly. Oracle says when you come to Phoenix to watch Luka Rekas offensively, I'll buy you a $20 beer and have some fun. That would be awesome. I'm definitely looking to travel around and get to all these arenas as soon as I can. So definitely want to go to Phoenix, especially while they're still really good and playing good basketball. AI Max says, do the Nets need a stretch five, or would a power forward be a better investment? I think they need a rebounding five. I don't think they need a stretch. I just think that they need someone who can really rebound the basketball. A Drummond reunion would help, I think. We'll see. Itzoko says, let me know when you come to Germany. I'm living not too far away from Würzburg. I can show you around. That'd be awesome, to be honest, because, I don't speak German at all. So I do speak Spanish. I speak Portuguese as well. I've wanted to learn German. I've just never gotten around to it. So, yeah, I'll try and let you know, because I'm hoping that they speak a good amount of English in Germany. I'm guessing that they do, because typically all these other countries are smarter than the U.S. when it comes to learning languages and being able to communicate with other people. The U.S. doesn't do a great job of that, to be honest. But, I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, the U.S. doesn't have to deal with people coming here like that as travelers as much as I feel like, Germany probably has to deal with a lot of U.S. tourists. So it's a little bit different. Harvey says, go Sports and Rockets. Trade Gordon, keep Şengün. Yeah, I mean, if they traded Şengün, that'd be a disaster, right? Şengün's going to be the next Domantas Sabonis. Ryan Hillier sends $2. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2. Really appreciate that. And I just appreciate your engagement the last couple days, too, Ryan. Even without the donations, you're still an awesome viewer to have. You always send in great comments, and I really appreciate you in here. Nick says, Stephen A. just said Lakers should keep Westbrook. He'll probably be gone very soon now. We'll see what happens with that. I think a Russ trade is very possible to happen in the next couple of days. Jaideep says, who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl, Chiefs or Eagles? I think the Eagles. I've had a feeling about them all year. Jonah says, if Giannis wins it all this year, is he a top 10 player all time? His resume is starting to stack up that way, right? 2-time MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, NBA champion, NBA Finals MVP, multiple-time All-Defense, multiple-time All-NBA first team, multiple-time All-Star, right? His resume is starting to stack up that way. So, yeah. John Suarez says, John C., you're funny. Zodiac GM. Here we go. More breaking news from the Zodiac GM. Let's everyone dial in here. This is important, can't miss content. All the star players Irving has been with were all not compatible. Irving's perfect fit is someone like DeRozan, Leo, or Siakam, who's an Aries Cardinal, or Greek Freak, who's a Sagittarius, I think is what that is. I think I heard that one time, which is mutable. Okay. The fact that he was not an ideal fit with LeBron and it worked for so long, wow, impressive. Ryan Hillier says, W. Sheldon, W comment section, cool too, though. You guys are the best. I mean, I really, really mean it. You guys are absolutely awesome. Mike Howard says, Cavs making any moves. Don't see any team wanting Love. Love's an expiring, so the whole point of trading Love is to match money in another deal. So I wouldn't worry about too much about a team wanting Love. It's more about a team understanding, hey, we have to take Love back in this to make the money work here in a deal. And it's going to be more about, second round pick compensation. I think the Cavs probably trade Love for 2 or 3 players that can maybe fit into a rotation and just kind of deepen their rotation a little bit. Jacob says opinion on certain NBA owners refusing to pay the tax. I mean, it's their money. It's their team, right? Now, I think here's the thing. If your team legitimately does not have a shot at winning the title, I wouldn't want to pay the tax either if I was the owner, to be honest. But if you're a good team, if you're a team like the Clippers and the Mavericks or, whatever, that you think you should be able to have a shot, then you should pay the tax, right? And for the most part, most owners are doing that now. Some of them still aren't, but most of them are starting to, work that way. Miles says, agreed if I do the improved OG trade if I were both teams. Yeah, that makes sense about the OG trade. And Jim wants to know, what kind of social life do you have watching so much basketball on YouTube? My social life is kind of bad. I hang out with my best friend probably once or twice a month. Just him and I live about 50, 60 miles away from each other. So it's kind of a trek to make that work. Hanging out with them. But I hang out with my girlfriend all the time, obviously. Her and I go all over the place. Her and I travel a bit. The nice thing is about having NBA League passes, I don't have to have my TV, right? I don't just watch my local team, so I can watch on my tablet or whatever, or watch on my phone if I really need to. Now it's really hard. I feel like I'm really busy all the time. Literally, I got up today. Yesterday I recorded videos, and the night before I literally, 2 days ago, Sunday I think is a perfect day. I was at home. I kind of had a free day, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna record a video. So I recorded a video Sunday morning for Sunday. That video came out, and I thought, okay, I'm kind of chilling today. I actually have a little bit of time off. I didn't have to work. So I'm like, this is perfect, right? I'm just hanging out. I was waiting for some, Sunday basketball to start up, and then Kyrie Irving gets traded. So I live stream. And then my best friend actually came down. We went to a game in person, an NBA game. And so I go to see that and go watch basketball. And then I come home and I recorded 2 YouTube videos. I was up until about 3 a.m, recording YouTube videos and editing them and putting them up onto YouTube. It takes about, 2-3 hours per video, at least to record and edit. And then to publish it, at least 2 to 3 hours usually. For an NBA mock, it takes about 4 or 5 hours, just with how lengthy the duration of that video is. And then when it comes to the next day, so Sunday night, that's what I did. And then Monday morning, I woke up at 7 a.m., so 4 hours after going to bed so that I could get up and live stream yesterday. And then I live streamed for 4 hours. And then after live streaming, I went to go coach basketball. I went and coached for about 4.5 hours. And then I came home and I watched the Mavericks play last night. So, and I also watched the Nets versus Clippers game. Those 2 games were going on at the same time. So I had 2 different screens that I was watching, but, it's just kind of the way I live, but basketball is my favorite thing. So I just do it. Zodiac GM says Ben Simmons cancer and Doc Rivers Libra opposites. Libra burned, cancer's confidence. Ben Simmons perfect fit is a team like the Nuggets or Blazers. Interesting. Okay. Mark, welcome to the stream. Says just got here. What do you think Mavs will do at the trade deadline? So that's a great question, Mark. I myself am a Mavs fan, so welcome to the stream. Glad to have you be a part of what we're doing here. As for trades, I could see Dallas making. I think one that I talked about this one a bit. It was Yusuf Nurkic and Josh Hart for JaVale McGee, salary filler, and a 2027 first and a 2025 second. That was one of the ones that I could see happening. Another one I could see would be Tim Hardaway for Duncan Robinson and some second rounders. I could also see them try and push their chips in for an OG Anunoby trade. What that would look like would maybe be Frank Ntilikina, Christian Wood, and 2 firsts, but I just think they get outbid on that. And another one, this is the one that I think is most likely, trade with San Antonio. They give up Tim Hardaway Jr., Frank Ntilikina, and a 2027 first unprotected for Josh Richardson, Jakob Poeltl, and Keita Bates-Diop. I mean, I don't love any of those trades really, but they kind of have to do something, I think. Ryan says, wow, Zodiac, you might be onto nothing again. That's it's funny way to respond. Michael says he said something a few months ago about this chapter in an interview he did with ESPN. And like I said, brand-wise, since he's a Euro guy and winning in New York City would cement him as top 5 ever. Time out Giannis. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would go a long way. John says, Sheldon, your knowledge of NBA, all 30 teams and players is very impressive. You can interact with subscribers in an insightful sorry. My brain's getting to the point where, hey, I've been live for almost 4 hours, so now it's hard to talk. It's going to be a nightmare coaching tonight. I have a game to coach, so I'm going to be yelling out stuff, and I'm not even going to make any sense to my players. And fun-filled manner. So yeah, I'm glad you really enjoy those comments. It makes me feel really good that you guys are having fun enjoying, because I have a lot of fun doing this. I hope you guys do see how much fun I have. This is not just like I have to stream today, or I literally get excited for this. This is my favorite time of the year. I love being live on the channel for as long as possible. I have just so much fun doing that. So I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do. Ryan Hillier says, you're grinding hard, man. We all see it. Even if it's something as easy to you as watching the sport you love, you grind hard. You'll be one of the top media sources one day in the future if you keep going. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that, at some point it blows up a little bit more. But I mean, we're almost at 17,000. Like, if you would have told me, we've been doing this for just about 2 years, a little bit over 2 years and a couple months. Like, if you would have told me 2 years ago that I had 17,000 subscribers and hundreds of people would sit in the live stream with me and just listen to me talk about basketball, and would want to interact with me about, what do I think about this, or what do you guys think about this? That would have been insane to my mind at that point. Which, by the way, we're at 300 likes on the stream right now, exactly 300. So thank you guys so much. You guys are the best. Honestly, it's just incredible. Zodiac GM says, Sheldon, I think me and you will make great GM. Yes, this is what I need. We get a GM job together, Zodiac. I present ideas, and then you tell me, is it compatible or not? If it's not compatible, we're not doing it. I want compatibility. We're going to make it work. We're going to have probably the worst team on paper, but we're going to have the best team in the stars. And because of that, we're going to win. I like it. King Day says, what do you think the Nets will need to get Pascal Siakam? They're going to have to trade 3 or 4 firsts. Jonah Ramirez wants to know my team's records. So last year was my first year of coaching. My team went 21-3. The year before that, they were below 500, I'm pretty sure. I don't exactly have their record, but from everything that my players had told me, because it's high school, so it's not super well documented everywhere. But then for this year, let me, I need to count our games real quick. Because I usually keep track of them on my phone, but I've been so busy lately that I haven't written the last couple in. So last year we went 21-3. This year I have 4 losses, and I think we played 17 games. So I think I'm 13-4 this year. So a little bit worse than last year, where I went 21-3. So 13-4 right now is what I'm pretty sure my record is. So overall, I'm 36-7, which I think is pretty good. Some games we win by 20. We did win one game this year by 50 points. I kind of felt bad about it, but it happens. Jacob Person says, what do you think Keldon Johnson's long-term ceiling is? I don't really have a great comp for that. I would just say very good starter. Maybe 3rd, 4th best player on a championship team. That's his high ceiling, which is very good. It's hard to be that. Maybe Jeremy Grant level. I don't know. I don't know. That kind of feels wrong, though, because I almost feel like he's just about as good as Jeremy Grant already. Michael Bruin says he's going to be yelling at guys like, Van Vliet, stop shooting from half court. Yeah. Oracle says, if you had a second favorite NBA team, who would it be? I think mine would be the Utah Jazz. I've always had a soft spot for them. I don't know why. I guess because I live close to Utah. For a while, it was the Houston Rockets because I really like James Harden, which I know people are going to say, whoa, Mavs fan in Houston, whoa. I don't live in Texas, so I don't have all those in-state rivalries like I know a lot of actual Mavs, Rockets, Spurs fans who live in Texas do. But for me, right now it's the Clippers. My best friend's a Clippers fan, so I kind of always, cheer for his team a little bit. And I hope to see them be successful. For a franchise that's never won a championship, never even been in the NBA Finals, it would be huge for them to at least get to that stage with Kawhi and Paul George. So I'm kind of pulling for them a little bit. I don't think I'm biased towards them, and I'm not saying, they're going to get this guy or whatever because of that, but I just want to see them do well. I do. Cavante Jennings says, who's all going to be free agents this year? We'll talk about that more in future videos. It's a pretty good free agency class. Some of the top guys would be Russ, Kyrie, James Harden. Those are the three big names, but there's a collection of good players that'll be out there too. John says, had fun. Look forward to the next few days. Hope we have lots of trades in the next few days. I know. I hope so too. Remember, hey, we had a huge trade today. Dwayne Dedmon and a second-round pick to San Antonio. Jonah Ramirez says, top three defenders on the Mavs in order. Reggie Bullock. Oh, in order. Okay. I'm going to put Reggie Bullock 1. I know you were going to say, well, what about Josh Green? I'm going to have Josh Green 2. I think Josh Green, he's a good activity defender. He runs. He's athletic. He's got more upside as a defender than Reggie Bullock. He's probably a little bit more versatile than Bullock. But I trust Bullock a little bit more because he's been there, done that in the playoffs, where Josh Green, I think he's still got a little bit of learning to do. Are quite a bit different. So I just don't think ultimately that Josh Green's a better defender than him yet. And then third, this is probably Maxey. Maxi Kleber's got to be third for me. Michael Bruin said currently God, Jason Kidd, and the trainer. Reggie Bullock, and Maxi Kleber fourth. CL, his team is the Kings. The backup is now the Mavs. He was traded. Oh, that's right. I was traded. I forgot I was traded. That's on me. I will take ownership for that. I forgot I was dealt. Like Spencer Dinwiddie said, when you go on Twitter and find out through Brendan that you've been traded, you better start packing your bags. And that's what I had to do that. I've got to pack as soon as the stream's over because I'm headed to Sacramento. I'm not sure when our next game is, but I got to suit up for that one. So we'll try our hardest. Brendan, that's a funny comment. I forgot all about that. Zodiac says a great example of average players that are surprisingly better than expected is Utah. Their top 8 players are all compatible. Their starting 5 and key bench players are all air/fire signs. Look at that. No wonder they're a 500 team. That's awesome. Jim says, I hope Luke and Kyrie don't gel too soon. Kings have a back-to-back Friday. Yeah, they do have a back-to-back Friday. That's a really important back-to-back, to be honest. If you look at the NBA standings right now, the Mavericks have 1 less win than the Sacramento Kings and 3 more losses. So they're 2 games back of Sacramento. If the Mavs were to sweep them in that back-to-back, we see a little bit of flip-flop in the Western Conference. We'll see what happens. We'll see. Knowing what will happen, the Kings will probably beat us twice. So, I'm trying to talk like a big dog, and the Mavs will probably end up getting swept themselves. So, kind of tough going for the Mavs, unfortunately. Jacob says, do you think the Magic have their point guard of the future on the team currently? No, I do not. I do not believe that they do. I think that the point guard that'll be their starting point guard next year is potentially Fred VanVleet. So we'll see. Ryan says, true, Brennan, great trade. Yeah, I feel like the Mavs got fleeced in that. Or no. The Kings got fleeced on that. They traded for me based on like the merit you guys are presenting, and I'm just sitting here like I'm gonna step on and give them absolutely nothing as a basketball team. Magic, Cole Anthony, Torres, great fit with Boncaro and Wagner. Look at that. Michael said they have already started the narrative that Kyrie is headed to LA this offseason. I think it's going to happen, to be honest. I think the Lakers get Kyrie Irving, and I think the Mavericks did the Rajon Rondo trade all over again, where Dorian Finney-Smith is the equivalent to Jay Crowder. A first-round pick is the equivalent to a first-round pick. And we're out the door. It's really tough. Nick says, what players in the top 10 in the last year's draft is surprising you the most? Not really any of them. Let me think. I don't know. Like, with how much I cover the draft, I just very rarely feel surprised. I think Paul's been a little bit better than I was expecting. I picked him to win Rookie of the Year. I knew Benedict Mathurin was going to be awesome. I did. So, like, that didn't surprise me. Man, out of everything, I think the most surprising has probably been Keegan Murray's 3-point shooting. He's shooting way better from 3 than I was expecting. Let's pull up Keegan Murray's stats quick, just so we can talk about how well he's playing, because he deserves it, because he's been awesome this year. And I knew he was going to be a good player. If you go back to everything I said he's going to be a very NBA ready guy. He's going to be awesome. Last night he shot 8 of 12 from 3. On the season, he's shooting 41% from 3, averaging 12 points a game. So again, good volume. He's shooting a good amount from 3. And this is some of his last 10 games here. 5 of 7 of 3, 3 of 8 from 3, 5 of 7, 4 of 7, 2 of 6, 3 of 8. A couple of 0 for 6s in there. But also last night, 8 of 12. So he's a good player. I knew he would be, but I think the three-point shooting has gone really, really well. Josh Green's ceiling, Jonah Ramirez wants to know. It's funny, the whole time I've compared Josh Green to Josh Howard. Even before the draft, that was a guy who I'd mentioned about him. Think athletic, offensive rebounder, a little bit of handle, can score the ball a little bit. It's kind of who I always compare Josh Green to. So it's funny that he ended up in Dallas, right? I really wanted the Mavs to get Josh Green too. The guy I wanted before him was Desmond Bane. If you go back to some of my mocks on that, I talk about how Desmond Bane was going to be one of the steals of the draft and how he should have been a lottery pick. I was right. But so, that's how it is. But Josh Green, I'd say maybe Josh Howard without some of the off the court stuff. Nick says, Davis was going to be bad. Yeah. I would never like Johnny Davis. I think at certain points I'd labeled him a good college player, which usually is not a very affectionate way to label a guy when you're talking about his NBA portability. So yeah, Mike Howard says, do you see the Hawks doing anything? Seems like they're asking too much for Collins. Yeah, ultimately what happens every year is they ask a lot for Collins, and then ultimately no one matches the price and they keep Collins. So Ryan Hillier says, you had to know J-Dub was going in the league ready offensively. Yeah, again, he's another offensive ready player. He wasn't in the top 10, but I think he's been better than I even expected. So, I think he's leading the league in dunks, or not leading the league, but he's leading all wings in dunks, which is impressive. Michael says he's on pace for most three-pointers as a rookie ever, and he had 5-6 game stretch where he was awful. Right, exactly. Keegan's been fantastic from three. It's not even been close to any other three-point shooters. Keegan Murray's been playing the way that you would hope Jabari Smith's playing, which is kind of a funny way to talk about it. And Zodiac GM says 41% three-point shooter. Keegan Murray has the same sun-moon combo as Tom Brady. I can see Keegan being really good in the long term. So everyone, that's awesome. It's funny. Nick says, I really like what Sohan has been doing lately for my Spurs as well. Sohan's been good. I knew Sohan was going to be good. He's very smart. He saw all the positives at Baylor. I knew he was going to be good. David Crawford says, you mean to tell me you're not surprised by Jeremy Sohan? He's been a stud and starting to find his shot for my Spurs. Let me go ahead and do something real quick. I'm gonna go to my little scouting page here, where I talk about all the players. And we'll see exactly what I had to say about him. Because I do think it is important to remind you guys where I was on players. Yesterday I tweeted about what I had thought about Cam Thomas. I looked at some of my old writing about him, and why did it do that? That's a nightmare. Did not want that to happen. Okay, hold on one second. I'm trying to get this to work, but it's being kind of difficult. Don't know why. But we're making it work. We're gonna get it up. But yeah, I'm gonna give you my thoughts on Sohan, because I had really liked Sohan. Everything I had said about him was relatively positive. So I had really liked him for quite a bit of time before the draft. So it wasn't completely shocking to me when it comes to what he was going to end up becoming in the NBA, just because I knew he was a good player. I'm still working on pulling that up. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream today. Nick says, I really like what Sohan's been doing lately for my Spurs as well. That little one-handed free throw thing is weird, but he's figuring it out, which is funny. Michael said Sohan had all the ability, but I wasn't expecting that quick of a shot form adjustment. Yeah, it has been an adjustment for him. So Pimp name Slickback says, I'm going to be honest, don't expect a lot of moves at this deadline. Not a lot of sellers, and the buyers don't seem like they're selling. We're also 2 days away yet. Last year was supposed to be a quiet year, and then Ben Simmons and James Harden got traded. I think that there's going to be plenty of movement, for sure. I would say don't worry about that too much. Stuff happens. So let's do last modified here. I'm trying to find some of this. Here's okay, I've got my big board pulled up. Let me go find Sohan with where I had him. I don't exactly remember what number I had Sohan. By the end of the year, it all blends together. I had AJ Griffin 9th, Feel really good about that. He's been awesome. All right, let's get this on the stream because I want you guys to see exactly what I had about him. 214 people still watching. That's absolutely insane. That's more than we had all day yesterday. So even as the stream starts to dwindle down after hours and hours, I mean, we still have a lot of people in here. So number 12, that's where I had Sochan ranked. Jeremy Sochan, freshman, good baseline operator that will fit off the ball well offensively, runs the floor well, and is a good vertical athlete with great hands around the rim, handles the ball exceptionally well for the position he will play, and has shown flashes of being a good playmaker when in 4-on-3 opportunities out of short rolls. So that's after he sets a screen and he catches the ball around the nail. Has shot the three willingly at Baylor in one season, and despite varied results, is confident, which can be good for his long-term development as a shooter. Remember, look, this is last edited the day before the draft, June 23rd, or the day of the draft, actually, it looks like. Expect him to improve from deep, smart defender that can reliably guard 3 through 5 and will be capable of surviving out in space against ones and twos from time to time. Challenges vertically around the rim, does a good job disengaging from post-ups to rotate to help assignments. Sohan's connector skills and frame will allow him to last in the league for 10 to 15 years. One word summary, useful. Let me scroll down a little bit further so you guys can see exactly what I had said there. I actually had him above Mark Williams, who I also really, really liked. No, I was very high on Sochan. I really liked him. I haven't really been surprised. He's been good. And I feel like a lot of the stuff I said has been true for the most part. So, Ryan says Sochan's had about 3 great weeks. Hasn't been on the level of the top 3, which I believe is Paulo, Matherin, and J-Dub. Keegan obviously has been on fire lately, but I need more from him. I think that's fair. J-Dub's good, but so much of the rookie play is like infrastructure around them. Like, Jaden Ivey's doing great stuff too. You guys know I love Jaden Ivey, so I'm a little bit biased here, but I mean, like, Dwayne Casey just doesn't know what he's doing. Like, and yeah. The times have really changed. I remember when I went to my first Suns game, my favorite player was Gerald Green, and we matched up against Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and OKC. Yeah, that's quite a bit different. Deadly Content says Portland's quiet. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Portland. Portland's going to make at least 2 moves, says Michael. AI Max says, where are your scouting reports? Got it pulled up now. Ryan says, Sheldon, off top, do you remember my fantasy team this year? I drafted Walker Kessler, and some people were clowning. You said, yep, that's a fantasy beast. We both knew something most didn't know. Yeah, one thing I'm really sad about is I moved Kessler down my board. I really liked Kessler. I really liked him. I finished with him at 16th, which I wish I didn't. I wish I would have been higher on him. I viewed him as like a top 10-ish player in the draft. I did, and then I ended up backing off of it, and it was it's just been a nightmare. And Nick says, talking about the one, I know he's figured it out, which is so weird. It's crazy. Michael's a diehard Blazer fan. That's awesome to see. John says Walker Kessler's a big surprise this year. He hasn't been to me. I actually mentioned him as a guy who I thought would make an all-rookie team. He hasn't been a surprise to me at all in terms of what's ready. I think this is I'm not going to type on this at all because I don't want to edit it. Let me change this to editing mode to viewing just because I don't want to accidentally edit because then it changes that edit date on there. So all my flexibility gets changed, right? But all my credibility gets lost. Nick says Mark Williams has been solid as well. Yeah, he has been. I think he'll take a little bit of time to get to where he can go though. Timothy says, hey, love what you're doing here for a little while now. Just thought you should probably look into doing YouTube shorts to increase the audience. Also, I can see Cat trade in the summer. I can too about Cat. I think that's going to be a conversation to have toward the end of the year. And then when it comes to YouTube shorts, I've got some plans for it. A lot of different stuff. I'm going to look at NBA team sets, maybe some college team sets, and show what kind of plays, what kind of actions they're running. As a coach, I know all of the. I know what a shake action. I know what Zoom series are. I know a bunch of different stuff like what they could use out of like a floppy action or dribble handoff. Some of the contingency sets out of that. I know that stuff. So far, like on YouTube, I talk more about different stuff. I talk about talent evaluation. I talk about fits for where players could go. because there's a lot of audience for that. But I've been really hoping to turn this into some of that as well, because that's really what I enjoy. The X's and O's are my favorite part, which is my favorite thing to talk about. So I'm planning on doing that. But Timothy, thank you for that note. And definitely something is going to be coming when it comes to shorts. It's just about finding the time right now, just with the mix of everything I do with coaching and a little bit of work stuff that I do. And then also this, so I have to find the blend and the mix of when to use it and when not to. So stuff will be coming though. MPG says Keegan Murray doesn't need to do a whole lot in the Kings offense, but he's doing his role to perfection. We haven't seen any post moves yet, and in college he was the most efficient post player. Yeah, part of that though was he would match up against some smaller guys to take advantage of them. And if you watch his post ups, they were never like super pretty, but he was good at backing down, getting into a spot, giving a little up and under, drawing a little bit of contact and finishing. I think in the NBA game, there's just not going to be enough post ups for him to really utilize that a ton. I kind of think Bojan Bogdanovic a little bit when it comes to what role he'll use his post ups in. Like if he gets a switch against a guard, he'll post them up, is what I think will end up happening at the NBA level for him. Jacob Person says, do you think Mavs have a realistic avenue to clear out cap space in guys like Bertans, McGee, etc. this offseason? Maybe at the deadline if they're willing to give up first. We'll see. Zodiac GM became a YouTube member. That's absolutely awesome. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. Ernest, welcome to the stream. Ernest, glad to have you in here. He says, you think more trades today and tomorrow ahead of the deadline? Sorry, just got here. No worries. Glad to have you be a part of the stream. I love answering your guys' questions, even if I have to answer a couple times. It doesn't bother me at all, because I just want you guys getting the information you're looking for. So as of today, I think there could be another trade today. I'd be a little bit surprised if there is. Like I said, I kind of gave a 30 to 40% chance of seeing a trade today. We already saw one with Dwayne Dedmon, which opens up. Now, there's 2 roster spots open for the Miami Heat, which I think is important to note. But when it comes to tomorrow, I think there's like an 80 to 90% likelihood we see some trades go down. I'd be very shocked if tomorrow's quiet, is a way that I'm going to put it. Ernest says Toronto, the key to a whole bunch of moves would be my guess. Them, I think they are. I think that Charlotte is to a certain extent. I think that Dallas is as a buyer, very important right now. And I also think that Phoenix as a buyer is very important into navigating trades at this moment. Michael says, I think the Clippers will be the team to start the domino effect. Then there'll be a frenzy of teams trying to make sure they get something. I think Van Vliet is kind of the player that will start a lot of stuff. CL Oracle says the Timberwolves are so stupid for the amount of assets they give up in the Rudy Gobert trade. They probably screwed up the market evaluation on trades. Ultimately, I don't think so, because if anything, teams are going to look at it and say, oh, we don't want to do what the Timberwolves did. So, they're not going to give up 4 picks for a guy, but there's not a guy out there like Gobert. And Gobert is, in my opinion, the best defender of the generation. So, and he's only 30 years old. I think the Timberwolves are fine. They're starting to figure some stuff out. They're 13-5 in their last 18 games. I would say don't sell your stock in the Timberwolves. I think that they're actually going to end up being a team that for sure makes the playoffs. And I think they're going to be a pretty tough out in the first round as well, honestly. Michael says, I'll coordinate a protest at Moda Center to make sure Sharp can't leave the building. Yeah, Sharp is fantastic, and he's really fun to watch. And he's young and dynamic. I like Sharp. My mock last year, actually, by the end of the year was almost perfect. I had Sharp going 7th. I had Mathurin going 6th to the Pacers. I had Ivy going 5th. I had Keegan going 4th. I had Chet going 2. The only thing I had backwards really in the top 7 was I thought the Magic were going to take Jabari because that was all the reporting I had heard. And I ended up trusting it more than I should have. Big J says, hey, what is Johnny Davis? He says the NBA game is different, doesn't mind being in the G League. How did Wiz GM not know he's ready, or did he? It's because, again, it comes down to Tommy Shepard always drafts guys who are mid-range shooters. And it's just that's not the way the NBA game is played. I don't know. It's just Tommy Shepard would do a really good job by hiring me and having me run the draft. The Wizards would be better that way. I'm very, very, quite frankly, very honest about that. It's not even close. Nick says, if you had to guess one trade, what trade do you think will most definitely happen? I think Van Vliet to the Clippers. That's the one I feel most confident about. Oh, and Josh Hart. Yeah, Josh Hart will 100% be traded, but when it comes to where, I don't know. The video that is going to come out tomorrow on the channel, by the way, which is going to be fun. I'm going to have to record that tonight after I coach. So I will probably be up until 1 or 2 in the morning again recording, but that's okay. It's well worth it. You guys are going to enjoy the video. tomorrow. Because I'll be live on the channel as well while this comes out. So, some of you will be in here and then maybe you can watch it later, but it's, this is the thumbnail for it. And as you guys can see, what the trade is, or what the video is going to be on is, players who I see getting traded, players I don't see getting traded, and players I'm not sure on. So it's going to be a little bit of red light, green light, and then yellow light included in there as well. David says, way too early hot take response. Biggest flop from last year's NBA draft. It's Johnny Davis. Just with where they took him, not good. Ernest says, interesting. Appreciate the feedback. For sure. Great questions, Ernest. Glad to have you be a part of what we're doing here. Mr. Hillcrest says, Jabari Smith has been a disappointment. Field goal percentage stinks. Doesn't really rebound or get assists either. Well, yeah, but that's not his fault. The Houston Rockets just don't have a system. They don't have a point guard. So it's really hard for a player like him with his build, the way that he's meant to play. It's really tough for him to be successful right now. I don't think it's as much Jabari Smith's fault as it is everybody else's fault there. Report saying Kevin Durant will not be traded this season. I've been telling you guys that for 3 days. I knew that was not going to happen. Jim Thurskill says Keegan needs to work on his drives to the basket. He gets them blocked too much. Yeah, he's just got to figure out some stuff. He'll put it together. He's young. Do the right thing says, did the Bucks prevent Brooklyn from becoming a dynasty? If the answer is yes, the league should give us Jay Crowder for nothing as a thank you. Honestly, the answer is probably yes to that. Specifically, Giannis did. Ernest says, curious your thought on Tari Eason as far as usage. How come he doesn't just get the run he needs? Why Jabari and not Eason? Eason never gets small forward minutes. Am I correct? I very rarely get small forward minutes. I loved Tari Eason. Let's actually let's go look at what I said about Tari Eason, because I think that it is really interesting. Tari Eason was a player I didn't really love the whole draft process until near the end, when I just kept getting more and more information on him. I don't know. Toward the end of the process, I fell in love with him. This is what I had to say. Tari Eason, sophomore, nowhere near a finished product and still very raw, but Eason has ascended on my board each time I study him due to the rarity of his athleticism. He jumps well, but not just in an empty gym. He jumps well on and around other people and in acrobatic ways. The frequency of his one-handed dunks alone make him worth a look in the top 20, which sounds dumb, but trust me, it's rare to find this good of an athlete. Based on skill set, Eason would likely not be in my top 30, which puts a great deal of pressure on a coaching staff to unlock his athleticism on a basketball court. He rarely uses his left hand, doesn't project to be a great shooter, nor will he be a post-up threat. There are flaws, but defensively, blocking shots at the three-point line and all over the floor disruption is rare. Flying off the baseline and dunking the ball on reverse jams is just as infrequent. Could Eason be another athletic four that quickly slips out of the league? Yes, possibly, but the upside screams something great. I would be willing to take that risk right around the lottery. My one-word summary was development, because I think this is the issue in Houston right now, and I think that one-word summary is really important. I want to zoom in on that. The one-word summary being development. Steven Silas doesn't know what he's doing. Again, like I talk about how Tommy Shepard would have been better off with me running some of his drafts. The Rockets would be better off with me coaching the team. And I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm not saying, oh, I'd be a great NBA coach and I could walk in there and win all the. No, I'm not even saying that. To be honest, I don't know how I do as an NBA coach. I'm pretty nervous about that. I'm confident in myself. I know that I know what I'm doing. I have a very good high school record. I think I know basketball decently well. Does it mean I would be the best coach? No. And managing a locker room is way different at the NBA level than what I'm doing right now. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'd be this great, whatever. But I'm saying I'd be better than Steven Silas. He's the worst coach in the NBA right now, and I don't even think it's close. The only one who has maybe a conversation to be had with him is Dwayne Casey, who just can't figure anything out in Detroit. For some reason, just doesn't put the ball in Jaden Ivey's hands. I don't think he understands talent, but neither does Steven Silas. Steven Silas has no semblance of like a scheme. At least the one thing I can say about Detroit is like defensively, it seems like they're trying to figure some things out in terms of switching, when they don't want to switch, when they do. The Houston Rockets just go out and play basketball like it's the YMCA. And to be honest, sometimes it's really, really brutal. So I'm not a fan of the Houston Rockets. Part of why Tari Eason doesn't play or doesn't get the usage he deserves to develop is because Steven Silas doesn't know what it takes to develop players. He has no idea. Michael Bruin says, no, the vaccine stopped the Nets from being a dynasty. Definitely a possibility. Goran says, someone fill me in on this Fred package to the Clippers. Let's go ahead. Let's get that back on the screen now. I think I still have that pulled up. This is what I was kind of seeing as a potential outcome. Durant had interest in a deal to the Suns over the summer, but so far the Nets have not shown a willingness to move him to Phoenix or anywhere else. Sources tell ESPN there have been a number of teams reaching out to Brooklyn on Durant, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, which would maybe explain some of the silence today. But this is the deal I saw for the Raptors around Van Vliet being a potential option. John Wall, Robert Covington, only there to make the money work. I wouldn't worry about that. Terrence Mann is really the main player in this deal, and a 2029 first-round pick. Nick Dan says, when will your first 2023 draft board video come out? Those are always nice videos as well. Yeah, I was planning on that. My hope is to have that out by March 1st. This year I've already done a lot of work. I watched the crazy thing about these prospects this year is typically I start to evaluate them the summer before their freshman year, just with my timeline, how that works with coming into the NBA. That's what I feel comfortable mostly doing. I started way earlier this time around. So I already had a good idea of a lot of these players from high school. I watched way more of their high school film than I had ever watched for any other draft prospects. So I feel like I know these guys. But I just, it takes me a long time to put together big boards because I just don't willy-nilly stuff. I'm very methodical when I do something. And I just, even if it meant like at 28, I wasn't sure about a guy and I had him 28th, I just couldn't record the video yet. If I wanted to have a guy somewhere, I would have well thought it out and I would have rationale for why. And if I'm just not 100% certain on something, I just can't record it yet. That's the way I operate. And everything's built on a timeline that by the time I get to the NBA draft, I know that my board is the way I want it to be. Does it mean it's all right? No, of course not. It's usually never completely right. It's almost impossible to be completely right, but it's at least something I'm confident in. As of right now, I can talk about all the prospects for days. I just don't know if I can give a confident rating on where I'd put like Amen Thompson, Ausar Thompson. Do I believe in their skills or do I think that maybe they're going to be busts? Like I just can't really solidify if I 100% feel a certain way yet or not. So right now I'd say I'm like 88%, 95% of the way, somewhere in that range. But I just need to be certain. So I'm going to give myself a couple weeks to fully figure that out. And then the big boards are going to start coming in March, probably, I would say. But thanks for asking about that. I hope you do enjoy them when they do come out. Chip says, yeah, Jabari's been a disappointment. I almost haven't heard anything other than you played your first game against my dad moment with LeBron. That's pretty funny. Michael says Jalen Duren has been dominating for me the last 3 weeks. Let's go back to what I wrote about Jalen Duren. You guys are going to notice I had him very high on my board, and I do not regret it at all, to be honest. I have no regrets about it for Jalen Duren. Let's get that up on the stream. It's been really fun today. I've had a lot of fun streaming with you guys, and I hope you've been enjoying looking back at some of my draft takes as well, some of that stuff. But here's what I said. Jalen Duren, freshman, big physical center with great foot speed to accompany his physical dominance. Currently, probably won't help a team as much as some of the other top 10 picks, but long-term will be a top 5 guy in this class. Lateral mobility is the name of the game for Duren's upside. Switchability out in space and good strength, recovery, and shot block timing make Duren a perfect big in today's NBA. Skillful passer on short rolls and would fit really well next to a dangerous three-point guard in the pick and roll. Right now, I would say he does not have that with Killian Hayes. Offensively limited with his back to the basket. Won't be a go-to half-court offensive player, but fits well around other talented offensive players. And my one-word summary was Bam. I think defensively, he compares fairly well to Bam Adebayo. I really, really liked his game coming out of Memphis, and I think he's been really, really good. He's averaging 8 points and 8 rebounds a game this year and about 25, 26 minutes a night. So his per 36s are off the chart. And I think he's a player that when he continues to develop a little bit more and the Pistons start to put some better players around him and they all develop, Jalen Duren's going to be a beast. I really, really like him. Jim Thurkill says, what time are you going live tomorrow? I don't get notifications. My plan is to be live around 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Central time. So somewhere in that range tomorrow. Thursday, I'm going to be live very early, though. Probably like 7 a.m. Central time is my guess. Chip Jones says, yeah, Jalen Duren's a stud. Jacob Persons wants to know, what do I think Bones' value is? Same for Quickly. For Bones, I'd say like a low-end first or a different, intriguing young player, or like a 7th, 8th man right now is probably what I'd value him at. Kind of like Jared Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's maybe a little bit higher than 7th or 8th man, though. And then for Quickly, I would say first rounder. That's probably the value. Ryan says, Jim, it'll probably be around 11 a.m. Eastern, and then on Thursday, he's already said he'll be like around 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, right around that that timeline. It's not perfect, of course. It kind of depends on what ends up happening, if there's trade rumors earlier or what's going on, but it'll be around those times. Michael says, I think Bones' off-the-court situation really limits him. No one wants to deal with that type of noise as a coach / organization. I mean, he's a young player who's upset because his team's trading him. It's the first time in his career he'll ever be traded. So I think it's going to take a little bit of time to adjust. Chauncey Billups starting to make a case for that 10-point blown lead this season. Chauncey Billups is not I didn't like the hire, to be honest. Adam says, do you think my Pistons have a shot at a play-in next season, adding another top 5 pick and developing our guys with adding a healthy Cade back? Talks of Pistons reuniting with Grant this offseason. I don't think Jeremy Grant will go back to Detroit. I don't. But I do think that they still have a shot at the play-in just from natural progression. And people don't understand how much losing Cade hurts. Like, Cade was going to be their best player this season, and he's just not there. So it's tough. Nick says, pretty ironic your one word for Tari's development. He gets drafted to Houston. I know. I know. It's not the best situation for him, which goes to show how important situations are in the NBA. Ernest says, what about Tom Thibodeau? I feel he's horrible. Would you agree? Third worst. Thibodeau's terrible, but at least he figures out ways to win some games. You can't say the same about Silas or Dwayne Casey. So Brennan says, I do like the qualifier. Don't have plans. The Nets gave about KD. There's always a price, but I do agree that it probably won't happen. Good point, Brennan. I agree. Michael says, Tibbs has a 5.5-man rotation and only subs people out for timeouts. It's true. I've complained about that for a long time. Back when the Minnesota Timberwolves hired him, everyone in Minnesota seemingly loved that hire. And I said, guys, this is going to be terrible. Don't believe this. Adrian Wojnarowski with another tweet. In aftermath of Kyrie Irving trade, the Brooklyn Nets and Kevin Durant are having ongoing conversations on the direction of the franchise, but the organization has thus far told inquiring teams that they are not planning to trade him before Thursday's deadline. Goran says, I'd be pretty sad getting that for Fred. Trey Mann's a good player. You would like Trey Mann a lot, Goran, I think. Ryan says, yeah, that Clippers trade is dog. Although this is what I'm saying. He hates us Raptors fans. Want us to get Simmons and Wall and Rocco. Wall and Rocco are just to make the money work. Michael says Penny can't coach him, but he can sure evaluate talent. That's true. Dudley says Amani Bates would look good in Portland. Yes, he would. Deverick says, go coach our Houston Rockets. You can do it. You will be pulling your hair. Yeah, to be honest, the first thing I would be pulling is Kevin Porter Jr. out of the game, to be honest. I'm not a KPJ guy. Anthony says, welcome, Anthony, to stream as well. Glad to have you in here, Anthony. Your comments have been awesome. He says, you should be a traveling GM couch for all the NBA teams. Yeah, I need to be a couch GM because that's what I'm best at, right? Ernest says, do you have any NBA fantasy content? I would be all over your content for fantasy. I've thought about it. I myself don't play a ton of fantasy basketball. I just think that the way standard leagues are set up, it just doesn't really show who's good at basketball. But that's that. Yeah. Ryan says Durant surprises me strictly because as a rookie, him being that strong and ripping down boards is almost unseen in the NBA. And look at the picture of him on the screen right now, right? Like, the guy was jacked in college. He was huge. And that's part of why I really liked him. But he was like mobile and like athletic. And it's just like, holy cow. Michael says he hasn't shown it so far this year at Duke, but Derek Whitehead's a guy outside of the Vic Scoot combo as an impact player for next year's draft. Yeah, he's really struggled this year actually so far in the little bit he's played. But I think I like Derek Whitehead. He was a great shooter. He was the actual national player of the year his senior year in high school. So No More Kings 1 says, shout out for Jalen Duren. I'm so glad the Pistons stole him. He was Fantastic. Jim Thurkill says the 7'4" guy who everyone wants. What if he ends up like Chet or the Beat from back in the day? No, he won't, because the Beat couldn't dribble a basketball. That was just a terrible pick by the Memphis Grizzlies. They passed on James Harden for him. Like, just not smart at all, right? And then when it comes to Chet, like, he's better than Chet. Victor is way better than Chet already. But Chet just has one weird injury, and everyone's like ready to sell on him. Like, the guy landed wrong on his foot. I don't know. I understand the concerns, but at the same time, like, players get injured. It's just, at some point, Paulo Banchero might miss a season for something. Like, knock on wood, I don't want it to happen, but it's possible. Like, you know what I mean? And it's not like he's like injury prone for sure. I'd stay away from saying that. Luke Davis said that the Mavs are interested in Ayton and Wood, and THA have been in trade talks, which we already knew, but the Ayton part is wild. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. Fortunately, I don't want Ayton. So, Zodiac GM says sometimes the perfect fit to a team will let a player shine in the long term. As of now, Jalen Duren doesn't fit Detroit's other cornerstone players. I agree with that. I think Ivy and Duren are fine together. Now, I don't know what the Zodiac signs say about that, but I think he fits Cade. I know he does not fit Killian at all, it is what it is. I hate Killian Hayes, to be honest. Michael says Tibbs is the reason why we didn't get to have the D Rose experience more than a couple of years. Look at that team. Noah, Dang, Rose all broke down. Somehow Butler survives. Yeah, I know. It's because he asked out, right? It's because he got traded. Goran says I like Trey, but it really thinks Raptors might move forward with Gary. I mean, maybe. Mary's sending a laughing emoji in. Sean says, do you see OKC making any big moves? Not big moves. They're going to trade away Darius Bazley to get off of his money, probably to San Antonio. Chip Jones said, I'm Justin Herbert's doppelganger. I keep getting comps to Justin Herbert. I don't know. I feel like that is maybe a bad thing. Am I a social media QB? Is Emmanuel Acho all of a sudden going to be throwing shade at me now on Instagram or something? Because Emmanuel Acho has made his whole career of making fun of Justin Herbert. One hand Yusuf says, Toronto fans, do you guys realize that there is a 7'5" freak in the draft that will change your franchise? Yeah, it's part of the move, right? Is like, if you trade away guys, you're probably increasing your odds at moving up in the draft, which is part of the point. Osman Mohammed said, what do you think of OG for Trey Murphy III, Dyson Daniels, and 2 picks? That's a great trade for Toronto if they can get that. Ernest says, any chance Simmons would fit in Toronto? What shooters would be good for the Raptors? I don't really see the Raptors buying, so I'm not going to include any shooters right now. I don't know. There's options in the draft for them if they don't end up getting the number 1 or number 2 pick. Michael says it's almost better for those abnormally built kids to take a redshirt year in the NBA to bulk up and get on a real diet plan. To be honest, it's kind of true, honestly. If the Lakers win the lottery, the ping pong ball was frozen. Well, the Lakers don't even have that pick. The Pelicans actually do. So that's how it is. Deadly Content says, would you take Nurk off our hands? You know that I've been not wanting Yusuf Nurkic. I don't want him. I tried telling everyone in the offseason when he signed that was a bad contract and that they overpaid for him, and I was right because Drew Eubanks is playing more minutes than him now. Which, by the way, I don't know. Let's flash back to last year trade deadline. I tried telling Raptors fans that Drew Eubanks was a nice part of that Thaddeus Young trade, and they said no, and Eubanks doesn't matter. And then somehow, for some reason, the Raptors ended up waiving Eubanks. The Blazers signed him, and now he's playing 20-something minutes a game. Should have been right. I was right. They should have kept him. He would have been a good center for him. Rabe says, awesome stream, by the way. Appreciate you for sure, Rabe. Let's go over to Deverick here. Yes, that Jalen Green and KPJ project hasn't worked out. I'm not giving up on our situation here in Houston, but we really need a tune-up. 2 words. Scoot Henderson would fix like 85% of the issues. A player of his magnitude with his playmaking ability, the way he sees the court, the team would start playing well. And specifically Jabari Smith and Alperen Şengün would start to dominate. Zodiac GM says, interesting you just mentioned Cade Libra, Killian Leo, and Ivy Aquarius because they are all not compatible to Duren, who is a Scorpio. Well, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid still on Cade and Ivy and Duren. I hope to God I'm right. But Zodiac GM, you're starting to scare me here. See, this is why we need to work together. Because I'd be like, oh, basketball-wise, this is going to be perfect. And you'd be like, dude, look at this. Look at the stars in the sky, bro. They're not going to work. And I'd be like, oh, you're right. Anthony Morales says, huge question. Will the Kings get 40 wins or 40 losses? What do you think will come first? They'll get 40 wins. They're already at 30. They're going to get to 40 wins first. I would be kind of surprised if they don't. At this point, they're 30-23. They'd have to lose 17 games before winning 10. I don't think that'll happen. MPJ says, do you think Zach Edey from Purdue will make it in the league, or will he be another Luka Garza, Taco Fall? He's better than Taco Fall. He's similar to Luka Garza, which isn't bad. That means you probably play like 15, 20 games a year, and you can be positive in those 20 games, hopefully. ACLC says, do you see any Klay Thompson trade rumors? Klay Thompson's not getting traded. That's one of those things I feel very, very confident about. Fuzzy Simpleton says, seems like Trailblazers with Chauncey have had much better young player development. Still not sure about his ability to coach veterans. Dame is having a great year. So is Anthony. Yeah, but the whole point of hiring him was to be a defensive-minded team. He, was a defensive-minded player. Everyone's like, oh, well, he's going to, their defense is going to turn around. I tried telling people the moment that Anthony Simons started to catch fire, I said, he'll be awesome off the bench. He'll be awesome off the bench. And Raptors fans pushed back. Said, no, there's no way that they shouldn't start Anthony Simons. They've been starting him, and they have one of the worst defenses in the league. You can't start two small guards. You can't. And it's not going to work. Ryan Hillier says, such a fire stream yet again. Like the stream chat, I promise you ain't seeing this type of 30-team knowledge. Appreciate you guys. Zodiac GM says, Scoot Henderson and Jalen Green would be elite. Now we're cooking. We're cooking with gas, Zodiac. I'm going to bring this up. I need to take a picture of this comment because I need to remember that this is a thing. That's absolutely awesome. Michael Bruin says, Eubanks has to stop trying to dunk on people like he's a... That's a great comment. Gravity don't work like that for you. I think there's an old movie, right? White man can't jump. But Goran says, I wish we kept Eubanks. Facts. Yeah, I really liked him. If you go back to my stream last year when they traded for him, I thought he was a really nice sneaky get for them. But Raiden says, Eubanks defense sucks, y'all. I'm a Blazers fan. Yeah, he jumps out of position a lot, but remember, the Raptors right now don't have anybody really playing center. So is he better than a traffic cone? Yes. A little. Well, Raiden's maybe saying no. Dude can't defend a parked car. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it's not like Nurkic is better. I'll say that. Chauncey as a mentor is greater than his X's and O's and in-game adjustments. I agree. He tries to run a lot of zone. They actually run the second most zone in the NBA, but it's not like Miami's where it's actually good. It's actually quite bad. Which is funny because it's not even about personnel, because the Heat will play with Nikola Jovic in at the middle of their 2-3 zone, and it still will work. Osmond says, give me a Dallas-Toronto trade you like for the Mavericks. Our remaining first and Tim Hardaway Jr. for Gary Trent. That's what I like. A11 says, dang, his stream been running the entire work schedule. It has been. Literally been live for 4.5 hours, but I am going to be wrapping up here in the next 5 minutes or so because I do have to get going. At some point, Michael says, I've been trying to tell people he needs to be a Manu type role. Thank you. Start GP2. Raiden, I think, is saying that's cap about Simons. Look at Golden State. It's interesting. Let's talk about Golden State because last year, I'm pretty sure that they were not starting Jordan Poole. He's coming off the bench and they were a good defensive team. Now this year, for some reason, they can't win games on the road. Oh, it's because they can't play defense. This is you know what? I'm gonna be petty about this. Let's look at Golden State Warriors stats. We're gonna pull this up and we're gonna compare their defensive rating from last year to this year, because this is exactly my point. You guys don't. I don't know how this isn't understood, but we're gonna look at their defensive rating from last year to this year. I think there's a year-over-year metric. Let's look at league ranks and team stats. This is I'm gonna pull this up, and you guys are gonna realize what I'm saying about two small guards. It just doesn't work. It doesn't. I've been trying to tell you it doesn't work. Can't do it. Can't do it. I've been trying to tell you. They have been significantly worse defensively. Oh man. I need to find that. These are just showing me offensive ranks. Let's do opponent stats per game. Let's look at that. Actually, look. Do we want to do opponent stats per game or do we want to do team stats per game? I think we should just do team. I'm working on pulling this up. Hopefully, you guys have been enjoying the stream. But I need to prove a point here with this because for some reason, there's a narrative. Like Anthony Simons should just not be starting. Like look at what the 76ers did with Tyrese Maxey. Some teams figure it out, some teams don't. Blazers are a team that don't. It is what it is. I don't think that Basketball Reference is what I need to be on. Warriors stats year by year. Too advanced. Do we need to get defensive rating? Oh my God! Some of the defensive rating games. Oh my God. Why is that not available? We're trying to get this pulled up. It's giving me a little bit of issues, but you need to have mid defender for 4 years. Okay. Clearly you don't know that much about the Golden State Warriors. Oh man. With Jordan Poole last year, they were plus 1.6 with him off the court. So they were still a good team without him. Just so you know. But we'll look at team stats and we'll look at advanced data. Here we go. Their defensive. Here we go. Let's look at this number here. Let's get this on the screen. Just because we need to prove this, because people don't understand how small guards work, or how they don't work. This is their defensive rating. 2 small guards. 113.4. It's not good. It's not a good number at all. Look at that. It's been consistently bad all season long with Poole as a starter. It's been consistently bad. The only time they defend well is on 3 days rest, and it's because Draymond Green's healthy and making up for a lot of the stuff. Let's go to last year. Let's compare last year to this year. 113 compared to... Remember last year they didn't even have Clay for a good amount of the year. Let's see what this is when it loads. 106. Look at the defensive rating difference. A massive net rating difference and a massive defensive rating difference. And it's because one guy is a different starter. One guy. One dude. And funny enough, the guy that the Blazers should be starting is Gary Payton II, who the Warriors started last year. I'm just saying. Just saying. Their defense got 7 points worse per 100 possessions when Jordan Poole became a starter. Shocking. How could anyone have predicted that? Holy cow. It's almost like I was telling you guys that for a year. Oh, man. Sheldon, I agree with you that with what you just said. Anthony Simons would be excellent off the bench. Simmons, Gemini, doesn't fit Blazers starters. That's what I'm saying. Me and Zodiac are on the same Wi-Fi. We are on that same Wi-Fi. Jim wants to know if I think Mark Jackson will get a head coaching job. Probably not. Jason wants to know when trades will start picking up. Probably tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Rabe says, ooh, and good luck for your game later. You're going to win, right? Yeah, this is a conference team that we're playing tonight. Last time we played them, we won by, I think, 15. So I'm hoping we win tonight, right? We'll see. You never really know. Sometimes kids have off games and they just don't play well. I am talking my sheesh. And it's funny because Raiden's going to complain about what I'm saying. Nick wants to know if I have a Discord channel. Not yet, but I'm in the process of setting something up. Yeah, Cleveland has 2 small guards, but DM, yes. Like, and this is the difference. Like, the Blazers have Yusuf Nurkic and Jeremy Grant, who doesn't grab any defensive rebounds in their front court. Like, tell me right now, if I'll tell you, if Yusuf Nurkic and Jeremy Grant were traded for Evan Mobley, Jarrett Allen, it'd be a different story. But they don't have those guys. They have a bad defensive big, and they have a, in my opinion, kind of overrated defensive 4 in Jeremy Grant. The team's not that good. Everyone should know it. There's a reason they are where they are in the standings. Like, people are going to continue to defend the Blazers. You're 26-28 with Damian Lillard. Like, you're not that good. You're not. You have a worse record than the Utah Jazz. The Minnesota Timberwolves feel like a tire fire this year, and they're 2 games better than the Portland Trail Blazers. Just saying. Just saying. Raiden says it's on StatMuse. Yeah, I got it on NBA.com, so it's fine. Part of why they don't close out on shooters is because they have guards who play that aren't willing to do that. Jordan Poole. Deadly Content wants to know about Sadiq Bey for Hart. You'd have to give up some picks in that, which becomes complicated. Noah wants to know if I think the Spurs will do anything. They already made a move today. They'll probably continue to look to take in bad contracts, or contracts that are expiring, is at least what I would guess, to help teams get under the tax threshold. Zodiac GM says not a lot of people look at this. Everyone wonders why Harden is not a leader. He's a Virgo or Cancer, Sun, Moon. Harden is more of a follower. Interesting. Zodiac, I've been appreciating your comments all day. Gary Payton's been out of position for the Blazers constantly all season. Well, okay. Yeah, he's also missed time with an injury, but he's a much better defensive option than Mr. Simons. But it's okay. It's okay. Keep telling me I'm wrong, and then you guys can watch my team play in the playoffs. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. Because right now, if the season were ending today, the Blazers would miss the play-in. But keep telling me how Chauncey Billups is doing everything right, but the team can't win. Keep telling me. Michael says, "Yeah, don't tease me with that front court." Like, again, I'm not trying to be a jag here to the Blazers, but like, you can't just like have all these bad defensive guys and be like, "Oh, it's fine. We're gonna outscore." No, I'm sorry. You're not. Clearly, you're not, because you keep losing. Yeah, I'm maybe I'm going over the top a little bit, but like, the amount of comments I had last year telling me I was an idiot for saying Simon should come off the bench. Do you realize how great that would be? And you actually here. Let me share a screen with you on how great it would be. You want to know how great it would be? This is where the Blazers are. 11th. Not good, right? Not good at all. Oh, look at this. They gave up 127. Oh, look at that. 129. 116. They gave up 125. Gave up 112. Gave up 123. Gave up 124. Gave up 127 to San Antonio. Gave up one. Look at this. They kept the team under 110. One time in their last, 11 games? My God. Holy cow. Again, defense is important. And you want to know a team that did make this change, where they put a good player off the bench? Philadelphia. Tyrese Maxey moved to the bench. They are 34-18, and they're 8-2 in their last 10. Since Tyrese Maxey went to the bench, they have been great. He did so for DeAnthony Melton. Yeah, and like Michael's saying, we wouldn't have a backup point guard need if we staggered them. I know, it's almost like it's mind-numbingly obvious what Chauncey Billups should actually do. Yeah, and well, what is he supposed to do? Again, defensive matchups suck. Let's go to the West. Let's just say they're playing the Clippers. Okay, 4th team in the West, pretty good team, right? Okay, so in the starting lineup, let's talk through who you got, right? Damian Lillard's guarding who on the Clippers? Who is Anthony Simons going to guard? How about Nurkic? Okay, you put him on Zubats. How about when they go small? How about the Suns? Let's talk about the Suns, okay? You got Chris Paul. Who's guarding him? You got Devin Booker when he's healthy. Who's guarding him? How about Bridges? How about Cam Johnson? How about Ayton? Are you starting to see the problem with Portland? How are they supposed to guard anybody? The Warriors. Oh my gosh, the Warriors would walk through these guys. Even with Jordan Poole in the starting lineup, they'd still walk through them because they don't have guys to guard them. The Blazers won't do anything because they keep doing the wrong stuff. Like, please, at some point, Blazers management, please, for the love of God, please add athleticism, length, and defense around Damian Lillard. Please, just do it. Please do it. I've been begging them, and the answer that they continuously fall on is, let's get another guard who's 6'3" or smaller and play him 30 minutes a game next to Damian Lillard. Oh, and by the way, we're going to give him a center who can't block shots or catch lobs. And by the way, the power forward is going to be a guy who is only caring about his own numbers and doesn't grab defensive rebounds. Like Ryan's saying, Maxi's perfect for the bench. Troy. Oh, man, Troy says, please don't look at the past 10 games for opponents' points per game. It's embarrassing. I have to do it now. I have to do it. 13-41. Holy cow. All right, here we go. Oh, my God. I watched this Kings game a little bit yesterday. I knew that. I forgot that the Thunder scored 153. Oh, man. Hey, look at this. Look at this. The Rockets in the last 4 games have given up less than 110 points more times than the Blazers. Oh, my God. Oh, the Rockets are twice. Oh, my God. Dude, look at the Rockets, man. How is it 140 to the Lakers? Holy cow. Holy cow. Defense is optional for Steven Silas. Michael says, this year Little has to get minutes. He finally found something in Watford. Yeah, I like Watford. I really liked Watford coming out of LSU. Abel says Clippers win that. Jacob says it's like how Cass moved LeVert to the bench instead of starting at the 3. You just need a balance. You need a balance. And to be honest, that's one thing I'm really concerned about my Mavericks now. So I'm not just flaming the Blazers to flame the Blazers. It's not a good formula. It just hasn't been. There's a reason that when the Warriors were winning championships, their starting lineup looked like this: Curry, Clay, Barnes, Draymond, Bogut. And then when they had Durant, he filled in, and obviously it's a way different story, but still, they had 4 good defensive players on the court pretty much all the time. There's a reason the Celtics were in the finals last year. It's not because of their offense. It's because of their defense. I sound like I'm 48 years old and talking about how defense wins championships. Like, it doesn't, but it does. Like Michael's saying, yeah, but the Blazers have less bulk. Yeah, it's literally the truth. I just started talking about that, and you had actually said that already. Jim says, if you lose games, you suck, and I've been a Kings fan for 38 years. That's an all-time good comment. Zodiac says, T-Wolves, Edwards doesn't fit rest of starters. T-Wolves build around Edwards the right way. T-Wolves can finally break out of mediocrity. We'll see. I hope so. Troy says, I told you, dude, brutal. That was tough. I don't know if the stream is still is that legally approved on YouTube, something that bad to be on the screen. Nick says, Spurs even worse. I think the tank is on. The tank is for sure on. The Spurs are a decent team for 3 quarters, and then the 4th quarter, they're a -14 net rating, which means they get outscored on average per 100 possessions by 14 points. So bad. Ryan says Tatum single-handedly shut KD down, and that's why the Nets are better now after trading Kyrie, because they're going to be able to put out lineups of O'Neal, Claxton, Dorian, Yuta Watanabe, Kevin Durant. They've got all this length and size now, and they're going to be able to defend. Michael says Tatum got to quit texting Kobe before the game. He clearly can't respond. Yeah, that's little clout happy for him. Raiden says Mavs about to deal with anti-vax Kyrie antics now. Good luck. I know it sucks. Again, you probably think that I'm just trying. I'm not singling out the Blazers. They're the obvious one because I've been begging them to just bench, not bench Simons, don't play him, but play him 30 minutes, but play him half those minutes when Dame's not on the floor. It's really obvious, right? Solves your backup point guard concern because you just put the ball in Simon's hands. You let him play. You let Dame play. You can close the game with both of them, and then you put defenders around them. But they just don't do that. And that's part of why I hated the Nurkic deal too. But now the Mavs have the issue, right? The Mavs have the same issue, which is why, the other day I gave the Mavs an F grade. for trading for Kyrie Irving. So I'm not just targeting your team. I'm literally saying this across the entire league. It's just the way that the NBA is. Brennan says, same Jim, full disclosure, I only joined the organization this season because I figured we are going to suck and I didn't want to pay for League Pass. Figured if we suck, I should get paid to watch. That's pretty funny, Brendan. Ondra says, but I also feel like Mavs just had to do something. I think they had to. I just think they did the wrong something. But, you know, if they turn around and win, it'll be awesome, right? So I'm hoping the Mavs win. I'm hoping at least the one thing about Luka is he's at least 6'8". I think he gets really overhated on as a defender. He's not a good defender. I'm not saying that, but he's not brutally bad. He's at least big. He challenges a little bit. He doesn't get walked by every time, but I don't know. Casey Mack wants to know, what team do I think is likely to get OG by Thursday? My guess has been Indiana. That's who I'm going to stick with. That's who I have a feeling on. Brennan said he's been a fan of the Kings since he was a kid. Funny enough, I've been a fan of the Kings since like 11 a.m. today my time because Brennan traded me to them. So I'm dealt now. I got traded. I got to pack my bags yet. Braden says, what y'all doing with Christian Wood? I don't really know. I don't really have a good read on the Seawood situation. I do have to get going here, though. I have to go coach here in just a little bit, so I have to get rolling. But I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching today. All 200 of you awesome people in here. Please smash that like button if you enjoyed. Remember, we're going to be live on the channel tomorrow with some more content coming out as well in terms of a video on top of the live stream. So you guys know I'm working really hard. 5 hours today I've been live for, basically 4 hours and 50 minutes plus about 30 minutes of prep right before setting up the stream even. So I really appreciate each and every one of you guys. Ernest, John, Ryan, thank you guys all so much. Really appreciate you. It's been an awesome live stream, and all of you guys have been really great today. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow as well. So until then, we'll catch you in the very next Utility Sports video. Go check out some of those trade guides up on the channel.